Back everyone to Locked In for our match of the week of DFN number 24. Now, normally when it comes to our matches of the week, we like to look at our best of threes as being the real indicator of what's the match that we want you guys to focus on in this last week of play. But we have to say this time it is in our challenger match over in EU with Abrahams up against OneWin. Now, I know you're out there thinking, Abrahams, who the hell is that? Well, it is basically half a pair of vision. We have Together, we have Tass, and we have Saf, who have left and made a new team, while Litz, Wolfie, and Pressus go on to make their own team as well. So a little bit of a split of the roster, but in my eyes, why this made it match of the week, it was to see how well they could play in their macro game, because that is where this team has lacked in the past. After having a week off DFN, we get back into the mix with the draft. One thing we noticed right off the bat is the fact that great talent got through for Hoot, but also an Abrams being picked second. It didn't take long for Hoot to remind OneWin why we typically see great talent as a ban, with the impact he made during the laning phase, with multiple owls converting into kills for his team. Not to mention Tass is going to be ganking over this at the same time here, gets a connection onto ABL, and actually gets the kill on the Zanya. +5s in the chat for Hoot. But at the same time, that drain build you go just keeps you alive a lot longer and makes you have the survivability you need in some of these fights. With the earning control by Abrahams, OneWin stacked the right lane to deny the turn-in and get a free Guardian. On the second go-around of Abrahams trying to turn in the first urn, OneWin decided to let it go and look for a push on the other Guardians to get their flex slot.
I'll get to that later, because we're swapping off to the right-hand side. Xenon getting caught out. Urn turn-in now very much in play here for Abrahams, and we'll see how much this is contested. Goes on in, forces the drop. Urn still very much in contest. Zanya, though, gonna fall in turn. And Abrahams, I mean, they're just getting a free kill on top of getting the urn turn in here. The contest not going to be doing too much of anything. And this is where Abrahams needs to be, Jason, realistically speaking, with their comp.
I mean, they're also going to get the Guardian off the back of this too. They get another kill with Together, chasing that flammable, potentially another, as we do see the push coming out of Xenon. The last stand has been used. He takes down Hoot. I'm not sure how much more he's going to get off the back of this, though, as he has been cursed up by the Grey Talon trap. The counter last stand going to be coming through with the body word. Might have just saved him. Getting back towards that Walker. Xenon, it looks like he will live to fight another day. Even after getting a man advantage with a nice last stand out of Xenon, Abrahams tries to defend the urn, knowing it will be an easy turn-in for OneWin. While doing this, they manage to get 3 kills and control of the urn. With the lead starting to get out of hand, Zanya tries to invade enemy territory to steal away the urn. That lacked when it came to the macro play, so I'm loving to see this switch up. And Zanya can be going for the fight up against Together, dodges away from that lasso. Got to bring that up, of course, with Mitch back here on the show. But that fight is still going to pop off. We see the Xenon going to be coming back in once again from the mid lane, and he's got his last stand ready.
Yeah, the parry comes in, right place, right time. Still not enough to save Zanya's life, but got the lasso out for a time. Got a good proportion of resources. Opens up Xenon. The coming from the flank, the last stand. Takes down Hoot immediately. OneWin team trying to make the most of this here. Xenon, though, looking pretty low as Saf just cleans up in close quarters here on the Abrams. The namesake of Abrahams, as it were. A 1-for-4, still a team fight.
With Ryuju in hand off the last fight and the urn being ran over for a turn-in, the lead is getting further and further away from OneWin as they're forced to take a fight, having Xenon's last stand ready. Is that when his last stand's not up or he's dead, he doesn't really give you anything.
He's not great in fights without ults. However, OneWin team, they are going to full contest this. The last stand is going to be back up here. You got Vindicta coming in from the back. Zanya goes down, but they get Saf in turn. 1-for-1 here so far. Xenon going to drop the last stand. Close quarters. Is anything going to come of it here? ABL investing Shadow Transformation, same time. Diving on in his OneWin team. Abrahams, though, looking to weather the storm. The last stand is gone, and so is Warden. Together in there with the killing blow. Gets a 2-piece right off the top. Not done yet. Killing blow. Ready to go one more time. Gets knocked by the Bebop and says, "What's up?" in turn. 3-4 together. And the Shiv Snowball has arrived.
Together on 30k souls and being 40k ahead, Abrahams want to shoulder charge their way into the money match.
And the heroes that you've applied farm to, it doesn't quite matter anymore. Your 23k Yamato is like nothing compared to the 30k Shiv at this point in the game. And if you're Abrahams, you sense blood in the water and you want to end it now.
Yeah, they said, screw it, we're not going to back away. We don't have the Rejuvenate anymore, but we don't need it. We just need your Patreon to get ourselves into the money match here, and that is going to fall extremely quickly. 22 minutes in, ending off with an almost 40k lead. Abrahams is here, and Abrahams is ready to play. What a fantastic showing for the first time we've seen this new squad. It was quite surprising to see Abrahams take down OneWin and advance into the finals to play against Virtus.pro in our best of 3 money match. But spoiler alert, Virtus.pro still won 2-0, but that was all on the old patch. It's all about the new. You guys need to make sure to tune in to DFN this week to see how the teams are going to be playing things out with all the new items and all the changes added into the game. But before you do that, you're going to like and subscribe here to Locked In, and we'll see you next time for the match of the week.
It is time for the 25th installment of the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. We are back and it is a good time to be a Deadlock fan, folks. You know that too. That's why you're here. You want to see some play on the new patch, and I'm right there with you guys. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Jason Kaplan. Great to be back for yet another week of games, Jason. This one promises to be spicy.
I think that's an understatement. What's like the Carolina Reaper that you would call it for this? Consider you've had a massive patch just drop last week on Thursday, completely revamping the item system, the item slots, changing the game around quite a bit, not to mention buffing quite a few heroes out there. The funny thing is, we have no idea what's going to happen today, and I think even a lot of the players have no idea what's going to happen today.
Yeah, conversations with a number of pros have yielded that they're really just scratching the surface on, the new patch in this game and trying a couple of things. So there's some insights to be gleaned, but nothing set in stone yet, which means that, again, we could see anything today. There are a few front runners in terms of strategies and itemization we'll discuss a little bit later. But first, let's remind everybody why we're here and what we are doing. Our friends at Intel are partnered with us, putting $1,000 on the line for both NA and EU each week. And to get there, we'll have our two challenger teams play off in a best of one. They're invited to fight for the opportunity to take on our current king of the hill. And no surprises for those that are familiar with Deadlock, it's Virtus.pro awaiting their opponents. Now, last week, Jason, it was Abrahams that actually handily dispatched one win in that challenger match before falling to VP in 2 straight games.
Yeah, but who doesn't fall to VP anymore in 2 straight games these days when it comes to Deadlock over in EU? But yeah, Abraham's like this new, I almost want to call it super team with the splitting that we saw with Tass, Saf, and together all sticking around as a squad, bringing in Hoot, Saint, and Jamside. They definitely showed that one of the lacking things they had in the past was their macro play. It was a thing of the past because they definitely improved on it coming into last week. But now, as we obviously have a new patch coming through, the question is, like, what kind of macro play will we see out of teams anyways now? But I have some high hopes for this team, and I've definitely been seeing Hoot been grinding quite a bit when it comes to a stream.
I like what we saw from them last week, honestly. The way they handled one win was quite impressive. So that's what we've got on deck today. Of course, later on, you see Hydra Nation there, and we'll be taking on Valhalla for the chance to go after melee creeps.
The new Hydra Nation, because they have changed their roster once again.
Shocking.
Yeah, well, who would have guessed? That is going to be very interesting when we see it later on today.
Okay, we'll obviously dig a little bit into that when we get to the NA portion of the show. It's time to bring our analyst in here for this top of show because there's a ton to talk about some of these changes to the game. So we're going to have Jake alongside us, not only, of course, through the draft, but also, catch up with him during the games. Jake, sure you've been diving in and getting your hands dirty with this new state of Deadlock. How's it been, man? It seems like a different game out there.
Oops, I'm muted. I honestly think this is the biggest patch we've had since the game has really come out, honestly, like in terms of like the most significant changes. The map isn't that decisively changed, but the changing item mechanics really has a huge impact on any MOBA, and Deadlock is no exception. So the fact that now, crucially, your item slots are not constricted to one of the 3 item types. You can build all bullet items, all spirit, all of it if you want. I think realistically we won't see that hardcore commitment, but I think we will see a lot of players building like all in on 2 types, building for like just bullet damage and vitality or something like that. So I think we'll see more hard committed builds in, like, if you're a carry, you might be like full on glass cannon, all damage and very little sustain or survivability. And I'm just curious to see like how the different builds come out. I think that's going to be probably the biggest change from this patch, is just a radically different perspective you can take on your item build, which really does just change everything in the game.
I kind of want to call it the Burger King patch. Now, that might not necessarily register when it comes to EU, because you can have it your way. You can build full spirit if you want, even though you're Abrams. You can build full life, even though you're a Viper. You can build the way you want to. And the thing is, I think with that change, it actually brings around a lot of strategy and a lot of like counterplay when it comes to items that previously kind of didn't exist.
Okay, yeah, I think that's you had me in the first half, Jason. I wasn't quite sure. For those wondering a little bit more about it, this patch dropped on the 8th. Or at least the notes dropped on the 8th, Thursday last week. You can obviously find that in the sort of community page there for Deadlock. There have been considerable visual upgrades to the map as well. It's going to look very different when you get in there. The mini-map's also going to look drastically different, ideally optimized for a bit of clarity. It really feels like the skyline out there and the cursed apple is being fleshed out. The map's looking awesome, so hopefully we get a chance to enjoy and appreciate that as we go through art passes over a number of different stuff. And also, soul orbs as well. Quickly touching on this, we're going to jump into our Mo 1v1 in just a second, or at least talk about our draft, but you now get that ammunition refunded after taking a soul orb, and also You know, we already talked about in the past the way that soul distribution definitely changed how laning works. So curious to see another look at soul orbs here, guys. Maybe just a slight quality of life.
Yeah, I think like the last thing in lane makes a lot more sense now. Like the orb sort of comes up initially out of the last hit creep, and it's not vulnerable to being attacked, and then it, you know, the light comes on and you can try and last or deny, which I think is significantly improving the quality of life. You can also like see, you have like wall hack on creeps nearby essentially, so you can see exactly where they are and their health without actually being able to see them. So it's just a lot more quality of life. Honestly, I just think the feel of the patch is like maybe something that won't be as obvious to just watch, but when you just hop in and play, the game feels so much tighter. It really is. Feels like it's moving towards a more polished state. Like the hit registration feels really good. Lasting and denying feels good. All the auditory feedback is really nice. There's been a few changes in like some of the movement mechanics. So there's like too much for us to like truly cover in terms of like just discussing it all. I just think it's going to be exciting to see some of the best players in the game really show us like how it's done in this new patch.
Thankfully, on this very channel, this very Deadlock Fight Night channel, our good friend ZP sat down and gave an awesome breakdown, actually, over a pretty extended bit of content for between rounds, which I think is really worth checking out. I jumped in there and checked it out. I think between this and the sort of dead air patch notes video, you'll have everything you need to know. What I love about this one specifically, though, is that, you know, Andrew buys up the items right in front of us, shows us a lot of the sort of ins and outs and sort of how they work. He actually tests them almost for us and discusses what he thinks are worth looking towards. So youtube.com at Deadlock Fight Night. Shout out to ZP. It's a great video. It gives a really good synopsis of what to expect in this new patch. So if you feel like you're catching up or you're interested in coming back to the game, not sure what's been going on, that is your first stop. Head to that video, check it out, and you won't be disappointed. Now, what do you got, Jason?
I've only seen ZP that happy in his life twice. Once getting to talk about the new items, and the second when he opens the fridge and there's just a ton of free Diet Coke, all chilled, ready to be drank.
It's the sushi boat grin. Do you know what I mean? When he sees that sailing towards him in his dreams, and he knows he's going to have onigiri until it comes out of his ears. You know, that's my boy. Anyway, let's talk about these rosters here. We saw Abraham's last week, guys, right? This is obviously the shell of that Paravision roster, right? With some really known names. And honestly, Jason, you mentioned they didn't feel great about the macro. They turned up and kind of demolished one win in that Challenger game. But this Murlocs roster is one, to me at least, is new.
Yeah, I think for the most part, like I think we've seen only Rayake actually over the period of I think since we started DFN, because I don't recognize necessarily any of the other names. Maybe, you know, Play With Me can technically be Can't Say Meow, because he has Play With Meow as his name normally when it comes to Twitch. But yeah, I think they're obviously going to be in a very tough position here up against Abrahams, who's been tried and tested since the beginning of Deadlock. We've seen them play in high-level matches consistently over the course of these last months. But at least for us, it's a chance to, you know, dive into what else EU has to offer. It is nice to not see Abraham's one win and VP every single week to bring in some new blood.
I mean, we had all the say in that, Jason. We just chose not to invite one win. So, you know, we have some agency there in terms of sort of selecting our teams. But, you know, one win, back to the drawing board after what happened last week. A fresh slate, clean slate for Murlocs, and obviously a new patch. So it's a fertile environment to take some of these wins, these games away that could be considered as upsets to many of us. So those are our rosters. Again, can't say too much about Murlocs, folks, but hopefully they give a good account of themselves here. Let's jump into our Mo 1 versus 1 here, of course, to decide who will be first pick. And as this happens, obviously we're still using the previous look at the map here. Nice little parry off the bat. Love to see a little bit of that. We are going to be jumping into the draft pretty much after. I think that everyone's also wondering how the changes to the game, especially itemization, have impacted the pick rate of certain heroes. Saints. Okay, should have this one. One more melee and we will be chilling. We're off screen. But there's a meta in EU now where we just sort of have really long 1v1s, but that's been given up. So your Abrahams will be making selection. So all that said, all that yap, let's talk about some of the heroes that maybe we saw less of in the past that you guys theory craft might be more hotly contested now.
I mean, I think some of the changes like lead me to think like, oh, maybe, you know, this hero or that hero is going to be better. But to be honest, I think like things are so fundamentally shifted. I feel like we really have no idea. I think it's just going to be like teams maybe looking towards comfort, looking towards confidence. I mean, I don't think even the teams have scrimmed that much to have like a super clearly defined meta. I think we'll probably just see teams looking for like well-rounded drafts that play to their personal preferences, personal strengths. I mean, like every patch has really reshaped the tier list, and an opening ban on Abrams already signals that. Is like, yeah, I don't think have we ever seen Abrams banned first? I mean, like seriously, in the course of the whole.
To be fair,
so
the melee, Jason, the melee itemization in this game has gotten pretty insane now. With crushing fists at tier 4, kind of increasing your heavy melee distance and give you way more damage, feels like that's kind of scary for Abrams especially.
Well, he came really heavily back into things just last week. I mean, we had that week off where we saw a lot of like set picks of like Great Talon, Yamato, Mirage, being like in these top 3 picks. And then we go into like the next week and Abrams was being like first picked or like top 2 pick for some of these teams. It really had to rise through. And I think partially due to, again, the control he has in the fights with his shoulder charge. He's also a rescue beam carry, which is really good against Holiday, really good against Warden, which we saw being played quite a bit more. So not too surprised to see Abrams take it away, but honestly, with some little discussions we've had with some teams, there is definitely a slight mix-up on what might be prioritized as like a number 1 pick, and Shiv was definitely one of those. And talking to Listic and Lightbringer before the show, one of the reasons he became so much stronger now is because the base health levels have increased across the board for all these heroes. Execute he has becomes even more effective for him to really shut down teams.
Now, Holiday, not even because of the itemization changes, but because of rescue being so effective at shutting down this lasso. God, I actually had to think about how to pronounce that word. I hate myself. It feels like that's a little bit worse, but for Paradox, they still felt stronger because obviously if you rescue beam the paradoxical swap target, it drags them back through the time wall a second time, giving that extra damage. But Murlocs still really value the Holiday here over the Paradox.
Yeah, it's to me, I think Holiday's just still super strong. I mean, Veilwalker's been made a lot cheaper, which people were already buying on Holiday at like max cost 6.2K. So I think maybe that helps her a little bit. But in the end, I think this is also maybe another way to punish the Shiv, is like having their first 2 picks are both really powerful control with the Rabbit Hex, with the lasso. And so Shiv, who wants to dive in, push the limit as far as all. I think Shiv also, to speak more on why this hero is so strong, is with the removal of shields. I think Shiv has like the best health bar mechanic management, I guess, in the game with that third skill. Exactly. And so having just the game be all about having a huge health bar, and your health can be really managed. Like in the past, I felt like the shields have gotten really strong. Some of the best heroes were heroes that could buy both combat barrier and enchanter's barrier, and then like really build up those shields and play for stacking all those buffs on top of it. And I think now it's going to be more about just like that raw damage management, which, by the way, feels so much better to play. I mean, shooting shields was really like unsatisfying before. It's like harder to tell how much.
During the game you've come from, Jake, I find that surprising that's a problem for you, but okay.
This is the patch of Jam side right now. I'm going to say it. Like if we talked about the patch of 1 win with the Death Ball, this has got to be a patch for him in particular, because his most successful hero by far, in my opinion, was Wraith. And Wraith with Mercurial Magnum now and building up a little bit of ammo items, you basically have infinite shots without having to reload, and she does a ridiculous amount of damage. On top of that, with debuff remover no longer cleansing ultimates, the silence sticks, so you can really get that 1v1 and really get that kill, making her so much stronger nowadays. That's a scary lineup for Abraham so far.
It's worth mentioning that Mercurial Magnum, for those that don't know, it reloads your clip for you. So if you imbue your cards, you have multiple procs where you basically never have to manually reload. You always have cards to continue to use that. And obviously it increases your base bullet damage, which is pretty huge, and increases your fire rate, which are all things that Wraith wants anyway. It's just amazing, I think, for someone who wants to weave those abilities in with, still trying to have good gun damage. And so that's why she's sort of back. I think you mentioned there are a lot of heroes now that with debuff removers changes are going to feel a lot better. And it's a Warden ban here for Abrahams.
I mean, I think Murlocs maybe need to grab a bit more frontline at this phase of the draft, especially with Abrams and Warden banned. I think that's maybe what they're hurting for right now. They've got a lot of catch. They have pretty good damage. Vindicta can be flexed, I think, to be played in different ways, whether you want to go for like the lockdown. I wouldn't hate to see the Mo Krell, honestly. I like that call out. Yamato, though, maybe also super high prio, still incredibly strong.
I also like the Vindicta in general because of the percent health the Crow does I remember I was watching a game from Hoot actually, like right before DFN today, and he did something like 3.6k damage on Crow in the matter of like 60 seconds, because obviously the Crow, also the Ricochet, when you have high health heroes on the other side with the changes to base health, it makes any percent health damage be that much more effective. So I'm really liking the Vindicta actually.
Yamato here, obviously now with debuff remover being less good, definitely still feels that's a bit scary for her especially, but still very powerful in her own right. We know that she's extremely good at staving off a lot of those effects with Shadow Transformation, and we've seen Ethereal Shift obviously becoming a little bit less easy just to pick up, but a lot of other items that we might see in power.
Hello,
Yamato,
darlings.
Lady Guys, Calico here still making her way in. We were sort of wondering if she'd be on the decline a little bit, sort of being a frontliner that in most of the games we saw last week wasn't quite ever able to have the impact that they were looking for.
I also wonder if we'll see much support in general in this version of the game. Like if we might see more teams going for a draft full of like heroes that can fight, heroes that deal damage. I think maybe we can see like something like Kelvin where you're adding these slows and that like you're still being aggressive while at the same time having options for healing. I think one of the things I felt on this patch is just that like the potential to just fight is so critical on these heroes, to be able to like take early battles and trade into the late game, super valuable, and having more heroes who could potentially scale. Supports, if they're going to get picked, are going to be in the last pick, but with Kelvin and Viscous Band, maybe you grab an Ivy, right? It can still be that hybrid fighting character where not really pigeonholed too much as a
looking
true
to summon
support.
a god, right?
Pockets back, Jason.
Here I am.
What's up?
Pockets back, bro.
Yeah, he fell off the face of the planet once we saw him be nerfed a little bit more, and that's where One Win had a lot of their success, and then he started to come back again out of nowhere. Obviously with the addition now, chat needs to be a little bit lax with us, because obviously a lot of items have been added into the game and it's gonna be very difficult to spot them out in game, but Arctic Blast can obviously still be a very strong pickup when it comes to him, helping that extra burst damage that you can do, and you still have some decent survivability. But the Haze on the other side,
yeah, we're going to talk about focus lens briefly. I think
can we talk about that a little bit? Yeah.
Obviously Haze now a real mid-game threat, and if they're sort of rushing that focus lens item, I think that's very powerful, which obviously is a tier 4 item, but it silences the enemy. It sort of adds an extra portion of the damage dealt during its duration onto the back end as well, so it gives you this burst damage component. It basically turns Haze into that incredible consummate 1v1, the duelist that will be able to hunt individuals down across the map. So it virtually catapults her back into viability.
Yeah, I think in general, being able to build like no survivability at all is also a huge buff for Haze, who's like you can just build like all gun items, and that kind of like maybe build bullet lifesteal, but it feels like that's a hero that didn't really ever want to build like a diverse build in the past, but was forced to given the nature of the item mechanic. And now it's like you were just free to go all in whatever, honestly, any character, right? Like, but Haze has always been that like almost wanted to be played as like a pure one trick, like all in glass cannon type hero.
She benefited most from that heavy investment in those gun items. Bro, last week I was watching her using rescue beam and stuff like that. Like we had like this weird utility Haze that was getting picked up. Like it was like the sleepy dagger and just like be a bit of a nuisance.
The sleeping dagger is also a lot better now, like reducing stamina regen, making it so when you do catch somebody with sleep dagger, you start the initiation on them. It's a lot harder for them to like play their way out of it with stamina. With dashes, you're going to have such a big mobility advantage on them.
I mean, can we even weigh in on which draft overall is better now? Because it feels like we're dealing with so many variables that have been drastically altered.
I mean, I'm not an expert enough to say. My vibe check is I like the Abraham's draft. I feel like there's like a lot of really strong laners, a lot of fantastic carry potential on this draft, where I feel like Murlocs need to play more for like a counter initiation perspective. But maybe it's the case that Abraham's, maybe they're lacking a little bit of frontline. It's Shiv and Geist. So I think if Shiv and Geist are having really strong games and they're creating a lot of space on the map and they're too hard to initiate on for Murlocs, I think Abraham's are in a great spot. But if those two heroes have rough games, maybe Murlocs can run a little bit more rampant on the map and gank a little bit more. Holiday, I think, and Sinclair, Lash, these like playmaking catch heroes are going to be pretty crucial when it comes to the fights against Abraham's.
Well, there you have it, folks. We are moments away from jumping in. You'll notice that everybody gets 400 souls to start the game now. And the mini map there down the bottom can indicate the patron and Shrine health respectively. So a little bit more information at a glance available to you there. And this is our first outing here in this current patch. You'll notice that the Cursed Apple has got a significant facelift, including the bases here, respectively, Amber and Sapphire, looking very distinctly different, looking like the Candle factories that we sort of speculated them to be. So that's a fun flavor add. Game's looking fantastic right now. But we're going to be jumping into our lanes in just a moment to start to break down some of these matchups. And Jason, we can at least talk about what we expect. Of course, we'll be catching up with Jake at some critical points throughout the game.
So another change we haven't really talked about just yet is buff spawn at 5 minutes now instead of 10 minutes, which is something you're going to have to keep an eye out when it comes to these lanes. Obviously, buffs have been nerfed a little bit across the board, but they're still going to be extremely impactful, especially like early on into the game. So I'm expecting to see teams kind of poised for position around that when we get towards the 5 minute mark. But also the boxes, they spawn in at 2 minutes and they got a 10% increase between the boxes and also the golden statues to give you loot. So there's also some routes you can be running here, which can be very important early on in the game when you have that extra 10% chance to get the extra souls. You could get, 1,000, potentially, 2,000 souls ahead in your lane if you're having proper routes and you're not missing out on farm here when it comes to this next wave spawning in. I think maybe it's too early to see those adaptations for some teams just yet in terms of like paying attention to specifically the boxes. But that's something we're definitely going to see like as time goes on.
Yeah.
Teams starting to split people away to go do it.
Like under mid has like a ton of boxes now. Also, Hollow Point Ward has been removed from the game. So no longer are we seeing that sort of, that item that benefited from you being sort of at a certain health threshold, getting that extra damage. This doesn't really have a replacement actually at tier 1 for these gun items. So you see monster rounds, headshot booster being looked at here by Together. And well, don't know what Quill was trying to make happen there. That is going to be first blood of the game here as the Shiv gets it on the Yamato.
And we see the headshot booster like right away picked up for Together. We talked about like itemization, maybe the changes you can do. I mean, I'm expecting to see probably Together not pick up really any spirit items, go for the straight guns, go for the straight vitality items and become this immovable force. And speaking of the boxes I was talking about, Saint already wising up to it here, going for a clear route, taking away enemy boxes too. And the thing is, if you compare him to his lane, this also means Hoot is getting more farm because he's solo in the lane. And honestly, Saint's not really falling that far behind him either because of this.
And I think that's what maybe saw that fight happen in mid around the 2 minute mark there, because Together might have wanted to have the space to go pick up some of that stuff up. Atsugi here under a little bit of pressure, of course, landing up against the Haze. Have to make use of the satchel here, flying cloak away, but there's a lot of pressure being felt, and it's restorative shot being picked up alongside these monster rounds. Barrage there, sees Atsuki throw some damage down, but they are very, very low here and need to work on these resto shot procs.
I mean, Saint, I think he wants to go for this here with Atsugi solo and HP. He's got to worry, obviously, about Kekaras. At the same time, Hoot, one thing we should mention when it comes to Geist, a slight change up to her Malice, that 3. We've heard rumblings of unstoppable Geist, not in the items, but in terms of how strong she can be. But with the change to percent health of Malice, it makes it a lot harder to just spam away. And you have to be a lot more mindful of your HP when it comes to lane and obviously in the mid and late game.
Bear in mind as well, the flex slots have changed now. So obviously you get one for the 2 Guardians going down. You get one for the first Walker. You get one for the second Walker going down. The last one for 2 base Guardians falling. So we'll obviously see our teams look to play around those when and where they can. And here only like sort of 3 minutes in, we feel like we're definitely getting some action in these early lanes here. Atsuka in a little bit of trouble here. Hoot able to back away on this one now, has to deal with Kekas, who's able to throw up a bit of a parry. It does take the Lady Geist out of the game, and Atsuki was traded out here. Still more to be done here. What can Saint make happen? 150 health here on Kekas, and Saint wants to take the fight. They win it out, even though there was a parry mixed in there. And it's rare to see this Haze take these early game fights, but he's looking good right now, and Saint knows how to play it.
Yeah, he's got the extra regen. He's got rapid rounds. I mean, he's looking... I wouldn't be surprised to look for some skirmishes, especially if they can get a lot of poke down from Hoot alone. But also, you have to keep in mind, Mitch, ultimates are not online at 3K anymore. I think it's 3.4, 3.5. I haven't fully sussed out the actual number yet of when you get them 3.4. We can see it together. So a little bit of a delay, obviously, with the additional 400 souls you start with. So it can be a little bit misleading if you're not paying attention. But real quickly, as you did mention the walkers, the side lane walkers also became extremely squishy. They're 40% of the base health of the mid lane walkers. So I'm curious if teams are going to swap things around in terms of what walkers they go for as the Pedosco swap comes in towards middle.
Okay, pressure off that one, but no response. It goes Council Meow, though, goes very, very low. That is nasty. Together, though, got to be more than happy to fall in there and take an easy kill, of course, having just developed that ultimate. Making use of the killing blow to instantly flatten that Holiday. Zap comes forward, sees an opportunity for an easy leap there. And not a darn thing that could be done about it. Rayake back to spawn.
Well, don't forget, we did have the 5-minute mark pass. Saf picks up the health buff. And it was Saint to pick up a buff on the right-hand side at the same time, even though Task has gone down over towards middle because we see Saint pushing in to look for the 3-on-2. And they eventually get the first Guardian of the game. So already Abraham's off to a strong start, 4K. But again, the comeback mechanics, which we haven't even touched on just yet, definitely more favorable to the team. A lot easier to come back into matches due to the way you get your souls and the extra souls you can get as well once you do, surpass certain thresholds.
Because something else able to actually pick Saint off and returning to mid. Quilt went for a shadow transformation that felt pretty telegraphed, even with a flying strike. It was easy enough for Together to sort of walk away from that one unscathed. Still decent amount of farm, at least on a lot of these Murlocs heroes now. It's only a 3k or so lead, but nothing to really write home about. But somehow we have the drift across in the map here as Quilt's trying to farm up some of this left side jungle. Murlocs also 3 players concentrated to the right side lane. There's a 3 versus 3 here though. And Paradoxical Swap is at the ready. You notice these Paradox items, so they do look different. Pretty similar to what you normally expect. Healing Nova obviously haven't been taken here. So nothing crazy about that one. Enchanter's Emblem also taken, so extra spirit and cooldown reduction if you have over 65% health.
And the fact that now Abraham's taking that middle Guardian right off the bat allows Together to just free farm in that middle lane. He's at 5.9 thousand souls, now 6.1. He is going to be so hard to deal with. We've seen so many times how hard it is to deal with Together once he's farmed up. As Paradoxical Swap comes through. In the meantime, a kill had been landed onto Kekars as Saint gets that one done. And it's still just going all the way of Abraham's here, but still only a 4k lead, but they're barely down here on the second Guardian.
Yeah, serious pressure on this one. I mean, that's the swap that sort of sets up the fight. So they've got to be mindful, of course, of that Lash returning to the lane pretty quickly. They are on the way over. Taste the Seeker, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Mark Slasher as well. I see you. Appreciate the Primes. Here comes Kekars trying to get involved in the fight as quickly as possible. Comes down on top of the Lady Geist. Hoot dropped a little bit low, but Soul Exchange is available for the Geist presently. And another tough break there for Rayake. This right side lane pressure now is being sort of converted over towards this left side 2 versus 1 situation. And I don't know what Thompson is really supposed to do about this.
Not much, honestly. Kind of needs the support of his team, which is going to be coming. Ray going to be thrown over to the left-hand side to be joining Can't Say Meow.
I'll isolate them.
So they're going to have the 3-on-2 advantage. The thing is, they need to look for kills. They have the lasso up and ready to go. And they need to force something right now. Maybe a catch over on the Saf. And that kitty cat does get locked down.
Okay, Lasso here. Return of Shadows, of course, easily enough for the Calico to respond to that, but Saf still couldn't survive after the fact. So that's at least relieving some of the pressure on the left part of the map, and on the right side, Abrahams are still pushing, and they've got yet another swap developed. They just have not left this lane. And that Guardian, squished as they are, has still taken quite some time to bring down. Kekars eats a Sleep Dagger. He's going to try and still get back in the fight, be relevant here. Death Slam is at the ready, but no great opportunity to make use of it. And first Guardian actually goes to Murlocs, who collapse on that left side of the map, and it's about to get hot and heavy over there. So those Guardians are traded out pretty quickly. Here's Together, though, on your screen, looking to pressure down Rayake, who's been on the receiving end a lot of these kills now. Murlocs are being forced to pay a tithe for having taken Abraham's Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be the perfect response. Together, a great time coming through to get themselves the third Guardian of the game now done and locked in for Abrahams. I mean, eventually something's going to give, right? When you have a 3-on-2 in the left and the right lane, you're eventually going to lose that guard if there's no response. And Together ends up ditching that middle lane to go for this counterplay on the left-hand side. But now with full control of the jungle that they can take, this is honestly where Abrahams can really start to build up a big lead. We do see the bullet dance coming through. And honestly, yeah, Quilt, sorry. It's just, I thought it was said quit in the upper hand side. Gonna have to just die from this one. No way you're gonna win in that 2v1.
You see Fortitude, Headhunter picked up here. Those are some of the main items. Even Backstabber actually getting taken here by the Sheep, which is a ton of fun. Obviously, attacking or meleeing from behind causes like a spirit damage bleed. And sort of reduces the bullet resist of a certain target. So it's great also because you can see your target through walls. So chasing them down after the fact is even easier. Quilt is pretty fed though, as Saint just found out the hard way as the Crimson Slash just toppled him.
It's going to get really tough here soon for Murlocs. With them losing control of their first 3 Guardians, like Saint can become more powerful. A lot of jungle could be stolen away, but Together also sit on 10,000 souls. The one that comes close to him is going to be Quilt. Actually, I don't know. How do you say his name? I want to make sure I'm saying it right. I thought it was Quilt. And now I'm just
You can call him Cult, honestly.
Cult? Okay,
But,
I like that.
yeah,
Actually, that's better. That's better.
Little
One that can
quilt, yeah,
contest them.
it sounds harder, you know what I mean? Oh, big hex. Here comes the Death Slam. Nice connection. Saint just blown up there, and that's a wombo combo if I've ever seen it. Jeez, Abrahams did not know what hit them as Pomson and the combination of Kekars flattened them there. That's a pretty big swing, but a healthy soul lead here for Abrahams, and the urn will be dropped in safe territory.
Yeah, the urn being picked up here at a toss, very smart play, considering his team was going to lose the fight, because if that was a 3-kill and an urn turn in, Murlocs would be within like 2,000 souls of actually their opponents now, in a complete, you know, turnaround from being almost 8k behind.
You can see this Paradox build largely unchanged, right? We still go Healing Nova, Alchemical Fire, fairly straightforward. The Enchanter's Emblem, of course, in the build, but not a huge difference as the normal play style. Urn run heading over to the right side of the map here, where most of the convergence is happening. You can see the drift there, as Murlocs are already sort of trying to pre-push this lane, but Hoot is there, and at 10k souls is not something you necessarily want to tangle with. They might just try and slip this one in. Oh, buddy. Well, you love to see it. Abraham's hefty little soul lead now, as there's a lot of pressure being felt by Can't Save Me Out. Together, getting pretty out of control. I think this Shiv probably has a little too much souls in their possession.
He maxed his ultimate too, so he's like, I want to fight. Didn't bother, you know, maxing his Serrated Blades. Got his dash up until the second highest level, but he wants to look for fights. He wants to look for resets, and he wants to look for a snowball. And together at 13,000 souls, with him roaming around the map picking up kills like this, frees up a lot of farm for the rest of his team to get. Like Jamside, for instance, able to sit alone on his left-hand side in that lane. This is going to be tough. They need an answer together, and I don't really know what that answer is going to be right now. Maybe Counterspell could be obviously an item you go for, since you can see his ultimate coming. It's very telegraphed, and you can deny it, which I believe puts him on cooldown. But that's still a 3k item, and you can't really afford 3,000 souls right now, when it's, for some players, almost half of the amount of souls they have total.
It's the lasso onto Saf, who can obviously use, Return of Shadows, and at least avoid some of the follow-up there. It's going to be a trade. Saf eventually goes down, as Rayegg does at least get themselves some value. Hoot heads topside here. Very mindful, of course, that pursuit will be coming. Alk Fire has to be danced here to some degree. Ray, though, has to be very careful. Yeah, Hoot has the hot hand and cleans him up.
Fight still commencing, though. Colt going up against Toss here, and Toss just going to bounce away and retreat towards the safety of his teammates here. And honestly, Colt's kind of like out of position now. He might be caught up by 2 other players who are in the vicinity. And I think, Mitch, maybe if we have a second here, I think maybe one of the most hotly contested items that has a lot of room for discussion, maybe we can bring Jake in for this in particular, is around Counterspell as an item. Because in its essence, can be so damn strong, especially completely cancel out a Lash Ultimate for you. The displacement of Lash Ultimate is always like the most tricky thing for you to deal with. But Jake, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this item and what we potentially can see out of it in the future.
Yeah, I do think it's a powerful item. I think the problem is just like the cost benefit. It's like, yes, it's denying like a crucially important ultimate, assuming you get it off at the perfect moment. But I think the problem is just if you're outstatted and you're just like dying to raw gun damage, it's protecting you for a moment. Like, let's say like, it does save you from the execute from Shiv, but then Shiv's still like right on top of you and you're just going to get killed in 2 seconds, right? Since you bought this item. So I don't think I think it's strong. I think it's like situationally good, but I think it is also, for me, not super game winning because it doesn't enhance your ability to be aggressive and to take those fights.
See on the Haze of Saint, it's Backstabber, slowing Hex, slowing bullets. So really trying to make sure that no one escapes unscathed from them. Tass, though, is able to do just that. Walks away from what could have been a pretty hefty engagement. And you can see Abrahams are definitely on the hunt together there. With a drive-by on towards Pomston, I think there is some hot pursuit here. And if it is the Haze, which I suspect it might be, yep, there is no way they are getting out of that one. And there's Mercurial Magnum picked up here for Jamside. So that's well worth keeping an eye on. We talked about that being the tier 4 rush item right now for Wraith.
Honestly, Mitch, I don't think we're really going to see it just because it's all been about together, man. Like, have we even seen Jams on these fights? No, he's just been farming constantly. But that's also a big threat for Murlocs. The fact that you can't deal with together already. And then Jamside is just becoming this beast here, getting so much free farm. If you can't deal with one threat, how are you supposed to deal with 2 of them when you get into these team fights? And team fights is something that Murlocs has to kind of avoid. And if anything, they need to have some big man advantage fights for them to be successful here.
You see how similar the build is here for Calico as well. Fortitude and Torment Pulse sort of being looked at. So Not hugely different. We're just looking to build that durability and to make ourselves a real nuisance when we're amidst those fights. There's an earn take. And things aren't shaping up great for Murlocs on that side of that because Kekar's got caught by the telekinesis by the looks of things. Saint makes short work of them here, and the way would be paved. Depends what happens here through mid. Cult is able to take that Guardian down now, and Together is getting ganked, but I don't think he cares. Yeah, at this point, with the resets on that ultimate, I mean, he just does what he pleases.
I respect it, though. I think Colt, like, he knew he was going to die, but he gets a flex slot for him. And they kind of desperately needed that flex slot to start fleshing out more of their items. Then again, do they have the souls they need to even fill out all their item slots at the moment? That's going to be another question. Zalasso comes in over on a sap once again. Return to shadows, keeps him alive.
Oh, no.
Can't say meow, can't say no anymore as Together takes him down.
Yeah, beautifully done. A brazen earn take there by Abrahams. You can see they know they're feeling pretty good now. These walkers are getting a look. Right side walker is out of the game, and ooh, nasty. That was, yeah, guess who's got the better gun? Atsuki, though, able to bring Together down. Now the fight of the left side walker commences. Kekars just needs to try and push the wave out towards the right. We'll see Culk here join the rest of Murlocs in an attempt to defend this, but they're going to be too late. So big soul lead here for Abrahams now. We're 16 minutes into the game. We wondered about how game speed might be affected, but this definitely feels like a mismatch now.
Yeah, and I think it was almost destined to be a mismatch just because you're looking at the number 2 team in EU, which I think I can safely say at the moment with Abrahams. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be number 1 when they play against Virtus.pro. If they do, obviously close this game out. But thinking about like the macro play right now, considering the changes we've had, Mitch, I think if you're Abrahams, I think it's still really important for you to practice denying enemy jungle, because as the solo lead becomes bigger and bigger, you're looking at 25% more souls for Murlocs accumulated through these center sacrifices, through the jungle camps, through the creeps coming through to your lanes, and through boxes. So I think this can be a really big point for teams who should be better to really focus on, like, where can we look to take even more advantages? And that's something Virtus.pro always seems to do so well against you. And for teams to catch up to the likes of them, you're going to have to really put into practice that kind of play style.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on that, Jason, it's the comeback mechanic now is much more, like you said, about getting that farm than it is about trying to fight. There's no bounties on heroes anymore. Taz has walked headlong into a bit of an ambush here. I'm not sure if they can escape. Atsuki there. Trying to chase him down. Majestic lead to get a bird's eye view of the situation. No good. Shadow transformation expires there. It's going to be deadly for Cult. They're trying to walk away, and Saf just pops out of Return to Shadows. Cult disperses like a fart in a field. Murlocs here are going to get farmed, folks. No two ways about it. Together is on the hunt. Saf also wanted to chase down in Ava form. Kept eyes on Kekars the entire time, and now that mid walker is going to get a look. Thompson probably can't fight Saint. I think that's a safe bet, considering it's a 3k soul deficit, and it's, Hayes. He gets riddled with bullets.
I really love one of the changes we've had to items is Leech, actually, because Leech builds out of Spirit Steel and Bullet Life Steal, and that kind of like synergizes really well with some of these people's kits. Like Together, for instance, on the Shiv, being able to get the extra healing from your straight up blades, also extra healing just from your gunshots, makes them even more difficult to deal with. If he wasn't already difficult enough, sitting at 23,000 souls, he goes for that, I think, as his first tier 4 item. With the generator being taken out of Abrahams, that's where all the lanes are going to start to push. And actually, maybe something I should have asked, Lightbringer and Listic earlier on is something we discussed last week about when you get the Rejuvenator, it's actually kind of detrimental to you in the sense that your all lanes are going to consistently shove into the enemy team, meaning they have a lot more souls coming their way, which now with the changes to the comeback mechanics, maybe that's a big boon for someone like Murlocs right now if they can defend. But defending is going to be obviously the really hard part here against Abrahams.
Yeah, it feels like you could ransack their neutral camps as well, though, so it sort of denies that method of comeback from them to some degree. Together looks upwards, sees Kekars there, is really not bothered about it, as of course this mid walk, it needs to go. Outfire going to get dropped here, good whip around, and yep, Atsuki spotted just floating about the place apparently. They couldn't even get an affliction off, that's the worst part. Thompson attempts to throw a hex down, but that's shrugged off, and Cult gets removed from the game. Can't say meow, blown up, and now we're going to head in towards these new look bases while this walker gets his just desserts.
He's still looking for the fights. He's actually passed his Guardians by himself up against 3 players. He's so tanky. He has so much steel coming through as well. His team's not even assisting him, but he's keeping the last 3 members of Murlocs back in their own base, back in their own spawn, Mitch.
Yeah, this is Fortitude plus Leech, I guess. This is absolutely insane what he's able to do. Healbait also active. Surely a Death Slam into the main base should get him done, but no, he's still able just to, you know, clear that deferred health via bloodletting and basically be unkillable. Great display of just how terrifying Shiv is right now. And of course, it didn't quite help that Together got very ahead. So Base Guardian's going to fall here. I feel like Abraham's going to stay, Jason. They're going to stick around.
So they have Rejuvenator, but they lost 2 players. Now Together got too cocky there. Hoot falls as well. Maybe they're going to back away from this one because they're trying to run the urn at the same time, but I would definitely agree if they had all 6 left alive, there's no reason to actually leave this one away, and they're still going to get the urn turn in off the back of this too, looking to lengthen their lead even further, over 50,000 souls. Can't say meow, you might be getting caught here.
Might be, yeah, I mean, we rarely saw such a lead at 20 minutes in the past, even in really one-sided games. I think this is going to be pretty insurmountable now as we have a weakened patron ready to go down. An attempt here for Murlocs to stay in this game, but Time Wall being thrown up there. Paradoxical swap, excuse me, always an option. Cult does at least find the Paradox, but that's probably all they're going to be taken away from this fight. Murlocs down to 2 players. And now you'll notice that once the patron is weakened, only then does that platform sort of move down and create the pit that you can walk into. Abraham's want to pad the stats a little bit more there. As you see, yeah, Together has walked straight through the veil into the enemy base. And it will be Abraham's here just dragging it out a little bit longer, which is fine because it's a shorter game. It's going to be a 21-minute, 30-second win for our team who last week also made it to the finals to take on Virtus.pro. So no huge surprise, but that one was a bloodbath, folks.
I mean, to be fair for Murlocs, sorry, Abraham's did beat 1 win in about 24 minutes. So it's really not that big of a change between weeks for them. Still proven to be an extremely strong team. And to be fair to Murlocs, you're playing against the number 2, maybe number 1 team in EU right now. I didn't expect them to really be able to beat Abraham's here. But then again, with the new patch, it comes down to what have you actually been practicing? What have you figured out that maybe other teams haven't? And maybe using that to your advantage. But still happy to see Abraham's get themselves through and to get their rematch up against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, pretty solid showing here from Abraham's. Going to obviously take this chance to bring Jake in and try and pick his brain on some of what he witnessed, because there was a couple of items I noticed that were being highly prioritized. Some newer ones like Backstabber, for example. But I mean, we have to start with the Shiv basically just running away with the game, Jake, from really early point.
Yeah, the gun Shiv build looked really strong, just full committing to that, really not prioritizing the spirit damage much at all, playing for the Backstabber. And then at some point when his damage is significant enough, I mean, the Fortitude and Leech is an incredibly potent combo, him holding the base there. But I felt across the board, the macro play was really clean from Abraham's. They got that lead around once they're able to take the Guardians, and then they weren't really in a big rush to aggressively end the game. Took one bad team fight against Murlocs, who had a nice turnaround with the Lash, but we mentioned a couple counter spells came up online, and it was interesting. I was thinking, okay, the counter spells, I don't think they're actually that good for Murlocs when they're behind, trying to save yourself from a Shiv snowball. It's just so defensive, you're not going to deal enough damage. But for Abraham's, the counter spell felt great. Once they hit a peak where okay, the only way you can turn a fight is off a big lash on, is off some big trade, and then we can outplay that. I mean, I think that was interesting to see. So it's cool to see the new item builds coming in. It's cool to see, I feel almost everyone was specializing their items. You don't really see people building all 3 types of items for the most part, maybe a couple exceptions. Seems like everyone is building almost always. It feels like bullet and vitality or spirit and vitality. It feels like you kind of just decide which way you want to go in terms of your damage output, your playmaking. It's also interesting to see pretty much no supporting going on in this game. Everyone's there to fight, everyone's there to make plays and look for kills. Not really prioritizing the support. Kind of makes sense to me with the lack of efficiency items, where it benefits more building for a carry potential and maximizing your own personal impact, versus previously it was a support, you had limited active slots, and you have a support who's grabbing actives on purple because they don't care about their spirit damage, where now it feels like you kind of just want more and more heroes that are a threat in a gunfight.
Yeah. Let's talk about player of the match here, Jason. You can probably guess who this was. Someone who left their mark on the game very early on in the laning phase with that first elimination, and did not stop from there. Together on Shiv, you're a player of the match presented by Intel, Jason.
I think it's pretty understandable that he got it. I mean, Together on Shiv, I've been saying this for such a long time when it came to Paravision or Together in the past. He can be one of these big playmakers for a roster. For me, one of the ones that stood out for him was Yamato, but then seeing his Shiv come back into play, we saw it in the One Win Bombshell Volume 5, and he just smashed Virtus.pro in one of the best on 2s that they actually played. He single-handedly won that game. He's a very strong Shiv player, and I think it might hit the point where if you don't have first pick opportunity, it might actually be worth banning Shiv away to deny it from him, in particular for Abrahams. I mean, you see like the build he went with, but more importantly, the way he altered his build to go for the confirmed kills on his ultimate and get the resets onto it more importantly. I mean, you would see him, 11 minutes in, he maxed his ultimate already because he knew I can just snowball these fights so easily, and that's exactly what he did.
It's wild, isn't it? Like, the investment in like the gun items wasn't even that strong, really. I think he took like weakening headshot, right? But in general, like most of the investment here, okay, there's a headhunter, sure, but we see the leech fort combination that seems to really define him. Backstabbers seems like one of the most popular items so far. But there was even a Fury Trance picked up in that game actually by who? The one that silences you and turns off your like stamina and regen, but gives you like mad gun stats. So that's really interesting. There's a couple of these really cool toggle abilities that are in the game right now. But yeah, look, we wondered a little bit, Jake, whether Jam Side would actually be much of a factor in the game. He did his thing. He farmed up. He became a real threat. We didn't really get to see the true power, I guess, of the Mercurial Magnum here as together kind of took over the game, but this feels pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, I think honestly, in general, the biggest shift that I've seen, like from a macro meta level, is just, yeah, maybe Shiv is a little OP, and maybe we will see more people target Shiv for bans with how strong he is individually. But it really felt like every single player is a gunfighter now. Every single player is looking to carry the game and to have their impact. And I think if this goes late enough, I think Wraith could start to take over the game. From Shiv exploding out of the early game and hitting a big snowball. I think at some point you might fall off a little bit on Shiv, but then like you have these other backup options, and everyone is here to make plays. Everyone is here to get farmed. I guess arguably Taz is like the most utility built in this game. Interesting to see him have relatively low damage, where actually we've come to expect Taz on Paradox to be one of the top damage dealers in the lobby, despite maybe that not being conventional for Paradox. So maybe Paradox is sort of that in a sense for this game. But I think it'll be interesting to see a team like VP, how they approach the meta, the macro style, and the draft.
A lot to unpack here, I think, and it definitely a good way to whet our appetites for the next game, because we're going to see a draft featuring the two best teams in Europe. Abraham's going up against Virtus.pro. That is going to be our $1,000 money match, thanks to our friends over at Intel. So get excited, stick around for that. We'll be back after the break to dive into that best of three. Right, well, it's time for the main event here in Europe's Deadlock Fight Night number 25, presented by Intel. We just saw Abrahams, as many of us probably expected, pretty comfortably get past their opponents Murlocs in our Challenger game. And now again, they'll be renewing this, what feels like age-old rivalry against Virtus.pro Jason in a best-of-3 money match.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes to new patches, when it comes to seeing what the meta is going to be, I think everyone typically looks towards Virtus.pro to be that team to kind of follow suit of how things are expected to play out. But honestly, there hasn't really been much time since last patch came out, and teams have kind of taken a little bit of a step back, taken a little bit of a break. So I think we're really not going to see too much meta developing strats happen right now. I think it's going to take a couple of weeks for sure when it comes to EU, but still Virtus.pro, I don't care what patch it's going to be on. They are going to be the most adaptable team. And I'll say this every single time. The hero pools they have across the board makes them resistant to swings and change in the game and falling off. Not to mention, with Wraith coming back into the mix, Zergy can finally stop playing Lady Geist and finally go back to what he known to be on.
That's crazy. Of course, not a moment passes without some Zergy slander. I'm here for it. Let's bring Jake back in now. And, you know, as Jason, sorry, ZP, excuse me. We've got ZP coming in.
I was going to say, hold the phone here. What's going on? I'm getting ZP erasure is happening at the moment.
could never erase you, ZP. No. You have an indomitable spirit, my friend. Now, you obviously put together a great video on the Deadlock Fight Night channel, sort of outlining a lot of these changes, especially the itemization in this patch. So make sure everyone check that out if you want to get up to speed on things. But what have you seen so far today? Does it sort of match up with your expectation the first time you saw this patch note? So what is standing out to you or surprising you even?
I think what's standing out to me, and I thought it would be picked, but not as picked as it has been, is just the absolute backstabber supremacy that we've been seeing. It has been the item of the week. I would say also the thing that was kind of interesting to me was the amount of healing novas that were picked up by characters that didn't necessarily pick it up in the past, where you had both a Holiday and a Calico going, yeah, I'm going to go with the early healing nova. So healing nova's value is up. People really like backstabber, and counterspell seems to be a little bit divisive right now. But in the last match, Abrahams decided, hey, we want like half our team to have counterspell going into the latter half of the game. Maybe it was because of the lash, but you know, overall you can already see some of these item trends really start to develop.
I think the last game was kind of difficult to get like a good indication as well of like what items are going to be kind of like really popular or not, just because it kind of was really one-sided. I think we need to look towards like these 30-40 minute matches where things are a lot closer between teams. I think we can definitely see some things growing from there. But yeah, ZP, like the backstabber, I think was definitely one item I didn't expect to be as highly valued across the board as we saw it in that last match.
We didn't mention something, guys. Something really important is that the tiers of items are cheaper now. So tier 1 is 800, tier 2 1600, tier 3 3200. It's just tier 4 that's a bit more expensive. So do you think, really quickly, do you think this is why maybe we're seeing more healing, right? Because now it just takes less souls to get this pretty effective area of effect heal? Because I don't think like healing's been fundamentally changed in the game. It's not a percentage heal, so it doesn't benefit necessarily from the increase in match HP across the board. What do you guys think on that?
You know, I think part of it may also just be the idea that you need a little bit more value per slot now, because you stop and think about the old system, right? You had to pick up 4 of each type. You had to go 4 Vit, 4 Gun, 4 Spirit, and that's where it was, right? Before your flex slots came into play. Whereas now, you know, if you're not necessarily building to be more tanky, every item slot comes at more of a premium, right? So you're going to have less items, you know, less of your 500 or, you know, now 800 items being spammed in, and more of a focus towards value per slot, especially in a game where you think back to what happened with Murlocs. They were struggling to get a flex slot the entire game. So the benefit of getting more value per slot right now is, I think, way higher. And as a result, I think it changes some of the calculation for items you want to shoot for.
And I think just also like the early healing you can do as well with that. I mean, 1600 item for healing nova. Yeah. That can really turn the tides of a fight, like for sure. You can kind of like make people get too cocky thinking that, okay, we can get this kill, we have the health advantage, then you pop this and all of a sudden it's a really easy turnaround for you. But also for Calico in particular, if we're talking about, you know, Saf, you don't really go into ethereal shift anymore because it's too expensive. This can kind of, you know, act a little bit similar, like a little, you know, a baby ethereal shift, give it extra heal after you return to shadows to kind of survive and look to fight more.
Okay, let's jump and talk rosters here, guys. Plenty to discuss. I'm sure it's going to continue. Virtus.pro, team who needs no introduction. We're going to do it anyway. Sharik, Mikhail, Dimov, Listic, Oberkim, And Zergy, of course, Coach Lightbringer, someone we got to catch up with earlier today. Thanks for the time to give us an idea of what to expect going forward. Like Jason mentioned, ZP, this is a team that's kind of built to be agnostic to the ebbs and flows of a game in development like Deadlock is.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has also been the most reliable roster in all of Deadlock, period. I mean, you could outdo NA by keeping a roster together for maybe about a week, but within EU, there has been roster stability across a bunch of rosters, but now we've seen some change-ups, except for Virtus.pro. And maybe when you're winning everything, it's easy to keep the roster consistent, but all the way back to their Buff Enjoyers days, this team has only had one roster change, ever, and that was when they swapped out Piggy for Obakim, but after that, they have been rock solid the entire time. So, like, not only is this incredibly versatile team that doesn't feel like they need to make roster shifts when they do lose, the fact that they've played together this long has kind of led to a thing where their hero pools have evolved with each other over time, and has led them probably having more versatility than any other team in Deadlock.
Also being the only team or the only roster signed to like a pro organization as well. I don't think you want to make too many roster changes, and you also are going to push even harder because you don't want to lose that slot. You don't want to lose that.
Are you
that
telling me
you get every month?
Are you telling me that One Win aren't a very reputable organization with a multitude of products on different platforms?
Maybe I should take that back actually, because that is actually true. I have to give you that.
Very above board, of course. Would
Yeah.
never suggest otherwise.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take that back.
And
I don't want
Noah's
to
in the chat.
Okay, now that Jason is just crushed for a second. Look, at the end of it is like, look, getting this level of support is definitely helpful. There is there are other teams that have been providing support in the scene. I think also Paravision was providing a salary too, just to be clear. So, you know, sponsorship isn't the only thing in the mix here for VP, but you know, it helps.
I mean, again, you know, I'd like to think that we are basically funding VP's operations for this team by giving them $1,000 a week. That's how, that's the way I see it. And they're back here for their paycheck once more. They're going to do is dance for us for a best of 3. Let's go across and talk about their opponents again. We just witnessed them dismantle Murlocs pretty handily. Abrahams are together. Taz, Saf, Saint, Jamside, and Hoot. And these guys are known names. Much of them, obviously, this ex-Paravision roster with Hoot coming in and really putting the work in. Coach Parzival, of course, at the helm. This team, I was hoping for more from them last week, if I'm going to be honest. Virtus.pro looked too clean in that series.
I think that's a little harsh, to be fair. I know where you're coming from, but the fact is, if you're shifting around half your roster, and you've only had like a week of play or less than a week of play, how are you going to take on the #1 team in EU? Like, how are you going to look better than what they were able to provide us? I think for me, the changes we did see in the team with like them focusing more on macro play and not letting leads slip, seeing them against One Win, that was more of like what I kind of hoped to see them, and I think that alone was a big improvement. I think you're being a little bit harsh, though, expecting them to like,
my response to that,
Pro.
L plus ratio plus didn't ask, honestly.
Oh, come on.
That's crazy. That's crazy. My guy. Again, fair enough. I think this team is clearly the #2, right? There is a gulf between any team in Virtus.pro right now. But, you know, we're looking at this team and we're continuing to see their macro improve. And I think ZP, we just hope to see it get to the point where they can legitimately challenge Virtus.pro, give us a real fight for the top.
Well, also, I don't think there's any week where your overall status and history matters less than a new patch week. Everything is incredibly disruptive right now. We know that EU, for a fact, has not had a ton of scrims under their belt. There's so much unknown in this current patch in terms of what is truly the best stuff that the meta week to week right now is going to be radically changing across both regions. And what people are doing right now, people are going to look back in a few weeks and go like, I can't believe you're running that stuff at a top level, because this is really what you should have been running, which means that you have completely set the table right now for upsets. You have completely set the table right now for teams to get caught off guard. So even if VP has been ahead, this right now is probably the most dangerous week VP has had in a very long time.
There's definitely the possibility is, you know, Abrahams could pull out some ridiculous like combination of items on a certain hero that completely catches you off guard just because you haven't had the time in 1 week of play to really figure out all the like inner workings of what they potentially could see coming through. But after talking to Listic and Lightbringer before DFN today, we have a kind of inkling of what they value as very high pick heroes, and I want to see if we actually do see them lock those in this first match.
Getting shot at.
Huh. Abram still being so respected. Obviously, how did Abrahams end up being first pick in this game? Did VP give up first pick?
They have the choice. We always give the edge to the challenging team, where you're coming on in. It's a small benefit, but we enjoy a little bit of turnover here at Deadlock Fight Night. So you're the challenging team. You had to just play a match to get on in. Yeah, you get your pick of first or second. That's fine. So this is Abraham's electing that they really value first pick. And I think clearly to an extent it was probably the go for the Shiv. But now what do you value after? Does Wraith have, her spot back as the queen of Europe that she once had before she kind of fell into the gutter for the last few months?
Feels like forever since we've seen her like legitimately picked since this last match we saw before this one. But yeah, I mean, obviously our eyes, VP, are definitely set onto like what's going to be super valuable when it comes to picks and priorities. The Shiv being taken away, it doesn't seem like Abrahams is going to care too much locking in the Kelvin. And one thing we did talk about with VP was about like Scourge and Kelvin in the interactions, because it does % of your max health. That's a lot of damage that can be done, especially when you're sitting front line, especially when you're locked in a frozen shelter. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Kelvin be like a top priority pick at a lot of teams, but also a big damage dealer and a big impact player in these games. Also,
Arctic Blast, I want to see more, people sort of maybe that want to pick that up. Of course, that slow is pretty crucial and also adds bonus damage. Builds out of Cold Front, which we've seen a number of these heroes pick up. So Paradox going to be taken here by Virtus.pro. The consensus being that Paradox is the premier sort of initiator right now, especially with Rescue being fairly prolific amongst these top teams. And yeah, this is a strong core, boys.
Yeah, and Wraith is back. That's right. It's a full-on I'm thinking of back. Wraith is back after a long period of time of just not being valued because of her early lane presence, the barrier bug she had to deal with. Everything's turned up Wraith. The new itemization is way better for items like Mercurial Magnum, and she doesn't have to worry about that bug in lane anymore. Now, I wonder, I was gonna say this. I wonder if Geist is coming on up, and yeah, Geist also still doing real well with the changes where, people have more HP. Well, I guess a swap that's based on percentage of HP, they'll be doing just fine.
ZP, I like how Zergy outlasted, I'm just going back to Wraith really quickly, he outlasted the downfall of his hero pool in that last patch to come anew, to be rebirthed as a Phoenix.
He was playing 7
back into Wraith.
He traded water at the least, I think, here. Now, this Sinclair pick from Abrahams, I think what they did when they saw Sinclair picked against them, they went and banned the Warden because they did not want to play Warden into it and risk having the ultimate stolen, but they did not want to face both of them. So that might end up dictating a ban here for Virtus.pro, lest they have to deal with that combination. And obviously, we've sort of seen Sinclair with some pretty decent hexes in that previous game. They're trying to set some stuff up. It was a nice Deathland combo. We don't see this often, guys. We do not see Paradox and Holiday often picked at the same time, but when we do, it's pretty brutal.
It also now forces Abrahams to, if VP ban Bebop, there goes all your initiates. But also the fact is Bebop is kind of in the gutter lately.
Not good, right?
He's not as good anymore. A lot of changes to his kit. He's not as effective. He's completely, in my opinion, kind of fallen off. Obviously, he still has potential with picks. But this is gonna be interesting because now it forces Hoot to, I would say, assume Hoot. No, actually, I probably would be Saint still gonna be on the Bebop to pick it up.
There's a Warden ban.
Yeah, the Warden getting banned here, not too surprising, where again, it just, you don't want to pick it against a Sinclair. And look, it may be really good. I mean, you talk about, the impact of items coming on in, Mercurial Magnum. Warden was already building QSR in every game anyways, and you've now given him a direct upgrade that scales really well off bullet damage, which of course Warden brings in spades. So, Warden's probably one of those heroes that's pretty good. Still kind of hit a little bit by the fact that there's just ubiquitous anti-heal in the game, but regardless, this is kind of interesting for Abrahams and what they're gonna pick for more late game power. But
ultra initiate comp,
giving up Paradox Holiday a little bit problematic, I think, for Abrahams.
We'll see what the pick is. Yamato banned by Abrahams now, so Lash is brought in.
Here I am.
They want every initiator. I'm here for it, honestly. Lash, Holiday, Paradox all picked up. Not a lot of bulk in this team, but again, now you can really invest on a very focused direction in your build. So it's something you don't need to maybe worry about as much, but VP might opt to bring some more durability into their draft. Also, guys, Dynamo. We talk about Dynamo. Is he also potentially making an appearance again?
Sorry, I saw something else that I'm interested in. Yeah, as we discussed earlier. Yeah,
do you
Dynamo,
want to talk about? Yeah, okay. We'll
no,
get to it.
I'll leave it for now. As you mentioned, Dynamo, like in my games now, albeit I'm not playing in Eternus, I'm playing a level above that, obviously, right? It's a super secret
gotcha.
rank that you can
Mount
get.
Olympus.
Yeah, Mount Olympus. Dynamo does ridiculous healing. Like, it is insane how much he can pump here for these teams if you play around him as well. Still very strong with Singularity. Arcane Surge could be a very good item for him too on top of that. I wouldn't be surprised to see it like more prioritized because the amount of healing he can do. But ZP, I mean, you look like you're gonna burst because you have something you want to say.
Oh, actually, no, I'm just taking it all in. I'm just excited to see the new looks that we've been seeing. But okay, from the VP end and where they're going to come here, I kind of agree with the Dynamo pick just because I do think if you're expecting the game to go late, having an ideal carrier for healing tempo is probably pretty important. It's one of the items that, you know, the last game went a little bit by too quickly. We didn't get to look into it, but you talk about an item that will radically just up your team's level of performance while healing tempo is it. And that's probably why Kelvin was super highly valued. But now they're going Ivy for VP. It's hard to say because, you know, you can build Ivy either support, you could still build Ivy gun. And the fact that they've gone Calico, to me, would lend this more in the idea that they would be doing it more support because it's probably going to be Zergy on the Wraith, right?
Also,
so,
you can't debuff remove the stun from Ivy's ultimate now. So that's another, you know, hero that's really benefited from the change to the item. My question to you guys is, does Watcher's Covenant actually apply the heal to the teammate that would give them the healing tempo proc, or is it only self-heal that player gets because they're tethered? Because, you know, I think it's supposed to give you health back for the damage you do. Yeah.
No,
is
it's
this healing
damage Ivy does, right? Heals the target of Watcher's Covenant. So healing tempo should apply that to the target.
Yeah, that's pretty nice because then it gives more fire rate and move speed to the tethered target.
To Zergy.
And to you, right? And to you.
Yes, yeah. The ground rule for healing tempo is that if it is a spell or ability that is directly applying healing, is it not passive healing? So, you know, for Abrams, for example, if Abrams with Infernal Resilience gets some healing, it's not going to trigger healing tempo. But if it is anything that is actively giving healing, whether it be from an ability, item, etc., it is going to give you the full effects of healing tempo. So generally speaking, there's a lot of different things you can do to proc it.
Now, Mitch, you were talking about Dynamo when Viscous was locked in, and you saw a grin come on my face. I wanted you to actually talk about why I had this smile.
So, I mean, first of all, some pro players don't think Viscous is great right now. Also, were you excited about the rebuttal point? You wanted to talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously, yeah, let's do that. Rebuttal is obviously an item that you can buy at tier 1 that lets you parry and makes your parry more powerful, Jason. People forget, I think, that Puddle Punch acts as a melee attack from Viscous. So how does Rebuttal interact with that ability?
So you heal off a parry, but you also reflect the damage off the parry from a melee. So Viscous can basically punch himself by puddle punching someone else.
Stop hitting yourselves.
Exactly.
Yes,
I mean, I'm not sure if we're gonna see the item built up, obviously, like very early on, but it can be such a funny counter to deal with Viscous in the very early game. I almost want to see it just for the memes, to be fair.
That'd be so funny. I don't know if it's. I think that's the only scenario in which it's actually good. Outside of that, Rebuttal not always sort of. It feels a little bit too narrow, a little bit too conditional. CP. Last thoughts on this draft, because we've been focusing a lot on the micro, a lot of like individually what these heroes are going to do, but let's zoom out here and get your take. Looking across both these sides, who do you feel has the better draft here?
I mean, between the two teams, probably VP, in the sense that I don't know if the game has changed enough to be like, you can give up two of the most important initiators in the game and still be okay. I think not having a Paradox or Holiday, not having something like a Bebop. I mean, Abraham's, their main goal to get fights is simply to walk at you. And
have no playmaker.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little bit difficult. I think, you know, some of the Viscous anti-hype that you have in this patch, specifically because of Rebuttal and some other factors, negates it down a little bit more. I think, truthfully, I think the Warden ban may have thrown Abraham's a little bit for a loop in what they're going for. And also, it's, for me, even with debuff remover getting changed where, you know, it should be less effective versus Pocket, I'm not necessarily a believer in Pocket at the moment. Maybe it could be be quite good, but overall, I feel like VP has drafted more traditional power on top of the fact they got Wraith, where I think Wraith is probably ridiculous right now. So overall, in terms of power and options, got to give it to VP.
I mean, yeah, Paradox Wraith and Holiday is disgusting. It's really good. And Lash, You know, Abraham's, yeah, if they wanted to initiate, Jason, I think referred to it, they would have to have picked Bebop, who isn't particularly strong. That said, they have Sinclair. Someone who can replicate those initiation ultimates, right? So can give you paradoxical swap if you need it. Can also. The problem is you don't want to do that because you don't get time. You don't get the time wall, right? So you'd rather dupe the lasso, but then that could be rescue beam. So it's definitely like a Walmart initiate.
I mean, yeah, like a budget initiate. I mean, there's at least like 3 initiates they could use from this, but I'm also looking at like a lot of pressure being applied to the Sinclair of like, if you don't have an initiate, you have to be the one for your team, which means you have to be able to steal the ultimate and then get off in the right situation. But at the same time, I look at Abraham's and I'm like, counterspell could be pretty damn good for them, to be fair. You can block out the Lash ultimate, you can block out the lasso, you can block out the paradoxical swap, you can block out the telekinesis. There's a lot of ultimates you can technically shut down. But as we did obviously here with Jake earlier on, like if you're behind, investing in counterspell is gonna be very difficult to do since it's still gonna be a 3K item that you're not gonna get much value off it other than countering those initiates. You're still not gonna be able to fight them head to head when it comes to like just the gun or spirit damage.
Okay, well, we're waiting to jump into game, folks. As a player from the Abraham's roster that has seen Paradox Holiday picked against them and they've left the Discord server. They're not responding to their coach, so we're just waiting for them. Maybe some internet issues. So yeah, we should be just a couple moments away from being in game here. But listen, I don't blame them. I look at this Virtus.pro draft and I am terrified. I'm incontinent.
It was internet issues, but we got the answer. It is Jamside, and Jamside is back. So it's not one of those situations where it's like, Jamside fell asleep, get a sub. No. He is here for the EU money match and good to go.
Oh, man. I hope you don't fall asleep and have to get a sub when it comes to a match like this up against Virtus.pro for the 2nd week in a row here for Abraham's. Though we can't see the DC still in game when it happens for it. Yeah, you know, CP, while we have you here, I actually want to get your thoughts on like Hoot as a player, because we saw him initially with My Dom back in the day, a very long time ago, and he was very impactful when it came to Bebop. But I think for me, he's been like quickly growing as a very big standout player in EU, and it's nice for me to see him get a good opportunity here in Abraham's.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hoot right now is just kind of proving to be a very versatile player. Whereas it turns out, if you're ultra exceptional in one hero, you've probably played enough of the game that you can branch out and be good at other heroes. And, you know, this happens sometimes where, you know, a player comes out of nowhere, does really good, makes a name on one thing, and then turns out to be good at more. So seeing Hoot evolve and now get involved with the Abraham's roster, by all accounts, probably the 2nd best team in Europe, it's pretty exciting to watch.
All right, we're going to catch up with ZP at a couple of points throughout the game. But for now, it's off to the Cursed Apple for the first game in this best of 3 with $1,000 on the line, as per usual, thanks to our friends over at Intel. Now, if Dimov had an Intel processor, there would not be this pause, but that's fine. A little gameplay stutter. We're back into it.
Okay, so they're keeping together on playmaking heroes. They're putting them on the pocket. It's like him and Jamster are still going to be the staple playmakers for the team. Though I wouldn't necessarily want to count out Saf either. But they're putting Pocket, and they're putting, was that Hoot and Sinclair in towards middle, up against Holistic on Lash and Dimov on Holiday, and that's a lot of control. Like when those ultimates come online, that's a lot of kill potential out of Virtus.pro. Obviously, Hoot and together can be very mobile and have a potential for escape. I think that poke definitely to come in early for the Abraham side here, as you're already seeing.
Yeah, Hoot trying to be a nuisance here and create a little bit of space together to get that farm safely. Holistic's seen better days. That's kind of always the issue for Lash in some of these early game scenarios. Probably needs to be looking at your extra regen, in this lane, maybe resto shot as well, just to smooth out some of the early game bumps, because, God, Sinclair is such a pain in the backside with this poke that consistently comes down.
I'm looking for also the boxes. We did see last game. I think it was... Actually, I don't remember who it was who was running around getting the boxes initially, as we're going to hit the 2-minute mark in a second. And you can already see Saint on the left-hand side is already flexed out to do so. But yeah, I think, and actually at the same time, you're seeing Obi Kim do the same. And again, considering if you leave a player in that lane, doesn't matter now pre-8 minutes or not, they get more souls. As a team and as a duo in that lane, you get more souls overall to really start to snowball your lane.
You see, this is obviously the woes for some of these. Oh, that's dirty. Okay. Holistic. Beautiful redirection of the bolt there from Hoot. Just ends up sniping that Lash away, who just couldn't really hang in the lane. Some of these initiators, not great laners early in the game. So Abraham's really recognized some of the peak of their power actually goes quite early on. So healing right got to be taken by Hoot to make sure it continues to be an utter nuisance.
I think to be fair for Abraham's too, if you want to have like a strong game here, you're going to have a decent start for sure. You cannot afford to fall behind and then have a pick comp just pushing straight in towards you. And now we see Hoot breaking off, going to be going for some box farming here at the same time. Remember, 5-minute mark still going to be something we have to keep an eye on since the buffs will be spawning in about 2 minutes time. And already Listic looking for that initial catch, gets hexed up here, has some ability to get away.
All right. Yeah, of course, Listic can play from the rooftops here to some degree. Hoot, I thought no one drops down into mid in order to take these boxes yet. Perhaps they feel that's a little more risky side. Light drain here for Saf expiring. Sharik in deep trouble, caught out by the bomb. Nice showing here for Abrahams. This is on that left side lane. And someone's looking very low. It's big KLS here who really has to back away. Healing Nova popped by the looks of things, but now they're going to have to head up the rope on the other side of this veil. Same has an over of his own here. Got so many of these healing actives in lane. Saf even with the right they can use now.
You know, we talked about like these S-tier lanes quite a bit. We talked about like your Abrams, your Vindicta, your Kelvin, your Shiv. I wonder where would we place, maybe ZP can come in really quickly. Where would we place Kelvin and Geist in our tier list of like strength in a lane?
Small price to pay.
I mean, overall, I would say
tier?
you're not going to lose the lane in most cases. You're not necessarily guaranteed to win the lane, but it's really difficult to push them both out. And now that Vitality has more of a benefit, that more and more heroes are incentivized to go things like Healing Nova. I mean, look, you got a Geist that's 4 minutes into the game at, over 1k HP being backed up by a Kelvin. You're not going to be able to push Kelvin Geist out of lane early. I think that much is for sure. Unless you get swapped.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Overkim there already fell. Chase is on for Sharik, but of course Kelvin is faster on that ice path, and it does dissipate behind him. So Sharik really busting out all the tech to try and chase him down. Back to Abe form now. God, he really wants to fight here. CT Mob starting to build up. Of course, an extra region, a must take in this kind of lane, and looks like the two of those have had their hatches battened for the better part of this 5-minute game so far. But VP, despite this early action, doing pretty well on the farming front here, Jason.
Yeah, keeping up, even though I don't think they've had a single kill unless it just came in a few seconds ago. They're kind of heavily losing when it comes to kills, but keeping up when it comes to farm. First spawn spawned in, and Listic going to get the catch onto Jams. And I was talking about before, you got to look for those 5-minute marks as being a real a focal point out of teams, because those buffs can give you a lot of extra control in the lane, especially if you're losing out on them. And I didn't see who actually picked it up. Was it Listic or was it Jam side that secured
Jam side.
Okay.
Jam side.
So he goes down with
died instantly. Yeah. And you'll notice that the Sinclair, a massive, a pretty great poke threat there without any real investment in towards that gun. I think it was just a headshot boost that they ended up taking. Beastie goes down eventually. Hoot is, doing his job pretty beautifully here. And so despite that, Virtus.pro looking to just survive this rather tumultuous early game, stay pretty close in souls, and they look to make the plays. Of course, many of those ultimates are online here. So he popped. Hoot here able to back away from it though. Dimov is not able to catch Sinclair.
Yeah. Oh, no. That was actually the other way around. That was Hoot with the audience participation stealing it from Dimov and then going and trying to get the last one, doesn't connect. But again, I think more so like in these two teams in the combos they're running with their drafts, Abrahams needs to be ahead in the early game, not so much Virtus.pro, because you have so much initiate out of VP. There's the last one coming through out of Dimov, catches up together. The melee gonna miss for Listic, which actually works out for him because he finishes things off with the ground slam, the ground strike.
Now, did Sinclair actually neutralize their ultimate while he steals it? Because Dimos was on cooldown as well.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, well, I think they actually lassoed each other potentially. I swear to God I saw Dimobs also on cooldown after that little engagement. So regardless, Frozen Shelter here, counteracted to some degree by return to shadows, but someone needs to help this Calico eventually. Death Slam. Okay, good for 2. Oh, that's nasty for Saint. Listic descends upon them, and that is a big turning point here for Virtus.pro. This fight on this left side lane. They're trying to force, obviously, Saf entirely away so they can get some big Guardian damage.
They might trade out though on the right-hand side. Some pressure being applied there, but still with the meta advantage for Virtus.pro, with no big ultimates online for them though on the left-hand side, they might have to actually look to back away or be very, very careful here. Saint's going to be reinforced in the lane. So's Hoot going to be coming in from the side, who does have audience participation up. He could steal the Death Slam for himself and look for a kill. And here we go. The fight's going to break out in a 3-on-3.
Tank going a little bit low, has the Frost Grenade to ground. Actually got Sharik with that damage there, so it fits the dual purpose in the end. Trying to get upstairs now. Healing Nova not available for the Kelvin. It's getting a little bit awkward. He's trying to juke by a little bit of time maybe for the rest of Abrahams to arrive, but Listic will eventually deal with him. See Hoot here back under his own tower here. Guardian, excuse me, as Virtus.pro keep that pressure up on this left side Now the playmaking ability of McKLS on the Paradox is online.
Yeah, 6,000 souls. I mean, so far, pretty much keeping up equal in souls across the board here for VP up against Abrahams. They're leaving
getting that mid
Demov.
farm.
Exactly. That's what I was going to look to. Is they're leaving Demov and together to actually be the two to farm up in the respective lanes. And to be fair, they can do a lot of damage, especially if we see Gun Holiday with the crack shot coming through. As another fight's going to break out. Abraham's getting aggressive with the sacrifice.
Here's a life drain here on towards Sharik. Okay, Frost Grenade hit as well. This is very bad for the Calico. I don't know if Sharik can really get away. Return for Shadows. Does allow him to run away. So Abraham's constantly generating threat on this left side lane, but Lash is in the vicinity. Listic drops down, does some damage. Still not really being respected. An audience participation copy. Death Slam comes in from Hoot. And it caught Listic out. Hit him with the Hex as soon as he drops on down. And Sharik is really nothing to do here. No help coming, I think, outside the Paradox here. McKellis does turn up, but is that going to be enough? Keep an eye on that ultimate that is on cooldown presently. The Saint goes for a little bit of that sustain, gets some heals back on, and Zap wants to fight. Stick around, take on Sharik, does get hit by one of those carbines, and will eventually, finally, back away.
It's a little 1-for-1 trade. I'm kind of surprised, actually, to see like how well Abraham's... Well, I shouldn't be really surprised. Maybe I misspoke there, but they're really keeping up with Virtus.pro quite well. So I think Virtus.pro can be a little bit weak in this week of play at DFN, considering they haven't had a ton of time to practice when it comes to scrims. But both teams just matching each other up when it comes to this left-hand side. However, we're going to be seeing a big push on the right-hand side, more importantly, at a 3 players for Virtus.pro, but Obik is actually going to be the one to go down. Jam side with the Bolt Dance is able to get the one, gets the parry off as well, and hopefully get back to the Guardian in time to stay alive, as a chase isn't going to be there.
Yep, out he gets. Jam side. Just chilling, walking away from that fight. Swift Striker picked up there, which is really just like a straight up fire rate increase, which means more of those stacks can be applied by the Haze. Nice little item, not the most exciting, but it definitely does its job. From the right side here now, Zerga wants to apply some pressure. Left side, of course, also a Guardian take is underway. Zerga gets that Guardian first, though. Remember, VP had already lost their mid Guardian, which is the tankiest of all of them. That's probably more notable, I think. And so Abraham's going to keep themselves ahead in those objectives and get their first flex slot online.
The first flex slot going the way of Abraham's, though the fight is still continuing here. The chase is going to be coming through out of Shard. That's going to come on. Actually connects on the Sap, but he gets... Actually, no. The essence of the... Oh my god, the soul exchange gets canceled out by the return to Shadows, so Sap doesn't get the health from it, and he goes down instead.
Yeah, great timing there from Sharik. Not sure. I mean, assumes it has to be intentional there, seeing a very low health Lady Geist makes you a little bit wary. Nicely employed there now. This is getting a little bit dicey. Abraham's the Sap returning to the fight pretty quickly. Michaelis has gone down, so if you see a zipline boost, this might be an opportunity to turn things around on that left side. Listic out of the game. Finally, Hoot has been dealt with now. And Virtus.pro really digging their heels in over here by this left side lane. Sharik tries to back away there. Unfortunately, no escape from Together, who quietly has been getting into the game in a big way with 12k souls on his pocket.
He's starting to get pretty damn farmed, and he's starting to have some, like you're saying, some pretty big impact here. He's quite far ahead of the rest of his teammates, and a lot of the souls that they do have has been heavily invested in towards him. He's been able to stick in towards these solo lanes, get a lot of farm going. I mean, he's been in middle for a long time, and honestly, if I'm going to compare him against D-Mob, at least when it comes to heroes, I feel like having a fed pocket's going to really give you more than a fed holiday.
Yeah.
That's the first being...
Sorry, some of this itemization is fun, and notice like both of the kinetic dash and arcane surge being picked up here, which is really interesting. So increasing your range. Express shot's also a fun itemization pathway. You know, giving you like your crack shot virtually making it much more powerful because you fire in twice quick succession after not firing for a little bit. So don't know if we'll end up going there, but yeah, it's gonna have to be like an investment in the gun build for D-Mob, I think, to justify this soul allocation to the holiday.
Well, to be fair for D-Mob, any hero he plays, I'll never count him out on, and I know he's gonna make the souls worth it. But in terms of like raw damage, obviously Together could be able to apply a lot more. But we are going to see Virtus.pro get their next Guardian, so they're going to get their own flex slot around the unlock, but they've lost all three of theirs, so they're going for a chase here. Trying to go for initial catch. Listic just trying to escape. It's good movement. Also, I mean, some changes we didn't really mention when it comes to the slower you're moving, the more air resistance you have, so it's easier to actually move around. Obviously, the difference with like wall jumping now makes it a little bit easier. I'm waiting to see like pros in terms of how they actually like work out the tech of movement in the game nowadays. I know we've seen probably some Reddit threads of people and some videos of like how they can move from lane to lane. But Lash is really going to have to master that when it comes to Listic playing him.
It's a great point. Obviously, someone who had even more onus on them to be active in the early game. Which is something I think that, seeing these top level games is a great way to witness, because obviously it will happen less commonly in your pugs, especially in those sort of lower level matches. So Listic has to be about it. Let's be getting busy. Taking stock of things though, there's only one Guardian left here for Abrahams, and it is down to about half, but they do have that sort of objective lead right now. So a little puddle punch and a low majestic leap. Listic sees an opportunity maybe to snarl together up, but his affliction has just come off cooldown. Overkim there goes for a drop. Looks like did catch on to Saint. Maybe a brief stun applied, but nothing to really start off a fight. Looks like he's pulled off of it.
Wonder if Obikim's like, come on, let me do the full Zergy here. Let me do the full gun Ivy. So we can see some spirit items already being built up. Probably
Split
not
shot.
going to be
That's
happening.
what I want to see, man. Split shot Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, split shot, as we got to talk to Listic and Lightbringer, it's not controversial, but I think it has like mixed thoughts on how it could be good and who it can be good on. I'm looking more towards like armor piercing rounds if we get that ever built up for some people. Because I know
the debuff maybe. Is that good?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'm not even gonna pretend like I know or make any sort of justification or guess at it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the pros fully know what items are like fully good on what heroes just yet either.
So armor piercing rounds give you an extra 30% velocity, but 65% chance to ignore bullet resistance and pierce through them. Oh, there's the Mercurial Magnum picked up by Zergy. We can obviously see that in the overlay. So does this Wraith now become a real terror, a real presence in this game? Because Jamside and Together, both respectively, are really nicely farmed up here.
Can we actually, maybe we have a second to our lovely observers, actually see Jamside's items? Because I'm kind of curious what he's building into when it comes to the Haze. Because we know Haze can be a lot more powerful now, especially when it comes to the mid game. So maybe we'll get to see it on the death screen here as it gets caught. Just hoping. It's like, guys, can I get some help?
Okay. And taken down. Notice the Tesla bullets pick up here.
Souls.
Yeah, that is it's kind of juicy.
Well, sorry, the reason I bring that up is he's saving for Focus Lens, as we talked about before. And look at those catches.
No, it would be capacitor because that gets discounted. So yeah, probably. Because he has Tesla bullets, right? In the past, like Tesla bullets weren't always seen as great because they didn't build into much. They kind of seemed like odd in that regard, but now they like build into a tier 4. So that discount sometimes really incentivizes buying those Tesla bullets in the first place. Saint here dealt with, of course. And we're looking for Zergy again to take over this game. Not a bad start at all, but wow, he just ceased to exist there. That is absolutely brutal stuff.
Just trying to think. What is he going to remove? Like what buff? I mean, you can remove the race like attack speed from her 3.
KLS slow? Oh, so remove a buff, not a debuff, pardon me.
Yeah, so I'm like thinking like I don't know if it removes stone form. I think it does remove stone form. So it makes it so you can kill Obikim. I think it takes you out of Ava. I don't know if that's I actually don't fully know like all the interactions with this. I want to say it takes off Ava from Calico.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm curious.
Yeah, there it is.
This will be the first time we get to see it. So we'll actually see. Oh, it is Focus Lens. Okay.
Yeah. So that makes sense because capacitor would have been discounted by Tesla bullets, right? So you wouldn't have to save that sort of 6.4k. So Focus Lens, we talked about at the start of the game. It silences an enemy and then will deal an extra 30% of the damage they take during the silence window after the fact. So obviously it's just amazing for increasing your damage and making someone virtually unable to fight back against you. Jamside wants to get in, get those assassinations and get out clean, but looks like they're the one that could be in trouble. Telekinesis does catch on. Disarm for a time and Healing Right pop now to try and get them on out here. Surely they don't walk away from this. Wall climb, wall jump. There's the swap to secure it. Jamside down, but meantime, Zergy fell. This Wraith, pretty squishy. Definitely getting a lot of attention. So Abraham's turned that into a reasonable trade of carries here. And in comes Together, trying to land. Satchel takes a lot of damage off Michaelis. Caught inside the grenade is Together. Should eventually be able to chase this Paradox down. And Abraham's trade up in that exchange. Make it even.
2 for 2. Urn's still in play though. To look to be turned in. Can try to get the stomp onto Together, but does escape with his satchel. And you can still see Abraham's half position around the urn turn in here. They still have frozen shelter, so they still have like a big ultimate to use in this fight. Audience participation is open as well. The task picks up the urn. He's going to run it back, and I don't think Virtus.pro are going to get here in time. Frozen shelter can be used just to confirm it. But that's a big ultimate now down that maybe Virtus.pro are looking for an engage.
Also, Capacitor probably... I see this in chat, by the way. Capacitor probably removes Cube, which could be pretty sick, potentially. Okay, he's bullet dance, though. Okay. Sharik instantly hit by the Hex, and Overkim had no support during that window. Abraham's team comp looks terrifying, but together, Hoot and Taz quite low. They're going to be given a chance, though, to duck back to base and heal up, and finally, Dimov is going to be able to get that Guardian. That mid Guardian hung around for a heck of a long time, but amidst all of that, it was the Walker on the left side that went down for Abraham. So Virtus.pro starting to flex their macro muscles a bit, Jason. Now with a soul lead.
Yeah, I feel like they've been put on the back foot for the most part, at least when it came to kills, but obviously when it came to farm, they were keeping up. And I really wish we had this like information in game of like how many souls has the team gotten from boxes, because that's going to be super important. How much have they gotten from jungle camps? With obviously the 3 Guardians being down for both teams, it opens up a lot of the jungle, especially the left Walker being down. Virtus.pro can really invade that left-hand side. But they're not really far enough away from each other for comeback mechanics to really kick in. Like, it's not too big of a lead just yet. Though I think, you know, soon we're going to have some of these big fights break out where one team can easily push into, you know, a 5-10K lead. And that might happen on the right-hand side right now in the jungle.
Does the counterspell there on the Lady Geist of Saf. So definitely trying to play around the telegraph nature of... That is the Lash. That's the Sinclair there with a copied ultimate. Does land the Hex there on listing off in the periphery, but they do get caught out by the telekinesis by the looks of things. Affliction got popped as far as we can tell. Together forced back now. Looks like Virtus.pro want to operate from a position of power, and they want to dive here at Abrahams as they try and get out. Tass with the goo ball back towards the middle part of the map, and there's a convergence here on the position of Jamside. Taz doubles back, tries to help him out. Jamside goes very, very low. Rescue being popped. Frozen shelter now will be deployed, but the enemy are inside there with them, and it's nothing that Sane could have done to keep Jamside alive there. Overkim descends, and here comes Dimov getting involved in the fight in a big way. How do you bounce back from these ones, folks? A lot of those big items here, the gun items picked up by the Holiday. Dimov starting to become a legitimate threat.
Now there's that 10K lead that we're talking about. Potential take mid bosses there as well, but the buffs are spawning at the perfect time for them. Gonna be giving that over to Zergy. Talked about how squishy Wraith is. Well, that extra health is going to help him survive. Living up to that buff's true name here in these fights, and with extra regen too. This mid boss is going to be taken. The one thing about Virtus.pro is it might be a new patch, but they're still damn good at team fights.
Yeah, and again, the macro gameplay hasn't changed too much. Is that rejuve take momentarily now as Abrahams are converging around this point. Kudzu bomb thrown in. Satchel, here's the Death Slam coming in from Listing, trying to interrupt it, and VP secure that Rejuvenator. They've done this dance many times before, folks. They had exactly what was required to make sure it didn't get slipped away from them. And on board with Zergy here. We've been waiting to see what this Mercurial Magnum gets done for them. Also, Titanic Magazine, so they just need a slight ammunition increase to basically make sure they never have to reload, and that'll get you there.
Exactly. That's specifically what that item is going to be for here. And you're really going to see Zergy start to pop off in these fights if he has the space to do so, which I think that's kind of the goal for Listic and Obikim is to kind of, and I guess Shark is giving him that space he needs to just put down so much pain. And obviously, the longer this game goes on, the stronger and stronger he's going to become. Also, the kind of...
Carry on.
Yeah, also the weaker the Abrahams is going to get, because Jamside, at least in particular when it comes to Haze, is going to fall off, and that focus lens is going to be countered by debuff remover.
Exactly. Now that, of course, is a non-ultimate debuff that can be taken off. Already noticed debuff removers being picked up here. Zergy has one. Dimov has one as well. They're quite mindful of that. And notice here that the Wraith never has to stop shooting, folks. You just hold in one for the boys. That's it. Literally, that's it. You imbue your cards, so you basically always have that proc of Mercurial Magnum available, and then you just go honky-tonk on them. Burst Fire also picked up, of course, which is maybe not a huge surprise, but the slide distance increase is quite nice, basically meaning that you, again, have even less reasons to reload than before.
Zergy is he's just going to pop off. He's hit that point. He's become him here. They've taken down the Guardians. They got their last flex slot unlocked. You can see Obikim at 6.6 thousand souls. And honestly, this is just the slow bleed until Abrahams loses out in this first match. And Virtus.pro gets the 1-0 lead in this series. They take 2 more base Guardians to boot. They back away, and they have a whole lot of jungle to farm here. Honestly, I don't really see a way Abrahams gets back into this. Like, they have to hit a massive ground slam, or sorry, death slam out of a stolen ultimate. But even then, I don't think they have the damage really to take them down.
Also, Curse picked up on Michaelis. Sharik just got the Arctic Blast, by the way. So we're getting all these sick, tier 4s coming out. Lightning Scroll also being picked up here as well, which obviously Damage Stream Ultimate applies a stun and does bonus spirit damage, which is pretty powerful. Also, it reduces enemy move speed by 30% when they take spirit damage. It's so disgusting.
Bomb, man.
It
was already slowed right? From Kutsu Bomb. Yeah,
exactly.
And then you're slowed even more. It's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just die here. This will be my
Outflask as well, right? I think that Obican has one. Outflask also is going to be dealing that ticking spirit damage over time. So, pretty good.
Pretty good. Like, it's extra. I mean, whether you're using it to be aggressive or to protect Zergy, you slow the enemies down that try to catch onto Zergy, and you allow him to just stay alive. Like that helps make him even stronger than he already was with the tether on top of that. Cube going to come in to save Saf for a little bit of time, but a little bit of time is going to be exactly what that is. Or no, actually his team gets there in time to keep him alive, so respect.
Okay. Notice the Curse picked up there. That might have been my Michaelis there, of course. Pretty much the same as always been, right? Interrupt, silence, disarm, and prevention of item usage for that opponent. Bro, everyone wants Mercurial Magnet, bro. That shit is messed up.
It's probably, I would almost say, the strongest new item in the game by far. Yeah. And it's crazy to me that Zergy is actually just so insane at this game. It's so fascinating that he's only 12 years old and he's playing video games at this competitive level. Like,
honestly, that's impressive that it's not his dad that's playing for him. 12-year-old prodigy. Really impressive stuff, Zergy. Keep it up, mate.
I'll try to swap them into the group.
But the inevitable Deadlock League will have an age requirement. You know what I mean? Poor guy.
I mean, by the time it happens, he'll probably be 14 by then, and then he'll probably hopefully hit the age limit he needs.
I don't know, man. No, most of the time he's like 18. Like, this is just incredible young talent. He's just gonna have to watch from the sidelines while his teammates, get them fat check.
I mean, it makes you think of like those CS players, like who are like 12, yeah, like years old. And,
yeah, dude.
Yeah, like they gotta be cheating, but no, they're just damn good. Like Dong's so damn good at the game.
We have the Boundless Spirit here for Saf. So yeah, basically. Hitting that quote-unquote endgame fantasy. Here on this Lady Geist. Virtus.pro have a 37k soul lead. Buff coming up about now. That's timed to perfection there by Saf. However, telekinesis, a little bit of an issue for them now. Death Slam comes in as a goo ball form. Saf is going to be dropped down. Frozen Shelter used by Abrahams here. So good response. Dimov and Zergy get taken down. Kelvin still bloody strong. Virtus.pro lose that fight without their redo buff up either. So they're out for like a minute.
That Death Slam wasn't it. That was not it. You threw the goo ball directly into Demov and his Zergy, and then they had the Frozen Shelter on top of it. You pretty much just assassinated your own team there.
Oh man, that is devastating. The Frozen Shelter is obviously very clutch there, coming in from Saint. But yeah, I think throwing a goo ball at your team is that's a rough one. So, Abrahams do get a pretty significant bump from that engagement. But remember, as a comeback mechanic, enemy hero kills are not nearly as valuable as farming. So they still need to convert this player advantage into farm across the map.
Exactly. And this earn turn is going to help quite a bit too, getting the extra souls from it. Like, this is going to be a massive swing. I mean, we were looking at, was it 37,000 before that fight broke out, Mitch? And now it's been closed down to 17. So pretty much cut in over half from just one fight alone. And now we're seeing a Walker taken, which is going to actually free up their next slot.
I hear the telekinesis already coming out here. Taz caught by it, trying to get away. Warp Stone to get out. Return fire as well to bounce some of that damage back, but Saint does go down. Frozen Shelter was at least deployed. Now the goo ball is something that has to be respected. Zergy does not want to be in the middle of the maelstrom here, but he has no bloody choice. Taz just rolls him and smokes him, buddy. See you later. That's what you get for being 12, buddy. Together, does get picked up though. Still a lot of work that Taz would have to do in a fight like this. Abraham's down 2, but it's an equal trade. Crucially though, the Walker still stands.
I mean, they chose to fight the most difficult Walker too. That one has the most HP in mid lane. They could have taken a side lane Walker, but I was assuming it was due to where the waves were at the time. But it's been a long time since we checked in with ZP here, and I want to give him his fruit here and a chance to talk about how this game's been going, because it's been a wild ride, honestly. I thought it was pretty much over.
My fruit. The fruit is like, not my flowers, but my fruit is like,
the fruit of the loin, DP.
Yeah. I gotta give him a little bit of fruit. It's where he's at.
How do you get scurvy, bro?
Hey, look, man, everyone can use a little bit more vitamin C, but what I think is super interesting right now, just from a macro end, is the fact that I think pre-patch, VP was as ahead as they were. This game is over. The fact that Abraham's able to find like one good team fight and bridge a lot of the gap is really, really interesting in terms of where we're at. I still think in terms of the overall pace of the game, Abraham's has their work cut out for them in the sense that VP just has way more options right now to set up beneficial fights. And I think Wraith just scales far better than Hayes does, especially when you look at like how Jamside has been building, going the Tesla bullets capacitor, path. I'm not as big of a fan of that on the Hayes even still. But regardless, like here, this might be a very dead Sinclair as Zerky just comes on in.
Necessary? I mean,
We got the flex.
That was a lot. Did they not telekinesis and curse the guy?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy. All right, well, mid Walker does go down. So that's the price that Abraham's paying in order to do that. Mid boss being tickled here. Ballistic not really fully committal in this. VP with a player advantage, where the Compton's very good at setting up these engagements. And here's the death slam from Listic. Saf goes down. 6 players involved in that elimination. So you can see VP are off one mind. Here's the actual death slam now. Got a bit excited. All we need is a one catch, and they know it too. Together, not going to be able to walk away. Dimov ensures that. And now it's not a lot of damage left here for Abrahams. Just Jamside, the one that can really put it out. VP now have like a minute or so where they've got a 6 versus 3 or 4.
I think Zergy and Dimov had a quick chat with Listic there and was like, you can throw people into us. Just don't throw the ball. We don't want to have to deal with him, especially with Saint by his side. And I mean, just getting the one catcher together is for sure going to be worth it because it gives them the man advantage. He's down for another 50 seconds of time. And they're going to get the Rejuvenator with no one to contest it here. It comes down to, like, what are they going to get off the back of this? Can they push in for that last shrine for the patron? Can somehow Shark win out this 1v1 against Jamside's one? Because currently he's losing it. Enter the shadows to buy him some time here.
Yeah, that was nicely played. Oh, okay, supply drop. There comes Stone Form. Good start. Watch us coming to pop here as Overkin does take Jamside out immediately. Thank God for the cavalry arriving. Sharik got, I guess it turns out their job is just to keep Jamside busy. That was the game plan for Sharik, because I don't know too many situations where Calico wants to fight against a Fed Hayes in the late game. But hey.
I mean, look at the respawn timer though, Mitch. 50-second difference.
Yeah,
so he's going to get back in, and he's going to be able to force a 6v5 fight. Like, they're going to have Jamside down. They don't have to worry about it. A little bit sad for Jamside because he pops his bullet dance and it gets rescue beamed away. But still, like, Virtus.pro, I mean, they have the meta advantage now for 40 more seconds, and it looks like the earn is going to be potentially the route as they were toying with the idea.
But you're right, yeah. Going 1-for-1 against teams with that rejuve is not advisable. Abraham's very punished by that. Now, of course, this is generally the hero you want the earn to be carried on. Did they nerf the whole you can ult and then pick up earn and then just fire it across the map? Is that still viable?
I actually don't know if it's been nerfed yet, or
that was disgusting,
fixed, or whatever you want to call it. But he doesn't want to use it for that turn in because they don't necessarily need the souls. He wants to have the silence availability of his ultimate to really help win one of these fights.
All right, well, Saint is deep behind enemy lines here.
That's the worst one. That's the worst one to lose for Abrahams. That's your stall. That's your catch mechanic.
It's also, yeah, exactly. It's your frozen shelter that was honestly pretty important to you in the game so far. Not ideal. Here's Sharik, of course. Like we mentioned, that Arctic Blast picked up at tier 4, so very much ready to be a threat amidst the middle of these fights with Torment Pulse, of course, that other sort of key item. Also, Spirit Snatch getting taken here, which is fun. Obviously, reducing that Spirit Resist. So, wants to brawl. Still rejuve, of course, on 5 of these Virtus.pro individuals. And they're now starting to close the guillotine on Abraham's Jason, knocking on the front door. And it's still 40 seconds with no Saint in the game.
They're shoving all these lanes up. The swap going to be catched on together. The curse not going to be there. The Q going to be used. And also the rescue beam to help him stay alive. And that's honestly a good play out of Abraham's. But they're going to lose more, though. So that time comes through the ball.
No, another goo ball
this time.
Another goo ball, please. Don't throw the goo ball at your team. Taz, looks like it was just thrown away from the rest of Virtus.pro. Don't worry, Listic never throws twice in quick succession in the same game, in the same way. Trine's going to get cleaned up here. Should be a knock on the patron now. Virtus.pro should be in a commanding position. Abraham's are running out of opportunities here.
Berserker got armor piercing, actually. So he went for the armor piercing rounds, which gives the extra bullet velocity and a chance to pierce through enemies and ignore their bullet resistance, making it even more deadly when it comes to these 1v1s, especially if he has the space to fight it.
Yeah, maybe preferable in close quarters to something like Tesla bullets, right? Especially with such a high fire rate. You're probably you have like more than 1 in every 2 shots that proc that sort of denial of bullet resistant and sort of penetrate through. So here's Frozen Shelter. Lasso catching onto together. Follow-up should be there in the form of the Death Slam. You would think. Hoot down. Obi can be able to pick him up now. Warpstone on out as the curse comes in on together. The one player that can really hold the hordes of VP at bay, but it's not to be. The Polar Bears take an early lead in the series after a pretty back and forth early game, Jason. It's only a 32-minute game. Honestly, felt shorter with just how frenetic the action was, but once again, VP staying on top, at least for now.
Yeah, I actually, back and forth, I think it was actually a very one-sided early game for Abrahams when it comes to like kills alone, but I think VP did a much better job when it came to keeping up in farm, maximizing the boxes to keep the soul differential pretty much to a minimum. But then it came down to just the standard macro play and team finding potential to Virtus.pro. That one mistake, that one Death Slam of having Saint and Task together on top of Zergy and Dimov was the only like real mistake I saw at a VP, and that's what caused the game to extend even further. But even with this patch, even with all the changes we've had in this last week, VP still come out to be the stronger team. And honestly, I don't think we were really expected to differently.
Shout out to Cayman in the chat. No, I have not played Ivy since they made the change that slows your ultimate down while you're carrying the urn. But thanks for your snarky comment, mate. Yeah. It's a lot of changes, of course,
Wait,
in Deadlock.
You have access to the game?
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for my invite, man.
Yeah, it's tough. And yet here we are, still putting on the show for all you guys at home. So yeah, enjoy. Sit back, relax, and maybe take your hands off the keyboard. Just soak it all in. All right, let's bring back ZP here to sort of collect us up on a bit of the final thoughts here on this first map. As Virtus.pro inevitably able to run away with the game. They have that double initiator composition. They're able to make great use, of course, of the Holiday and Paradox, and we get to see Zergy return to form again.
I think what came here is Abrahams gave up way too much power in the draft. And look, Kelvin is good, but I don't think Kelvin is good enough to give up Paradox, Holiday, and now Wraith. I think that was probably one of the biggest things that they gave away that you probably shouldn't right now, is that running a carry Hayes versus a carry Wraith. Look, it's still early. Maybe I'm underrating where Hayes is at a little bit, but I think even beyond the farm advantage Zergy had, it was a massive difference in impact on the game between Zergy and Jamside. I think Wraith is just a higher caliber hero now that, you know, some of her rough spots have been smoothed out and she has new items that work even better for her. But you look at the highlight reel where half the highlight reels are Paradox swaps or Dimov coming on in with the lasso. The initiation power that Virtus.pro had was really high, and it just led to them getting favorable pickoffs more often, which led to them getting more jungle, which led to them being able to get mid-boss. Abrahams, in terms of overall mechanical play, I thought looked pretty good, especially some of the stuff that Hoot was able to pull off on the Sinclair. I just think you still need a way to initiate in Deadlock against a team of even skill, and Abrahams just did not give themselves enough win conditions with the draft that they ended up going with.
I mean, Hoot early game was punishing Listic like time and time again, constantly pelting him with these beams and just making his life a living hell. I mean, he got the first kill onto him in the lane and was able to punish him even further, but Listic was able to bounce back and have much more of an impact, whether it was for Virtus.pro side or Abraham's side with the goo ball throw. But he still became like a big threat for the team, whereas Hoot just kind of fell off, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, we saw that this composition from Abrahams had oppressive laning. Right, Virtus.pro did have to just sort of accept the punishment through the early part of the game, just given that, yeah, like a lot of these, you know, like the Paradoxes and your Holidays of the world, like aren't necessarily constantly powerful laners. Hence, like the relatively large number of deaths you see sort of across the board here for VP. But they knew if they just sort of held out and they could actually move into the macro-oriented phase of the game, but their ability to basically take any fight at their own volition would start to come through and start to be a factor. So that's something to keep in mind as we head into these drafts here. Like Abrahams, tried to secure strong matchups. Obviously, Kelvin, someone we were expecting to see plenty of. He was banned out first, I think, in that first game, and is still extremely powerful, still able to put out a ridiculous amount of healing. Tough game for Safson, honestly, who farmed up an absolute storm, was extremely fed, and never really, I felt, got to bring that power to bear.
Yeah, and he also went like a slightly different route than what we saw from the first game, where it was more bullet heavy. This is more spirit heavy and, of course, vitality heavy. But looking like across the board at the top with these little, bars we have, going back to what Jake was talking about, I mean, look at Tass and Saint. Zero investment into that bullet damage. And obviously, one thing we have to keep in mind is like how the kind of tiers work, not in terms of items, but I think it comes down to like how many souls you spend in one of these categories gives you different boons within its specific category.
Investment buffs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And they went very heavily into spirit damage, which is why you saw Tass able to punish Zergy so heavily when he was trapped inside with the goo ball. And then Saint as well, like just very vitality just to survive, be that front line for the team.
Yep. As he rewarded, of course, you know, your investment in a certain like category becomes more efficient the more of it that you kind of do, which was in the game beforehand, I think. But now obviously you can take way more advantage of it because you're not limited in any sort of those categories. DP, any final thoughts before we head to a quick break in the middle of the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the last note, I just think you're going to see way more hero identity now and way more interesting builds where if you want to go, for example, we haven't seen Mo yet, right? But when Mo comes in, if you want to go like ultimate mega tank Mo with 6,000 HP, there's room for that potentially. And if you want to be a hero that's more focused on skills, less focused on gun damage, you can do that. And how the players work around this and figure out what is good and what isn't is really going to develop and change a lot over the course of the next few weeks. And even as I think we look forward to map number 2 here, you're going to see some big changes from both the teams, or at the very least from the Abraham side, in draft priority. I think that their game 2 draft will look way different than game 1, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, that's right. Stick around, folks. Excuse me. We'll see after the break if Virtus.pro and 12-year-old wonder kid Zergy can close out this series at a 2-0 to take the $1,000 here at Deadlock Fight Night number 25 for EU, presented by Intel. We'll see you after these short messages. As is tradition, Virtus.pro get off to a great start in our money match here at Deadlock Fight Night number 25, presented by Intel. This is the European portion of the show, and this is Virtus.pro's house, as it always is, Jason. Decent game, though. We're still obviously learning a lot about what the game looks like under this new patch, and Virtus.pro got spanked a little bit in lane, but we're able to convert into a strong position after that.
Yeah, very strong position. And I talked to their coach really quickly after that match finished, and he told me how they actually won that game so heavily at the very end. And he said one reason they were able to do so was he got merch, some DFN merch for his whole team.
That's crazy. Do you want to win your game in under 35 minutes? And head over to our merch store, deadlockfightnight.com. Excuse me. In fairness, this Dynamo merch stonks are all the way up. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that Dynamo obviously looking pretty impactful at the moment. We've got some great art there with 7. So check that out. We got a bunch of stuff over there. Deadlockfightnight.com. We have our legally distinct designs available for you guys to rip. If you want to rip the brand, you want to rip some of your favorite Deadlock characters, or at least caricatures of them that are legally distinct from the IP used in the game, then you can head over and get involved. Deadlockfighter.com. There's other ways to support the show over there outside of subbing. Thank you for those who do choose to sub. If you've got a Twitch Prime that you haven't used in a while, we'd love it if you consider spending it over here. First of all, it gets rid of the annoying Twitch ads that get run midway through the game, which is not our fault, by the way. We make sure we run them manually before the games happen. So if you get done by that, check out, see if you've got yourself Prime sub, throw it our way. We'll shout you out on stream. We much appreciate it. Let's bring our analyst in now for this second map of this best of 3. It's going to be Jake coming in. Jake, look, the draft for VP looked pretty definitive, right? I was concerned a little bit about how that laning phase sort of played out, but it seems as if like just having Paradox and Holiday on your team and a really fed Wraith seemed to be more than enough to juice them over the line.
Yeah, I think overall draft-wise, I felt like Abraham's wanted to play for a very aggressive early game snowball draft, but not having one of those key catch heroes kind of stifled their ability to snowball into the mid game. Like, yeah, they could win the lanes, they could play more strong, but continuing on fighting more pickoffs was a little bit too difficult for them, and the game kind of got turned around. I do think it's interesting, though, because that same style being very brawly and having a lot of these like team fighting heroes also allowed them to nearly make a comeback, right? To bring a little bit of a fight back and make the game pretty interesting. So I think maybe some draft tweaks for both teams. Maybe Abraham's grabbing one of those catch heroes a little bit earlier. Maybe VP in exchange getting a little bit more team fight. That's what I kind of expect to see here in game 2.
Yep.
Abraham's like they still had like a really strong start in the game. I would say who gave a lot of potential in the mid lane. They really punished Listic. They were keeping up when it came to objectives for the most part. They weren't really too far behind. It started to slip away when you did see them start to sacrifice some heroes, like who went in for that mid lane walker just to secure it, get that flex slot for his team. But they still were able to go toe to toe with Virtus.pro in the beginning. But teams have been able to do that in the past, and it's not about being able to beat them in the beginning. It's about being able to beat them in the mid to late game and in the macro play, and that's something that Abrahams wasn't able to do with the comp that they were in.
Shout out Nick Asgio, by the way, for the Prime sub. We have now reached our sub goal of 100 subs. Thank you very much, everybody, for keeping that support coming. We've got us back up to 100. Big fan of you guys. Thanks for getting behind us here. Let's jump into the draft. It's going to be Abrams again getting looked at first. Zexo, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Virtus.pro with a ban here. We've seen Kelvin looked at pretty closely. That's something that VP had to deal with in that last game. And I feel like in a different composition that Kelvin looks even nastier.
I think Shiv is also a huge problem here, though. So I personally am like more scared of the Shiv. I mean, I think it also got first ban in the last game, if I'm not mistaken.
That was Savannah's fault.
Interesting. They're going to go Sinclair. So I expect to see Abrahams grab the Shiv here. I would be pretty surprised if it's anything else. But if they go with another direction, I guess that would be interesting to see. Would show us, I think, a little bit more depth in the meta. But I just do think that Shiv bullet build looked amazing in our qualifying match, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Abrahams run it back again.
Yeah.
Mitch, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many subs would it take for you to read out that copy pasta that's going on in chat right now that I pasted in our Discord?
I would just say 10 gifted. I'll do it.
10 gifted. If you out there gift 10 total or for one person?
What do you mean?
So 10 gifted subs. Is it like does someone have to gift 10 or is it just 10 gifted?
Yeah,
subs
just drop 10
total?
gifted. I mean, it could be 10 separate
subs.
Yeah,
you can get Mitch to read that copy pasta about Listic for us. And you know what? I'm gonna get my soundboard ready to record because I'm gonna play that on repeat.
Oh God! Think about what you're doing here, Chad.
Chiefly bought 10 gifted. That's all we need. Kelvin here going to be picked up by Abraham's pretty much straight away. We saw it being quite potent, ideally in a shell that, like we mentioned, featured a playmaker or some sort of hard initiator. But Virtus.pro managing to snap up that paradox here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Wraith was the follow-up pick.
Yeah, but if are they going to give up Shiv Kelvin? That would be terrifying to me. Like I think I guess they're going to give it up. Wow, so I'm pretty sure Abraham is going to grab Shiv Kelvin as the opener. I mean, Wraith Paradox also really solid. I mean, Zergy, I feel like that the Magnum item is going to get looked at. Like Wraith having infinite bullets is not okay, actually.
Yeah.
You're just holding M1 the entire game is crazy. So I'd be surprised if that, you know, I think it is really strong. I think they're smart to keep using it as long as they can. But by the same token, I think Shiv Kelvin, I guess they need the holiday too. But I with this pick, thoroughly the Shiv, maybe unless if it's not, I'm totally confused given the performance in game one. But
VP have to have a plan for the Shiv if it. I mean, they first banned it last time, right? So they've definitely got to be aware of it. No, Abraham's going to want to try and snap it up. Paradox Wraith looks great, but again, you know, we think about the early lanes and how they might look to play out. Holiday obviously not as strong an early laner, so at least they're not going to be oppressive on, you know, 3 lanes of the map. Surely Sinclair picked up.
So Icy. The ban, first ban was backwards. Icy. So the Shiv was banned, and in fact Sinclair is the next pick. That makes more sense.
It's the 5 gifted Bosp. Appreciate you.
So 5 more. 5 more. Okay.
Let us go.
I'm just waiting to hear it because I'm hoping you put like the full effort into it too.
Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. Zexo with another 5. I feel like that's team play to get the job done. Lock in.
Oh, you're doing it now? Okay. Oh my God. Can we get him full screen? Can we get him just a solo shot for this?
I have to read though. It's hard to get into. Fred Rollies, thanks for the 5 gifted. Where we curious about Listic's play style? Is he intentionally just hinting to give me KOS an advantage? Is there even an advantage to that? A happy, slightly teared up face. I've watched him who play a lot in Wistic. Usually he dies a ton in Wayne. It almost feels intentional. Does anybody know if it's some kind of strat?
Wow.
Thanks for helping us reach the sub goal, guys. Appreciate it. You did more than you had to, actually. And look, we have plenty of time here. We can jump straight back in. The prescribed ban of the Warden here. Probably no shock. Thanks, Saint Moai, for the 5 gifted. This is
dude. The community's going ham.
Quite a hype trainer we're getting here. Yeah. So easy. I will dance for money.
I've seen that in Boogaloo.
Shut up. So I was spending money, not getting it. That's very different. I was just drunk.
Warden and Ivy being banned away. So that opens up one more hero that can support relatively well besides like your Vindicta. We talked about Dynamo in the last draft, and maybe there's potential to see him now being picked up here.
Oh God. I mean, yeah. Honestly, the Arcane Surge, I'm interested in the Arcane Surge Dynamo, being able to like kinetic dash kind of into like a longer knockup range. Return to the mega knockup Dynamo. I'm not going to use the other name for it. We all know what it is at this point. It's fine. I mean, our Deadlock Fight Night audience are basically entrenched. Now you guys have the iceberg from top to bottom of memes pretty much memorized. So Latch taken here by Virtus.pro. So composition looking pretty reminiscent. Obviously they're not able to get Holiday on this right around. Thank you very much, Average Jonas, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you, brother. Hopefully see you soon. And Calico here for Abraham. So again, it's much the same clutch of heroes that are being chased after.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a Yamato here, like having a little bit of ability to counter some of the initiation, whether you can like block the Wraith ult or the Lash ult with the ulti. Seems pretty strong. Potentially some spirit nuking power could be built here.
We should. What else can we get you? I'm sorry, Jake. What else can we get you to do? Because those subs are flowing in, man. I think it's like been 30 since you proclaimed.
People loved it. These are subs in support, in joyous celebration.
So there is like a fanfic about copy pasta.
Yeah, that one I don't think we can.
I don't know if I can read that one. That's just too much. Sorry, guys. What is it? Infernus. Okay, so we did wonder about like we've actually seen Infernus over the last couple of weeks, but it felt like pretty suboptimal. Teams were sort of clutching for someone that could be big in the late game. It's your boy Dynamo. Let's go. I've been waiting for this.
Get your group hug ready, man.
I think Dynamo is also interesting. It's an interaction we rarely see because we don't see Dynamo pick that much. Has some strong interactions against Kelvin. Being able to pull people out of the dome who are stuck inside it, I think is the only way in the entire game to do that is by grabbing them.
Get out with that.
Yeah. Or you can like hit your black hole on the edge of the Kelvin ult, and like you're still can be affecting people inside of it.
I see.
It goes through walls. So
That is true.
could be interesting. And there is a sort of a lot of frontline here, whether it's, but I also think Sinclair with the max ult could be stealing this Dynamo ulti and popping it like crazy on cooldown. And even like, I feel like Sinclair might be crazy because you could like insta teleport in with your clone, right? And black hole people, super aggressive. So kind of curious to see how that, I feel like it's a little risky for VP to like introduce that into the game.
What?
7.
This 7 in Infernus, it's going to be scary, man, with like swap, lift, lash ult, haze catch. There's a lot of stuff that can like catch and punish you. That being said, I'm kind of interested to see 7 being played. I think there's like something to be said for like the Mystic Leap, full max ultimate, and just like playing really fast tempo off the maxed ulti. Actually, I think is like pretty legit right now. And I guess the lash ulti, I guess you have Wraith ulti too, in fairness, to deal with it. So
real quick as well, we have a big wombo combo. If I remember correctly, it's going to be D-Mob going to be playing Dynamo for Virtus.pro, not Listics. So we won't see his patented build come through. But what I'm worried is that you're giving Obikim 2 pretty easy targets with Focus Lens to go kill off when it comes to these matches, especially when they're going to be looking to split push or looking to actually solo farm out. And we've seen Obikim play a supporting style haze before. I'm a little bit worried for them. Like 7, I mean, at first it's a little bit of an easier time to escape, but if you get silenced, good luck. And then 7, yeah, you get a stun, but can you survive long enough for your stun to even be used is another question. This is going to be tough, I think, for them to get the farm they need to be impactful.
I think the squishiness of those 2 as like the main damage dealing carries is a major problem this game. I really am. I think there's going to be trouble for them. We spent so many different catch heroes on the map, so many different like lockdown heroes. I think if you fall behind on Abraham's, it's going to be really hard to like make comeback fights, sustaining fights, surviving opening engagement. I think if you're far ahead and you're the ones always initiating with Holiday and Sinclair, and maybe the Kelvin can fix some of those problems in saving 7 in Infernus, but I'm a little bit worried about their ability to fight like fully dynamically and aggressively enough with the amount of threat that I see on VP's side. Like I like this draft a lot for VP. I think Hayes can set up a lot of like mid-game snowballing ganks for Lash and for Wraith to come back in and clean up. Yeah, I like this draft a lot for VP. Looks super comfortable for them. Curious to see the Dynamo be played in the new patch too.
Big shout out, Brett Rollies and Ungasan. Thank you very much for the subs there. Yeah, I mean, Dumb Duck 1547 with the 5 gifted. Appreciate you.
Dude, chat's going crazy right now. It's actually wild. Really, seriously,
yeah, I mean,
it means a lot to us.
Seriously, they've dropped like 50 subs since.
Yeah, this is next level. They love your read, Mitch. They love your read.
Right. Yeah, I'm really
sponsored by the Ubu copy pasta.
I mean, keep putting things in chat. Maybe there's something else we get Mitch to read with another like sub threshold here.
Yeah, I mean, they could. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like some of the stuff I'm saying, like the dude, the Chat GPT fan fiction has kind of got me feeling some kind of way. You guys are, yeah, like I said in chat, you're out of pocket right now. Okay. Almost a classic EU pause there to start us off. We're going to be jumping in. I'm wondering. Okay, we got the names flipped off the top of the screen. We'll get them put in position for you. Lazarus, thanks for the gifted as well. Appreciate you guys supporting us. Keeping the lights on here at Deadlock Fight Night means everything now. And our 25th edition. That's a lot. I mean, that's over 6 months of Deadlock Fight Night. It's been great to be enjoying these early days of the Deadlock competitive community with you all. I believe you stick with us for the longer term.
Say that now, but then a year from now or 2 years from now, we're looking at like Deadlock number 127.
Possible.
DFN.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god,
dude!
My god,
15.
That's huge. Big 15 gifted. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate your support. Possible is the Abraham's coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shout out, man. Thank you very much. Look at us giving back to each other. Lazarus, thank you for the sub. Okay, let's lock in a little bit more now. Over the mid part of the map here, we have the Holiday Sinclair combination there from Abraham, so potentially a bit of a nuisance. Again, we will get your names at the top switched.
I think we had an observer crash. That's maybe why we had to swap over to the second feed from this one. But one thing you have to keep in mind is that Hoot was so dominating when it came to the mid lane before. Now he's going to be up against the Geist and up against the Dynamo, who, I mean, the Geist is already very low in HP. They once again really putting forward to a very strong start at the beginning of this game. Not to mention, Chad is still putting out a very strong start in this game. Another 5 gifted subs from Arc coming through.
Guys,
reminder, by the way, for people, it's not like, hey, this money goes in our pockets. This money goes directly back into the show. So a big thank you from all of us to all of you.
That's what we try and do with the Rev guys. So appreciate it. Also for keeping we have a lot of people at the back end as well to keep the show going. Observers, producers, people that are creating content for the show as well. So thank you for supporting all of us with your gifted subs and donations. Thank you. But if you keep doing it, we're not going to have any time to cast the game. So, you know, maybe just relax. It's all good.
That's one way to shut us up, I guess.
Oh, God. Yeah, pay me to leave. That's exactly how this works. Again, so like, you know, digging a little bit deeper, I guess, on some of our laning assignments here. We got the Calico and the 7 on the right side of the map here. And obviously, you got our names. We're ready to go now. And he was Dimov, like Jason mentioned, going to be on the Dynamo. And Oberkim is on that Haze. So curious to see what that sort of quasi-supporty Haze is going to look like if Oberkim sort of goes that way. In the past, it was like, you know, looking for Rescue Beam and a lot of those aura items. Obviously, you are in the thick of things a bit. So, you know, pretty easily to make Cold Front sing for you.
That's the thing, is like, does he actually need to go support items? Because you have Dynamo on the team for Demov, so you're going to be able to really go a little bit more ham when it comes to damage, just overwhelm them. Shark going to be consistently punished here when it comes to the mid lane. He's going to be sent back to spawn. Demov, you know, on half HP, he's been forced back as well. And it looks like Abrahams are getting the first guard of the game here in this mid lane.
And look at that, just stick around like a bad smell. They just refuse. They got such a, I guess, a powerful lane set up with that drift across from the Calico that they just refuse to leave. Avas Rogue, thank you very much for the 5 gifted there as well. We see you. Now, though, getting caught out in the dungeon, rather in the jungle, might be Saf here. I don't know how much, parrying is going to help you in this sort of situation, but now we've got a bit of a game of chicken on the rope here. Saf's going to have to move on away, but converging on the location is Hoots trying to get there. Hoot might be able to find a response here. Listic has to know that the alarm had well and truly been raised. Can Hoot actually chase to this kind of degree? Hitting those shots. Listic is going to struggle now, trying to pull away from his pursuer, but this might give opportunities for other players to come in. This is about to get really messy. Michaelis comes in. Hoot could not finish Listic off in time. And so Virtus.pro end up coming out on top in that exchange, and it could get worse from here on out. Jamside has found himself on the receiving end of a carbine that will be allowed to walk away.
You know, I love how they made it so Grand Slam can like pull people down to the ground, or the ground strike like we saw there. But I hate when it's done to me, but it's such a thing of beauty to see when it actually happens. I mean, Listic comes out with like the 2 kills. Virtus.pro struggled in the early game last game. And honestly, with these other lanes stepping up right now, with Listic in particular stepping up, it's helping alleviate that pressure of Shark already getting punished in the mid lane, with them already losing their Guardian in the mid lane. And even though Shark's gonna go down yet again, the Soul's still gonna be in favor of Virtus.pro at the moment.
Pass went low in the end there, but Abraham's able to find some level of success. He did more. Doesn't want to be running into Saf right now. Awkward. Tries to go for the parry. Saf is going to be able to draw it out pretty easily. And unfortunately, Dynamo is just not in a position to be able to stave off that level of aggression. Crusader same for Listic. Gloom bombs don't quite connect on him. Luckily for the Lash, we'll have to give up that fight entirely.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't really expect necessarily the Dynamo and the Geist to do that well in the mid lane, especially against that combo early on. But for me, Virtus.pro is about like the late game more so, like with Zergy, with Listic, with Demov, with Shark as well, and then the initiate they have out of Michaelis. I think they're really looking to play towards the late game anyways. I don't know who I'd favor though when it comes to like the full-on late game. I would guess I would still say Virtus.pro overall, because of having that Lash and Demov combo. That Wombo combo can really do God's work, depending on where you actually get it set up with. And Tass on 20 HP is going to be caught up by Listic yet again. And Listic having a much better game here than he did in match 1.
Yeah, Quicksilver reload already available here for Listic, and he is getting really active across the map. No goo balls thrown into teammates yet either, but yeah, very much just bouncing across the map. And just have a look at this lane positions here. Abrahams are really shoved up, so there are a ton of great opportunities now for Listic to get in and gank, to use a bit of an antiquated term, I guess. Death Slam, oh, well kited there by Jamside, just behind that little building, but there's the parry from Hoots. Gonna try and walk away from this one, and that's too much to ask here. Abrahams are trying to just rotate this Sinclair into every lane to try and shove it over.
I mean, Listic is just constantly getting around as much as possible around the map to have impact in all these lanes. Is that 5.2 thousand souls? I mean, he's kind of leading the charge at the moment. And honestly, it kind of works out really well having a Lash on the team now that I think about it, considering the boxes spawn in quicker, considering they give you more souls on average, considering the 10% extra chance. A little bit of a Lasso going to be coming on to Michaelis to catch him out for a kill on the right-hand side. But Listic's been doing a great job considering the lack of like scrims that they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a lot of this definitely comes from very strong fundamentals. I am seeing the Abrahams here like not being able to maybe get priority when it comes to picking these playmakers. They're just going for really oppressive bullying lanes just to shove these Guardians down and get that sort of early soul lead to try and turn that into something. Paradoxical swap, use there on Jamside, and Michaelis will be hard-pressed to find the extra damage needed, but Lestic is on the scene, and that is a 7 going down. Thank you, Anonymous, for 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it. We are 201 of 200 subs there. Please stop mentioning me in your fan fiction suggestions. I can't read them. I'm going to get cancer, chat. You have to understand. It's not me. It's them. It's Big Brother will take me out. Okay, come on.
Such a good actor, man. Because I know deep down you love all this fan fiction about you.
And Chad, you're doing a fine job, and honestly, he acts like he's in pain, but he enjoys every second of it.
Listen, if we get confirmation from our producer that I can read one of these, I will do it. If I get permission, I will do it. I will. Especially, they're not too explicit. You know what I mean? They're suggestive. Wayners, thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you for supporting our stream. We're above 200 subs now, guys. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Saf, force to double back a little bit here. Time Wall active, of course, with the protection of the Guardians. Able to roll out of the kinetic blast. Thank you, Bonus Bones, for the 5 gifted. Here is the singularity, though. Everybody sucked in, but Saf is still healthy enough, at least to play in this safe zone. And here comes the reinforcements. Hooting together, turn up now. And while together might go down, the Guardian is taken on that left side lane. And the pressure really being felt now. Virtus.pro trying to push back for a little bit of something, but they have 0 Guardians, Jason.
Yeah, and the thing is, considering it's only a 2k soul difference, but there's a 3 Guardian advantage for Abraham's finally going to be turned around here, it's really not that big of a lead for Abraham's. If anything, Virtus.pro are actually, in my eyes, the one in the lead once they get these Guardians down. And we can already see some souls, or sorry, some juggle camps being taken out by Virtus.pro, and Listic is just getting even more fed now at 8,000 souls. Death Slime is ready to go too. And Demon, I mean, the downside of a Dynamo is those ultimates are on such long cooldowns. Is you need quite a few items before we can actually come online with being more impactful in these fights.
They are, but Dimov used it just in that last fight, Jason, and it's about to come off cooldown. So comparatively sure, but he has it ready now. Listic, of course, can obviously set up the obvious wombo of death slamming people into the Dynamo and allowing them to just basically lock people down for extended periods of time. So very powerful, this Virtus.pro comp, and that it has the ability to pick a fight when they want to, and has that sort of area of effect wombo to operate with. But Jamside is up to 9.1k in souls. Arvs, thank you very much for a gifted to Mobov. And that's obviously pretty insane to see like 7 get that farmed that well so this early in the game. But looking at the mini-map now, you see Virtus.pro very mindful, already taking a bit of damage on that right side walker, trying to at least get one more of these Guardians down. It's worth pointing out, though, that you're less screwed over by having that delayed first flex slot opened up, right? Because you can get 8 items in your inventory before that. But they definitely do want to try and get these Guardians out of the way ASAP.
It's not like you're trying to pick up your 5th spirit item because you don't need to worry about that anymore. So it's a very big point to make, Mitch. So I'm glad you made it. I think we're still waiting on confirmation. I know Hex asked chat if we should let you read it. I'm all for it. I think all of us here are all for it.
Like I said, all I need is I need Hex's approval, and I will do it. Because I'll do it.
Well, we're going to the first urn spawn in 10 minutes in, and it gets really dangerous looking at the fact that Jamside's at 10k, extremely healthy right now in terms of souls. As far as the shelter's going to come through, Quantum Singular, the Quantum Singular going to be used to actually escape, as we heard Jake mention before, from the frozen shelter, but the urn still sitting on the ground. Wait a minute. Singularity.
Okay, in we pile. This is getting pretty intense now. Who copies that singularity? Sharik gets caught out. You can see jumped in straight away was Saint. This is nice. And Jake alluded to this as well. The risk of picking a hero with such a game-defining ultimate against the Sinclair composition. You get it used against you with maximum effect. And that was beautiful from together. Stunning parry. Lets him win that fight out. And Jamside is... You're any casualty? No. Michaelis finally gets involved and deals with the Infernus.
The urn's in the hands of Tass, and he's quickly running towards the side of the turn. And the problem for him is Zergi's going to be there waiting, but Zergi's also below half HP, so I don't really realistically think he can contest this. And we see in the past so many times that they're not really, set on having to go for the contest here. Instead, they might just try to take some objectives, and it might be that left lane Guardian, as you already see Demov and Shark going head-to-head up against Saf.
All right, that's an urn turned in. Abraham's now get themselves at a soul lead. Virtus.pro still eyeing off those 2 peripheral side lane Guardians that Abrahams are happy to defend, continue to keep them off that extra resource. Dimov gets in there. Flex not now available, but this surely is going to go ugly. They got to back out here. So the entanglement is at least allows Virtus.pro to get some distance, but surely they get run down. Dimov, of course, not the most mobile of heroes. ends up being picked up, but at least Sharik can slip away.
Same time, push on the right-hand side for Virtus.pro. They're trying to pull and prod Abrahams in different directions here. To be together, going to be coming through on the Infernus. Frozen Shelter going to be used once again. No Demov there to save you this time, Virtus.pro, as the chase is going to continue to commence here. And honestly, together, he really wants to take down Listic, and he should be able to get the catch on this.
There is Listic falling, of course. There's reinforcements. Saint turns up, it immediately throws a grenade down. Abrahams have got a really nasty mid-game setup here. They're great at brawling, taking these little skirmishes across the map. The Souls are going in the right directions as well. Jam side together, getting a hefty amount. Cass, of course, still able to be someone who sets up these fights. God, we haven't even really talked about like some of these itemization divisions, but obviously like Backstab here, a lot of those tier 2s, but Titanic magazine as well being picked up by Together. So obviously now we're giving you a heck of a lot of ammunition capacity in general. Nothing I think like super stand out about the itemization there for the holiday, but I'd definitely be scared of this Infernus now in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
I like how he has the backstabber too. He's very gun heavy actually for Together here. Obviously a lot of spirit damage going to be coming in from Jam side anyways, and still Together will have a lot with Afterburn once he does max it out. But considering he's going to be chasing a lot of people with the Flame Dash, backstabber is a pretty decent pickup here. We're starting to see teams group up in towards middle, and the thing is there's no Guardians there to be taken. It looks like Virtus.pro were trying to set up for a fight off the back of the Sleep Dagger coming through from Obikim, and they actually have the catch here onto Saf, and the catch is all they really need for them to just say go. As now they can look to put some pressure here on the right lane guard to take it down, maybe look for some more objectives, or maybe just take some time to go back and farm.
Yeah, again, you notice that Cult of Sacrifice actually getting picked up by a couple of people, namely Listic there, which kind of allows you, it's almost like a, to use the term from another game, it's like a smite effect that you just sort of nuke down an NPC. All right, well, this could be tough for Hoots. Yeah, no way of getting out of that one. Caught out, of course, by the kinetic blast, knocked up, and then dealt with. So another random pick here for Virtus.pro. And now look at them starting to get a bit more brazen about how they fan out across the map.
Well, Mitch, we got to look for a little bit of a slow and play.
Oh, God.
To bring up one of our sub goals here. We do have the approved copy pasta in from our producer here for the approval process.
Okay.
And it looks like you're not gonna have time to read it just yet though, because still have a fight break on the right hand side. The guard's still low on HP. VP pick up another 2 kills as finally Tass able to respond with the kill into Zergi. But
I think I'm gonna read it anyway. How we do it over the fight. Don't worry about the fight. This is more important right now. KLS didn't speak.
Oh, God.
He didn't need to. Listic was already moving. Close. Closer. There. Their mouths met like lightning. Hot, wild, inevitable. Hands roamed. Breath hitched. Time broke. One kiss. Then another. Then they forgot how to stop.
Let's push green.
Give me an audiobook reading contract. Post haste! Get it to me! All right, why? Someone asked, why am I saying ASMR style? What do you mean? I mean, that's what we want to read like, hey, yeah, KLS didn't say nothing, did he, Governor? Not to do that, did he? Of course we're going to read it, you know.
I hope everyone clapped for it like I did. That's all.
Sorry, Mitch. I think you need to solo cast a little bit. I need some time for the blood to get back to my brain.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, just stand on your head, mate. All good. Yeah, we'll carry away with this. Still 15 minutes into this game, right? And of course, Earn now is got to be looked at. Might even be scooped up here by Sharik momentarily. Okay, well, we're doing that. Stormcloud popped. Overkim says, you know what? That's fine. Have a nice day. I'm going to back away. Wow, that's a Jam side really projecting threat there. Just as well, because they were low.
I see Paradox.
Okay, no.
Are we watching a game? I completely forgot what's happening right now.
Supposed to be in game. Jam side wanted the bullet resist, Jason. That's why he popped Stormcloud when, you know, Overkim pulled up. It was like, skirt. I'm not fighting that guy. We still have, now we have at least all the Guardians down. So we start to think about Earn fight, convert that into a Walker. That's in the hands of Saint here. He definitely wants to get a turn in. There's a lot of presence for VP on the right side of the map that you'll notice. They've got 2 of those players out there.
Well, we are in 50 Shades of Deadlock here as the Earn is looking to be turned in, gets swapped back in towards the turn in actually. Frozen Shark's going to come out to actually lock in Shark, but are you locked in with him or is he locked in with you? And the question is, With Listic and the Death Slam coming in from the side, they're looking to actually control the pace, control the area around this and turn in, but Abrahams are giving their run for their money.
Okay, Listic still needs to fight for this now if he possibly can. Saint is low. Kelvin definitely struggling here. Everybody converging on this same point now. Saf just trying to fight a retreat, but getting caught out now. That's the first casualty. Here's VP doing what they do best, taking a pretty favorable fight. Somehow Saf was able to dodge it away here, but that Saint is now down. That's the sustain for Abrahams out of the fight. But KLS in that window gets the earn turn in.
I mean, that's just what's so strong about VP. Is that their team fighting is just so damn good. I mean, the Frozen Shelter being used as well to try to look for a confirm onto the earn, but not having that big ultimate up in the fight thereafter, just it's going to be easy pickings for Virtus.pro. And the whole time, like, Zergy's not really been in these fights, right? He's been farming constantly. He's at 19,000 souls. He's been off in that right-hand lane, just being left to his own. A pretty standard strat out of the playbook out of Virtus.pro. Just let Zergy farm until he becomes that threat. And I do worry for Abrahams once he gets involved at 19,000 souls. Like, he is gonna like just destroy people. I don't know if he has his Mercurial Magnum online just yet though for him. But once that point hits, I would imagine that's gonna be the point of him engaging in these fights with his team.
What a catch! All right, so Return of Shadows has to be used there. I mean, KLS is always going to be looking threatening on that roam. That is pretty terrifying stuff here. Again, that decay being picked up. We've seen as much decay as we had in the past, but of course, you know, that damage over time based on current health is still pretty impactful.
It's actually pretty strong too, considering it scales with your spirit power. So like heroes that have a lot of heroes, spirit power stacking can make it like even more impactful, but it's also a lot more expensive than it was previously, if I'm not mistaken. Not a lot more expensive. It's like double the price, up to 3,200.
Do you think that I have empowered a VP with such a rousing fanfic reading? Because honestly,
I feel like if you don't get empowered off of that, then you really have to wonder what are you doing in life.
All right, fair enough. All right, here's the jump pad. Use Sleep, though, catches on a Taz. It's a little bit scary now. He needs to try and get out of this fight. Veil Walker definitely helps to that effect. Allows him to slip away a little easier. Saf is trying to tie Sharik up as much as possible. Zergy has now obtained Boundless Spirit, so really going to be hitting hard with those abilities. And Taz eventually gets caught out. Now you start to think about this Walker, especially with Saf falling finally. Look at the presence here for Virtus.pro on this left side of the map. They'll double back and probably push this wave on in. And very quickly, Abrahams are trying to get this Walker down, but Together is missing. And Saint hopes to try and save them both. They're going to lose this 1 versus 2. That's how terrifying Zergy is right now. Takes them both down, dominates the side lane, even through that Frozen Shelter. And that's a heartbreaking result for Abrahams. They're not going to be able to trade Walkers now.
He killed Gemside through a Frozen Shelter. Like, that's how much damage he has right now. 1v2 in that situation allows Virtus.pro to take the Walker on the left-hand side, get themselves a flex slot, and the right lane Walker's already at below half HP, which would be their next flex slot coming through as well. Like, Virtus.pro are completely and unequivocally in the driver's seat right now, and Dimov has kind of started to come online at the moment, where previously he was quite weak. He was really easy to pick off. But the healing he's doing in these fights is kind of insane. Also, not to mention, you can see there, Shark, he was able to finally pick up probably one of the most important parts of this kit to have a Dynamo on his team was the, what's the name? Give me a second. It's the drums, the healing tempo, which is going to make him fire a lot quicker and do a lot more damage in these fights, make it a lot harder to kill, obviously. Yeah,
so healing tempo, obviously, healing yourself or an ally gives you or them bonus fire rate and bonus move speed. It doesn't work for like innate bullet and spirit lifesteal or innate regen, but if you have like extra like or external sources of those, it still works, which is kind of sick. It also increases your healing effectiveness by like 30%. So it's just a really powerful item that gives extra upside when, you know, like more incentive for actually healing in this game, which sometimes can be hard to pull off and isn't always has diminishing returns in some cases with like Heal Bane and so many of those items picked up, so it's a good way to counter it. Anyway, Taf, always looking for these solo fights, but is Sharik the target he wants to dance with? He realizes perhaps not.
Healing tempo, I mean, you just see that was from like one life drain out of Shark, and he gets him below half HP with a couple of shots as well. Like that's how hard it is to deal with Geist at the moment. And if you back him up with some healing out of Dimov too, like what are you really going to do? But the fight, it's going to be kicked off on the right-hand side. A big skirmish happening between these two teams that Virtus.pro clearly has a man advantage with.
All right, Taz falling. Michaelis able to, again, set up a pretty easy solo kill. Taf's got a long map to cross here. It does notice the Geist. Now being noticing the Geist being put on notice that there are people noticing that urn is heading over towards the turning location. No, Saf just wants to throw down, man. I do respect it. And frankly, it's just Sharik on that side of the map. So Virtus.pro do need to turn this into something or come to the rescue. Nah, Saf is definitely dead. Sharik is definitely dead, right? Surely there's no way he's going to get away with this. Taken down, but Virtus.pro are circling. Do they turn this into some walker pressure? Jason, they're going to get the mid-walker for this. Abraham's got baited into that engagement. What?
They're keeping 2 players there. Like, that's all Shark was trying to do. Wasn't necessarily trying to pick up the 1v2, but buy time for them to pick up not 1, but 2 more walkers off the back of that. Looking at now a 30k lead, and they're still picking up kills on top of this. Virtus.pro are running away with this game, and I mean, realistically, they could have turned the urn in, but there's no need for them to do it right now.
Thinking of the urn as well. Virtus.pro get everything they could have asked for. The macro gods of EU. Just dangle Sharik as a tasty morsel in front of Abraham's, and they pounce so quickly. I mean, we're like past 20 minutes into the game. These guys are hitting hard. Those walkers are getting nuked down. Here's a lasso catching on a listic, but not all of Abraham's are here to fight. In fact, very few now need to get in position. Here's that storm cloud coming up though. The bullet resist makes a big difference. Unstoppable also popped there by Jamside, but is there a chance to turn the urn in now? Satan's definitely going to try. Will he be interrupted? Yes. Can't quite deposit it yet. He's taking damage. That's going to reset that timer. But who's still out of the game? Saf is very, very low. And a frozen shelter. Oh, okay, dude. Cringe, brother. Satan gets the urn turn in. There's a fight to be had after the fact, though. Virtus.pro would have something to say about it. They've got to extract some value from this engagement. And so they're looking for it. Decay there looks like it was used on Hoot, who still has that audience participation available, but he's caught inside the singularity. Nicely done. No escape.
That was his singularity.
Oh, really?
They were down. He stole it away, and he tried to actually pick up some kills off the back list, but he only baited his team into their death. The healing coming out of D-Mob, the damage out of Zergy and Shark, and he with that audience participation singularity, it nets them 3 deaths and gets them absolutely nothing. All they got from that was an urn turn-in.
Oh, VP, okay, probably happy with that. Trading an urn turn-in for some real prio across the map, but
I mean,
they've got good push here on mid and outside lanes and a mid-boss take that should be uncontested, really.
The thing is, like, we don't really, I don't want to say confidently that that wasn't a bad trade for Abraham's, because the urn turn-in with how far they were behind, they're getting like 25% extra souls from it. Obviously, when it comes to losing objectives like this, losing Reju, it's not going to work out for them. But I feel like in that situation, maybe I judged it too harshly coming in that frozen shelter. If they lost like 1, maybe 2 players max, I think that actually still would have favored them in that trade if they were able to defend against the Reju take.
Let's take out Holiday.
Now what? I guess is the question. There's some, friendly camps for Virtus.pro here to clear that right side of the map, especially. Definitely some, pings towards the Abraham's left side jungle, though, where we already see Oberkim hunting. We've spent less time, I think, this game sort of focusing on some of these builds, just because the back row's been pretty, involved, but it's like just superior duration, superior cooldown here for Michaela. So fairly standard, like smoothing items. As a nice little catch onto Sap, who is going to be very durable here. And return to Shadows is going to get them out of harm's reach for now.
That's, Mitch, that's the reason we have been focusing on the items. Definitely wasn't the fan fiction that you're reading or anything like that. They got me all kinds of turns.
I mean, I think chat's already moved past, though. I've got to give them credit. When there's the time to lock in, they absolutely lock in. I'd love to see that. Oh, big barrel. Oh, Sharik got flattened there. So, Abraham's, once again, we've offered up the Lady Geist. Now, what have Virtus.pro extracted in response? Oh, I see. Ice Guardian pressure. They got earned, but they do need to turn it in enemy territory.
And we also wondered about, like, Obi-Kim, is he going to go support kind of style? I don't really see any support items on his build. He's just full damage coming through. I mean, the silence as well is going to be huge because it can prevent, like, the stun from coming. You can see right there, used it directly and forced out the unstoppable out of Jam's side so he can get away from this. But the urn turn-in, you can't contest this if you're Abraham's. I mean, this would be a perfect area to get a singularity off if you're either team. But considering how far behind Abraham's are right now, I don't think you're going to feel confident to go for this fight. The singularity has been used. That one was out of D-Mob, which means who has the veil to be used. But the urn's going to be turned in, and you don't want to go for a fight off the back of this if you're Abraham's.
I mean, they've got Rejuve, right? It just feels terrible for Abraham's. Just going 1-for-1 here is pretty potentially catastrophic for them. Virtus.pro said that's fine. I mean, the threat of this Rejuve is what we want to generate. There's 1 more minute of that buff up. But now Virtus.pro are going to make it harder for Abraham's to come back into the game by attacking that mechanic at the root, going through, taking these camps away, making sure Abraham's can't sort of amble out of their defensive zone and, again, build those souls up to stay competitive in these fights.
So this is what I'm curious about when it comes to how this meta is going to work, because they have Rejuvenator. So, okay, cool. you have control of the jungle. You can take away a lot of these camps, but all the lanes are still going to be shoving into Abraham's base, which they're going to continue to be able to farm up. So they're still, with them being behind, getting extra souls every time they kill some of these creeps. So I don't really know like the mathematical like formula, but like the way it works out budget wise for these two teams, of who actually comes out ahead of taking away the jungle but letting the lanes constantly push. I wonder if there's some sort of threshold where you kind of have to go for the fight and go for the push and go for the win if you're the team in the lead, to not allow a team to start to catch up.
Right, this fire rate is disgusting. Also, Fury Trance picked up by this Wraith, right? So we talked about it beforehand. Basically, it turns off your abilities. Or rather, it silences you, and you can't use stamina or regen, but you just get you get an extra increase of fire rate of 40% on top of bullet lifesteal. So you just turn the game into a shooter at that point. Just forget about your abilities. It's just good on Deadlock at that point. So yeah, expect Zergy to vomit bullets out in that next engagement. VP, keep a pretty healthy lead here, Jason. You notice that Abrahams have started to make their way back out into the rest of the map here, but with these of course, buffs are still 2 and a bit minutes away. Mid boss 3 minutes, so it's really about just the lane ebb and flow and those neutral camps.
I mean, you're seeing like Abraham's that they're very scared to push out of the base, which you honestly should be, because you don't know where Virtus.pro are going to be waiting and lurking. You just have Obikim to worry about, who's, I mean, he's basically got a perma stealth, and he also has the potential to kill one of you pretty damn quickly. He's got Vampiric Burst on top of this. So he's actually switched up the build a little bit, not going for that focus lens, going for more of the continuous damage in these fights, because the extra lifesteal you get and the attack speed you get is kind of ridiculous. So you can definitely pull off the 1v1. So Abraham's, you're kind of just stuck waiting on your side of the map until Virtus.pro take a fight, and then you have to hope to win it. Unless you're going to push out as 5 together looking for a catch yourself.
And eventually there's probably going to be a fight, honestly, over like potentially even a neutral camp. Like it wouldn't even take that much here to get Virtus.pro a reason to want to go forward. Demov is fed. They've also just picked up that healing tempo now. So that rejuvenating Aurora becomes unbelievably effective as just like an AoE fire rate, move speed increase, and heal. Makes you like extremely potent. Well, you want to get in the middle of the fight there. And crucially, yeah, the healing effectiveness of Dynamo is going to be increased by a set amount. So good to see him back, potentially in the meta game here, having some really great benefits to sort of be in the thick of things and set up some of those fights with these singularities. But here's mid. Gonna have a bit of a convergence here, surely.
Wow, that damage from Decay, though. Sorry to interrupt you there. You can just see it taking away on Saf. But also, the curse has been picked up for Virtus.pro for Mikhail S. And I wonder if that's kind of what they're waiting for, because now when you have Hoot try to go in for a singularity, you can just shut it down, and it's not going to do anything in this fight.
So Infuser taken by Gemside here, basically going to make themselves unkillable during Stormcloud to anything, because they will have 80% spirit lifesteal, I want to say. Plated armor just got picked up here as well. So like kind of the opposite of armor piercing. There's like a chance that you just prevent the damage entirely. It's a 30% chance to deflect the shot, 60% chance also to deny the on hit of a certain shot that comes in, which is honestly pretty relevant, especially against Infernus.
Let's see the health. Like, look at this. I mean, you're Mikhail S, you have 4,000 health. Like, when do we ever see Paradoxes get to 4k HP? And that's obviously like a big change of the item system. Oh, this actually could be big. Zergy does get off the zipline in time, though, so he doesn't get stunned up. They're trying to go for the catch on to him, and they do get it. They get the last one, but can they kill him?
Okay, Ern going to be taken by Obikim now. Try and take Abraham's attention away from this fight, maybe. Frozen Shelter pop. Can anybody kill this guy? This guy is just... Okay, well, they could not kill him, and that's the problem, because the Nextland comes in, and Virtus.pro are ready to rumble. Singularity comes out in response, and you will see Abrahams get torn limb from limb here. Again, unstoppable Infuser pop inside that Stormcloud. Pretty good jam side, I like it, but it looks more like it's a Christmas bauble, a bit of ornamentation over the fight. It's not an amount of damage that really is significant. And guess what? Mid boss is up in 9 seconds. The timing comes up perfectly here. Virtus.pro have an Urn turn in, a mid boss take. They're laughing all the way to the bank.
They have Wave shoved in too, so they can easily get these base guardians to get themselves another flex set unlocked for their final one of the game. But you can see they've all headed back. They want to secure this mid boss as quick as possible. They already got the Urn turn in, and this lead is just continuing to grow. Though, to be fair, if this was on the old patch, I feel like we would be at like 50, 60, 70k lead with how this game's played out.
Zergy's not reloading at all. It's just so crazy to see that now. You hold M1 and you never have to stop. So rejuve here won't be contested. And that flex slot would be available. Virtus.pro should be sitting on a pretty hefty amount of souls individually. Oh, yes, that is a lot of souls. Listic probably wants to part with those here. And head to the secret shop. What is the buy going to be here? Oh, okay. It's like that capacitor being picked up here. So again, kind of crazy because it has an active and passive component. But capacitor obviously removes all non-ultimate buffs and applies a strong slow outside of having the passive effect of the Tesla bullet. So gives you a nice build direction option for that weapon, for that item rather. Very powerful.
I think he's going to get, I mean, he can get rid of power surge from Jam side, which would be huge because that's where a lot of the damage from 7 is going to be coming from outside of the ultimate.
Flame dash. Does that work?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that could be quite nice. A lot of pretty handy options to go for here. Okay.
He throws a shelter the patron to keep stage 1 patron alive.
Oh, but is he going to move out? Yeah, it kind of moves out of the way eventually, but that's pretty nice. Still going to get taken down. Oh, it's going to be tough for Abraham's here. They're down by like 50k and counting. Boots blown smithereens. Overkill here. So much for being supportive now. Can just build for raw damage at this part of the game. Saf drops Jam side, barely able to escape after a card came down, and this fire rate is absolutely disgusting. Fury Trance was popped there. Dim off? What? All right. Okay, folks. As per usual, Virtus.pro stay at the top of the heap here by adapting to this new landscape of Deadlock quicker than anybody else, delivering an incredible performance, and importantly, Zergy returning to glory, looking massive, brolic, built vascular on this Wraith.
It's so odd to see though, because that game, it never really felt like in that second match, Abraham's had a chance, but the soul differential, I feel like didn't really reflect that because of the comeback mechanics in the game. I don't think you can really disagree with me, as we were going to bring Jake in soon, that Virtus.pro, I feel like we're in the driver's seat 95% of the time in that game.
I mean, certainly, yeah, certainly feels like it. A very scrappy sort of early to mid game here. A similar situation, I think, to what we saw in game 1, where picking up the Sinclair, he just seems to be so oppressive, so brutal in that lane that he's able to sort of shove it over and go from there. It's really hard to see how like you're supposed to fight that. The fact that they were rotating the Sinclair out of lanes after they were able to take the Guardian, should speak to just how powerful he is. But there's the souls picked up. There's an early lead that's derived from that, but Virtus.pro were farming really well at the same time. So they never really felt significantly behind, but they were losing a lot of those early engagements, those early skirmishes. We're going to, I think, bring Jake back in here, of course, and have a chance to break the game down a little bit more. Jake, I mean, again, another great Virtus.pro completion here. I thought we were really impressed by what we saw from Michaelis. With Zergy looked great, and also the Dynamo makes his return under the stewardship of Dimov.
I was really impressed with Michaelis, coming back on the Paradox, which I think is really the hero he cut his teeth on, despite stepping away from it for a while, playing Vindicta, playing some of these maybe more carry-focused characters. The Paradox still super crucial to a lot of the strategy, and I think Zergy is really paving the way on Wraith right now. Like, this build looks insanely sick. Like, new meta for me. Like, having seen this a couple times, I'm like, man, I wonder if you need to be banning this out. I mean, Abrams has been banned every game, so maybe there's something even more absurd on Abrams that we haven't brought into the meta yet. But this Wraith, like the permanent uptime, you're on your primary weapon, scaling into the reloads, and then he gets Boundless Spirit, which now, if you didn't know, like gives you move speed and heal when you cast abilities. So being able to not only cycle the clip forever, but getting raw move speed stat, I think, is one of the best stats in the game, pound for pound. Being able to like step in and out and stay in focus. So such incredible like gunplay, I would say, from Zergy, and playing to his strengths as like a tracking player from an FPS perspective, I think looked amazing this game.
I mean, with burst fire on top of that too, like he just is going to chase you down. Honestly, I think that's something that's going to be looked at. There's no way they keep that in the game.
Yeah, the Magnum, there's got to be like a cooldown on it or something. I mean, it's too heinous on somebody like Wraith. And I think the introduction of the Boundless into that build looked really sick, because your spirit damage is actually pretty significant for a couple ways on Wraith, like just your raw attack speed, on the third skill, and then of course your cards dealing pretty significant spirit damage. So I mean, Zergy's like spending a lot of this early mid game farming, but this is like kind of exactly the type of character and build that I feel like we know Zergy for as a player, who gets ahead of the game, has like this wild farm situation. The team is fighting with 5 players on the map and more or less letting Zergy just farm, because they know They just need him to hit this critical mass. And then when he enters into the team fights, he's going to be bringing such a huge net worth lead and such a potent build that he's been scaling towards in all that farming phase that, okay, he can like really start taking over the game. And so hard to deal with, especially you've got the spell blocks. You can deal with some of these like catch spells that would normally punish you for being so focused on the gun damage. And Wraith already hard to catch with the power of that blink. So for me, really impressive stuff from Zergy. I think a lot of teams are going to be looking back at Wraith. I mean, Wraith was untouched for the last couple months, really had completely fallen out. But this new build, I think, has brought her back into, for me, looking like the best hero in the game.
So sick. Unreal. Let's talk MVP. We already have been. Zergy, of course, is going to be your player of the match, presented by Intel. Pretty insane. I mean, this guy is shoving down objectives like you would not believe. I think he's at like 18k objective damage. Next closest on his team is like 6k, which is crazy. Actually got out damaged by Sharik here, which is, not uncommon for like the Geists and the, the Mirages of the world. We haven't seen today, just quietly to do. But yeah, I mean, again, sort of Mercurial Magnum looks really, really good. I think Fury Trance is like a super interesting item. Just the premise of it is fascinating. Some of these like asymmetrical effects, are really interesting to see. But I mean, yeah, compared with the fact that you can't cleanse off the telekinesis, and obviously that works in area of effect, once you have max investiture in that ability is crazy to me. Really impressed to see this stuff. I think Abraham's were hoping to emulate this to some degree with that Infernus pickup in game number 2, right? Also, they brought the 7 in, so Jamside was hoping to be a real threat later on in the game, but they just could not get close. Zergy, we said late game, but guys, by like 15 minutes, like this guy's a menace, already.
This build is just the Terminator. He just walks at you and is holding M1 the whole game. Like, it's actually unreal.
Yeah, unless he's like disarmed like this, but like there is zero need to ever reload at some point, especially once you have enough cards to proc that Magna. But here is the scoreboard breakdown. Jason Zergy exiting with 9 kills in total. Obviously farmed up to the absolute tits, but MKLS with 18 assists, of course, over the course of the game was definitely someone I had my eye on, really. It's the classic play style of Paradox, but I don't see him miss any carbines, man, and he's always got the swap follow-up.
Yeah, I think if we were looking at MVPs, I caught Jake talking about it was either between Zergy or MKLS, and you could have given it to either one of them, to be honest. The consistency out of MKLS when he gets on Paradox is just unrivaled when it comes into these matches. That he's just always guaranteed to hit one of these good Connect carbines into Paradoxical swap. Like it's going to happen. It's not whether not you can prevent it. It's when it's going to happen for the opposing team and how you deal with it from there. And VP are so good at playing around his swaps. Also so good at playing around 5-man teams instead of the 6, leaving Zergy to farm off to his own. That's really hard for anyone to match up with.
I will say, like, definitely something to be happy about for Abrahams, though, is that, like, I was worried really about the 7 and the Infernus. I thought, okay, maybe they can just get snowballed on and fed. And I think they actually held their own pretty well and kept the game into contention for a long time. I just think the late game build threat was so well thought out by VP. I feel like they really have a handle on like what's their timing to end the game, what's their power peak to maybe not end the game necessarily, but at least like win a decisive team fight, take the mid boss, and a team like VP, right? It's the beginning of the end once they're able to get those massive objective swings. But on the other hand, I think Abrahams looked solid on the characters they chose. I think maybe like meta is a little like VP has a better handle on the meta, and I give them credit for that. They deserve to win this week. But also I thought individually they played well. Some teams, some players in a combination we haven't seen so much of before, and to make this competitive is already for me not bad from Abrahams.
Like what we see from them so far, again, I feel like they're going to continue to be snappy at the heels of Virtus.pro over the coming weeks, but that's just fine. It's nice to see a proper 2-team region here in Europe. That's it for the EU portion of our show, folks. Virtus.pro, again, have locked it up for the umpteenth time, and of course, after the break, we're going to head over to NA. But first, we've got a bit of a content piece Jason has been working on very hard. Of course, we got your responses last week to some Family Feud-style questions. Well, the video is up. We've got the first part of our Family Feud video right here in the break, and part 2 is already up on the Locked In YouTube. So go and check that out. For now, enjoy. We'll see you back after the break for the North American portion of the Deadlock Fight Night number 25, presented by Intel. See you shortly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Locked In, as we got another special surprise coming your way today. Now, if you're out there or in North America, I know a lot of you are coming in from Europe, you might have heard of something called Family Feud, but we're going to put a Deadlock twist on it and make it a Deadlock Family Feud. Last week over in DFN, I put out a survey for you all to fill out, and you guys filled out 10 questions, over 300 responses. Big thank you to all of you participating to this one. But now it comes down to time for our pros here. to figure out what your answers were. We got AVG, we got Low Main, and we got the sexiest Deadlock player alive with Hoot as well. So for Deadlock Family Feud, we had to kind of modify it a bit to fit this format. What's going to happen is we've predetermined an order of who's going to be started off each of these questions. And when we get into these questions, a player will guess until they get one wrong. When they get one wrong, it'll go to the next player in that order, and they'll keep guessing until they get one wrong as well. And a rinse repeat until 3 rounds have happened, or they've guessed all the correct answers. And then you get all the points of the questions that you did get correct in that survey. So let's kick things off. We're going into our first question here, gentlemen, and it's going to be Low Main starting things off. And remember, Low Main, it's not about what you would choose. It's about what the people filling out the survey would choose. And our question is, what hero is most likely to play on a professional football or soccer, depending on where you are in the world, team?
Abrams.
We have 8 answers for this one.
Lock me in, Abrams.
Lock you in, Abrams?
Lock me in.
Abrams coming in as number 4.
What?
With 9 people. Number 4.
Okay,
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Lock me in, Kelvin.
Kelvin.
What?
There is no
There's
Kelvin
no
on
way,
the
bro.
list.
There's no way.
Kelvin. Over to Hoot now. So Hoot, what do you got, Hoot?
No and Krill.
Let's see what the survey says.
What?
No, Mo,
What?
and
Wow.
Krill.
I thought
Guys,
Mo
it's,
was
so-
in wood.
it's soccer. It's soccer, not football.
AVG the King, what do you got?
Let me lock in Infernus.
Survey says
What?
number 1.
What?
At
Wait,
30
number
Oh
one.
yeah, dude, he runs, bro. What are you guys
Oh
saying,
yeah,
bro?
flame
You guys
dash.
are cooked.
Yeah.
All right, AVG,
Okay.
you got another guess?
Let's go with Warden.
No Warden. No
Shit.
Warden. All right, Low Main, it's back to you for round 2.
Lock me in, Dynamo.
What?
He's big as hell. He can cover the goal.
That's-
He's big as hell.
Oh, true, goalie.
He can cover the
That's
goal.
true.
goal
That's
post.
true.
That's true.
That's true.
No Dynamo. Okay, Hoot. Time for redemption here.
It must be Viscous with his good ball.
Survey says
There. we
coming
go.
at number 3 with 10 points.
Can I get Lash? There we
Number
go.
2 at 23.
I mean, Hayes, probably. Hayes?
This guy is
Oh,
Number-
him right now.
right, I'm
5.
cooking, bro. I think Shiv is up there as well. Give me Shiv.
Shiv?
We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night number 25. 25 shows already. Can you believe it? EU gave us the first taste of what to expect on this brand new patch, but now we move on to North America, which, has always been a little bit different from EU, but maybe wildly different. Now we've entered a completely new meta. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, I am still super excited to see what the players have cooking here today.
Look, EU has always been the clean region, the super well-practiced, high strategy region. NA, we get down and dirty with it. We brawl it out. We deathmatch. Everybody just buy the Fury items, stim out, no abilities, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. We got to get into the action, ZP.
Yeah, and if you're just new to the show, going, hey, this is a pretty good place to learn about, what is meta, what's going on with the items, the players. Well, we got you covered, and also we'll tell you how the day goes about here at Deadlock Fight Night. We open up each region with a best of one challengers match. We invite some of the best teams around in each region, and then the winner of that challengers match goes on to play the champion. Of course, now we're in the North America portion of the show. The champion for the last few weeks, Jake, it's been Melee Creeps enjoying their time on top of the mountain.
Yeah, Melee Creeps, bringing together a solid roster, building consistency, and they've only been climbing. I mean, I will say this is a moment where their dominance is going to be tested with everything thrown into flux with the new patch. Things have changed drastically. And so, I mean, I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it an upset. I mean, regardless, Hydra Nation or Valhalla, whoever advances, there's a lot of strong players that, fans are going to recognize. However, this is a moment where it's hardest to stay on top when things are completely changing, things are shifting, and you're going to have to follow along and not get caught by any, meta builds. But that being said, after seeing the EU show, you've seen maybe a little bit of a test case. There's some more refined ideas. I wonder, once we get into the draft phase, if some of these picks like Shiv and like Wraith that have emerged as having some really potent builds in the new item meta are going to end up being picked as popularly here in North America.
Well, also, in terms of what's popular here in North America, we got some DFN traditions. We're going to take a look at the Hydra Nation roster now to get you in on one of the traditions we've had here at Deadlock Fight Night, where Hydra Nation, they've been in here since the beginning. But let me tell you, the roster has changed continually over these 25 Deadlock Fight Night weeks. The only consistent player, Jake, on this entire roster that has never been off the team at one point at this point is Hydration.
I mean, the team's like sort of named after him, right? So maybe that gives him a little bit of plot armor. It would go crazy if Hydration gets cut at some point and they keep the name. I mean, at the end of the day, though, as this team has rotated with a lot of different players, a lot of these guys are familiar faces like Hydration, Lefa, Vegas, Rocane. These guys have been on many iterations of the team, taking time off, of course, as you mentioned, but still, Poppers and Fishcake also have been impressive players, have looked solid when we have seen them play. So this looks like another solid version of Hydra Nation. As much as we make fun of them for solving their roster all the time, sometimes they come out with a fresh roster and dominate and take over in a week. So in an attempt to dethrone Melee Creeps, they've done just that. We're going to see, though, if they're able to get there and even get to that money match first. They got to take down Valhalla.
Also, I'm going to defy the run of show here a little bit. I'm going to bring Jason in early. That's right. We're not playing by the rules. Jason, thoughts on Hydra Nation changing rosters once again?
There's three things in life that are certain: death, money, death, taxes, Hydra Nation changing roster.
I wish money was one of those certain things.
This is why he's not a play-by-play caster.
Maybe I'll start my own fan fiction line at some point. I'm doing audiobooks. I don't know how I feel about this roster, actually. I mean, obviously, Lefa, Hydration, very strong, dependable players. Poppers, I've definitely been critical on quite a bit when we saw him back in B&B. Seeing him on his Yamato, it felt like that was the only hero he could really play, was that or Great Talon. And when that was being banned away from him, he wasn't really able to play well enough on other heroes. So I don't know how this roster is going to do within the only 1 week, 1.5 weeks since we've had these changes. But one thing I do know about Hydra Nation is that they have been grinding a lot more than a lot of the other teams out there when it comes to North America. And I feel like if any team out there has found something niche and something special that no one's caught on to yet, it's definitely going to be them.
Well, of course, the opposition is going to be Valhalla, a new mix here in North America. I guess see some familiar names here where, yeah, I mean, you take a look at it, you got Scout on the team. Normally, you also have Do on the team, where I think it's Flaws from Troopers in Paris that is swapping on in, where, these players have been around. I think, at least half of them, I think at one point had a stint on TF2 Boomers, at least think back to some of the other players that are on this roster. But, things are in flux in North America, Jake. And, this early in the game, we don't have a ton of sponsored orgs in. This is kind of part of the course to see these team shifts pretty on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of like players who I think are individually going to be strong. DMB coming into a good team here at a perfect moment for him, you know, being a Wraith specialist, playing that hero so much over the last few months. And I mean, since Deadlock came out, was really dominant on it. I felt like when Wraith fell out of the meta, DMB also kind of felt like it didn't have such an obvious place. But now with like what Zergy just paved the way in EU, I feel like love to see DMB, if he gets his hand on the Wraith, what he can do here in this opening match.
And you know, something also to keep in mind here. I'm seeing chat talk about it
here or not. Sorry.
You know, I was waiting for Jason to like kick in, but I will say one thing. In response to Chaz, like, where's Calc? Where's Calc? Calc was not kicked from Hydra Nation, to the best of my knowledge. Calc right now, I guess, has had like a big flare-up of tendonitis, and I think it's fair to note, like, look, it's difficult to play games when, you know, an arm just doesn't work, right? So Calc right now is healing, and as far as I know, Calc will probably be back to the game at some point, whether it be on Hydra Nation or not, who knows? But you know, injuries happen.
It's tendonitis in his wrist, right?
No.
Well,
I think it's actually a common gaming injury, right? Like various forms of repetitive strain injury. I think it's just take care of your health first, right? Like games are fun, but you don't want to screw up your wrist for your life.
But there's one way to get around that, though. Go the way of Zergy, play with the trackball, and you don't
fingers
have to use your
only.
wrist. There you go. We could see him come back. Also surprised to see Flick not on the roster. I feel like Flick was such a stable player, like a high damage dealer when it came to Paradox. He was like the NA TAS equivalent in terms of how much damage you consistently do on Paradox, being such a good playmaker. But to see him not there as well, it's like, who's going to pick up the Paradox flame for the team?
Yeah, and I mean, that obviously when you've had a very reliable Paradox player or a player that can shift on the holiday for that long, I mean, it changes a little bit of how you're gonna, well, maybe not the draft in the sense you still have to like draft these heroes, but you know, the effectiveness is gonna be in question till we see the players play. But we are gonna get see the players play right now. That's right, the Mo and Crow 1v1, it is in action. Mo versus Mo fisticuffs. We'll see if NA holds up to the standard that EU has had on their 1v1s.
They both went for the off the rip parry meta. Now big connection. Oh, the double parry, that just ends it.
Ooh.
I mean, a previous Hydra Nation player, albeit for 1 week, Lord and M.
You know what we need? I'm just thinking about it. We got a whole bunch of new melee items added to the game. Maybe next DFN, we spice it up and we let the Moes come in with rebuttal and crushing fists and give them a little bit of extra HP.
Rebuttal would go so... I feel like rebuttal, you just like auto win if you get a rebuttal parry, right? Because it's such a ridiculous turn.
It is a really ridiculous turn, and you get to parry more often. But
yeah,
either way, guys,
he's so crazy.
We are heading into the draft. We'll think about how to spice up the Mo versus Mo setup a little bit later. But it's Valhalla, first pick, their choice after winning the 1v1, and they take down Mo. So we didn't see Mo at all in EU, and Jason, Mo's just out of here from the get-go.
Yeah, we saw Abrams being first banned almost, and I think in every single game actually that we had happen in EU. But this time we're going to see Mo as a first ban. But I'm curious, you leave open like Shiv, you leave open Kelvin. I think Kelvin might become like a very staple hero in North America. I mean, thinking with Lord and M, thinking about for Hydra Nation, if they're going to run Fish Cake on or Xerxes on it. Sorry, Xerxes on Valhalla, or Poppers on it. Like, I don't know exactly what they're going to be going for, but our question of how would NA be compared to EU? Well, completely different. And
yeah,
I
180.
expect less, to be honest.
I mean, I'm curious to see if we see Abrams coming in. I think Abrams, Wraith are my first thoughts. I mean, compared to like previous weeks, there's heroes like Mirage, Great Talon that completely fell out of the meta in EU that were so incredibly popular. And Valhalla is going to snag the DMB Wraith off the rip. I actually like this for them. I think that player hero combination is something I really would want to see for them. And I think it is a first pick pro hero. From what we saw in EU, that I'm convinced from Zergy's build, that looks disgusting. That looks like one of the strongest late game things you could just build. The DPS, the objective taking, just absurd.
Yo, it is 2025 in North America, first picked Wraith in a Deadlock draft. We finally did it. We got him. All it took was Wraith going back up to the top of the meta, and NA is respecting Wraith first. I love to see it. Meanwhile, Hydra Nation going with the first pick on the Kelvin, where things are more survival now. People generally, from what I've heard, are valuing Kelvin a little bit more as a result. Not even though Kelvin was getting first picked a little bit pre-patch too, depending on the draft.
You could get a Shiv here too. You get the Shiv Kelvin opening combo. I think they're both insanely strong.
I think they will. And yeah, Jake, you're absolutely right. And look, teams right now, they value the percentage execute that you get with Shiv. And Jason, right now, this is more similar to EU on the actual picks, even if the bans were different.
Yeah, very weird. I very weird to see it so close to EU, considering it feels like in 25 weeks of this, we've never have it be so close. But I mean, I'm looking at Valhalla's side. Abrams would be obviously a perfect pickup here. Maybe Abrams Vindictus, so you have yourself an S tier lineup. But then also with Paradox, Holiday, and Bebop all still available, does Valhalla want to pull the Abrahams and take away the pick heroes and get Paradox as well?
I think it's definitely an interesting idea here, especially with Wraith. It's like you have really solid ult follow-up if you do swap or lasso somebody in. And of course, Wraith has all the damage as well you might need. There's also the thought about trying to match the front line a little bit with something like Abrams, but maybe Abrams, I wonder, can you stand up to a Shiv Kelvin? And they're going to go with Yamato as another sort of option for that.
I don't like
heavy front line.
I think the problem with going Yamato here is that it's still brand new, so it's hard to say how much you can really send stone. But in terms of what you've given up here, you just gave up the Paradox Geist, which to me, you think about what has been overwhelmingly strong. That would be just an incredible clapback here from Hydra Nation. And Jason, we got the Geist. Do we get the Paradox?
Well, does Valhalla ban Paradox instead?
Oh, that's right. You go in the mid band. So yeah. Going in the mid bands, I think you're right. They probably ban it.
I mean, it could. I think Abrams would obviously be a good ban away as well, because we're still. I mean, Valhalla is still lacking like a decent front line. Obviously, Yamato gives you somewhat of a front line, but an Abrams would give you a nice little pick off as well to have, again, give protection to Wraith.
I'll see you in the field.
Dynamo actually instead. So,
I actually like this. I actually like this Hydra Nation. I think Hydra Nation are going to pick Abrams off the rip if it's not banned, and then I guess they could grab Paradox too, but they actually have such a ridiculous close range brawling front line with Shiv, Geist, and potentially Abrams. Like, this is disgusting, but however, a Dynamo would kind of ruin them, right? Like, these are all heroes that want to be point blank, not so much Geist, but in general, right? So you still want to play off the lifesteal, and you do want to be, running at people pretty aggressive, pretty close range. They're not going to have any stuns in the draft.
Wait, we got to get clarification from production here, because
something's wrong.
Pocket did not get banned twice. This does not make sense. I mean, look, I get you don't want to play against Pocket, but that's a little weird.
So we will wait. This is Abrams then.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense if Abrams was one of the first bans here. Oh, it was a Paradox ban as the second ban. Okay. But I actually don't think Hydra Nation. I think if Hydra Nation, if I'm right, they're going to go with Abrams. Yeah, okay. And now the front line is. I mean, how do you fight into this? Like, if these heroes get farmed, Kelvin is going to be healing 3 players that are like inting on you. The Kelvin value on heal in this game is going to be out of control. You get healing tempo on Kelvin, and you're buffing all these characters that all want a frontline, all want to aggro. Yamato can stand up to that just because of the ulti, but can you stand up to just the raw gun damage, even on Yamato, even tanking? Like,
yeah, honestly, Jason called it. You mentioned the Warden. I think the answer may be yes, but also you have way more initiation power on Valhalla, and the fact is, like, telekinesis is still really good now that Wraith actually has way more damage behind her. So I'm looking at this right now, and this feels like one of those comps where, like, Hydra Nation, their win con, they want to get significantly ahead and then just run at you. But Valhalla, if they play well, especially playing around the Holiday, playing around the Wraith, I mean, if they stay ahead, I don't think Hydra Nation can just run over them, so to speak. So to me, this is giving Hydra Nation a little bit of hard mode, so far as I'm concerned, in the early mid game, even though they still have a Kelvin Shiv lane, which I think will still perform pretty well post patch.
I mean, I think go ahead, Jason. All I have to worry about is Sinclair pick. But at the same time, an Ivy would be like a really nice roundup to their composition, because they can use the slow with lightning scroll as well to like really make it difficult for Hydra Nation to fight in the front lines, make them very slow, really hard to move around the fight, but also do a lot of damage as well. If you pick up a heal bait on top of that, you're going to be nerfing a lot of their healing they can do. I don't really hate either team's comp, to be honest, with the way it's playing out.
I would love to see the Sinclair as the final pick here. I think that's a great call out. Like, copying Warden ult is so powerful in this game, and you could copy the Wraith ult too as a way to deal with Wraith herself with the disarm. Right? They go with the Lash though. I guess that makes sense. Maybe they were lacking a bit of initiate. I mean, maybe the Abrams, once it gets Phantom Strike, can be that, but that is pretty deep into the game when you're actually going to be able to deploy that. I think this is a very sick frontline comp from Hydra Nation. I think I'm curious to see how Mirage does as like this backline DPS, but if Abrams, Shiv, and Geist are having good games, like, man, the potency of the Kelvin heal in these team fights is going to be so sick. Valhalla, if they get caught like 1-2 players in the dome, I think they're going to lose the team fight. I think it's like maybe Yamato can tank through in the dome. That's going to be like a key bellwether. If Yamato is strong enough to like confidently fight into the dome and live with the ulti and be able to get bailed out by the team after, maybe this is going to be key. And like you guys mentioned, the pickoff threat from Holiday could be nice as well. But I really like what I see out of Hydra Nation. I think this draft is like a very old school, something we would have seen like a couple months ago. But I think that style looks really good to me in from what I've seen so far in the patch.
Well, the X factor to me is, I look at this as just Hydra Nation. They're probably putting fish cake onto the Lash, right? You think about who has the most play time onto what for Hydra Nation, and also Flick is on the roster. You wonder who's going to be playing what. Fish cake, 8 million hours on Lash. But if Lash doesn't get value, their initiation is going to be really tough, Jason. And I feel like for me, I look at Hydra Nation, I just wonder, what is the ramp right now? And I just feel like they're putting a lot in the fish cake, having a really good game.
I mean, it's that, but they also put a lot of it onto Shiv, which I think Rokane is kind of my guess of who he's going to be playing. But they don't have like a late game carry in my eyes. Like Wraith doesn't even need to get to late game to be that carry potential as we saw with Zergy. If you can't lock down DMB on the Wraith, like he's going to become a massive problem. With Mercurial Magnum picked up, and if he goes Boundless Spirit too, if he goes like these movement abilities, if he goes for the lifesteal as well, he gets at some point, like it's gonna be very hard to kill him. Not to mention you have to get through the front line of Yamato Ward and Calco at the same time. You have Ivy protecting with the Kutsu bombs. Like, I don't know, I feel like Hydra Nation, if you can't get going early, I think this actually could be a Valhalla win.
I do agree with you. I think we go late enough, Valhalla will outscale, but I like the odds of like a mid-game snowball. I think if Hydra Nation have clean macro in the mid-game, they can win lanes, clean macro in the mid-game, and then they can just get such a lead that I think it won't matter, essentially. Like the late game threat from Valhalla won't come to fruition. But this does put pressure on a Hydra Nation roster that is freshly shuffled. You talked about ZP, them being like a team that's vested a lot, has been like really grinding and putting the effort in. I think this is going to be the test of that. They need a clean game.
Hydration on Abrams. This is a new look. Also, chat, calm yourself. Chat just going wild with the copy pasta of every week I watch EU Draft, I learn more about the game. And then I watch NA Draft, I learned they should watch EU Draft. Oh, boy.
I don't hate these drafts, actually. These are different, but they're not actually, after we've seen them all come together, they're not that different. I am curious to see Lefa's Mirage. He's looked insane in this character in the past, but EU, they were like not even touching Mirage, which is surprising to me. Like, I don't see why, from like a pure theory perspective, why the global teleport wouldn't be still amazingly good. The late game farm potential from Mirage still very strong.
All right, we'll see how this one pans out. And yeah, Lefa's gonna be on the Mirage. Rokane onto the Geist is where we're at. Which, if you go far enough back, there was a period of time where Rokane was basically on Geist just about every game. But to me, as I look at this, I'm really curious about how Valhalla plays the early of the mid game, because to me, Jake, I'm looking at this game and I feel like Valhalla really does have a significant early the mid game window, but so much is going to depend on what Lord NM is able to do, in that crucial period after you hit 3K souls.
Yeah, I will say, I think laning wise, I think there's better last hitting pretty significantly for Hydra Nation. I think like Shiv Abrams should be one of the best last hitting lanes you can do, like the double shotgun, and both of them are heroes with serious kill threat, so you got to be very careful in that mid lane. Not expecting to see either team, though, come up to a huge lead in the early game. These teams are both very experienced, mostly going to be playing that farm game, trying to trade, trying to get what they can. I'm also curious to see how Shiv and Kelvin function, right? Like as a lane, this has been not just a CS lane, it's been a kill lane in many games in the past, and I think that's somewhere Hydra Nation want to start cracking the armor of Valhalla in the early game.
To me, it's kind of a good test too of where Wraith is at the moment, where Wraith probably the biggest benefit of this patch here so far. And sometimes you go for the melee and a little bit off, either that or thought wouldn't hit in time, and there's a parry on the table. One of the two.
Yeah, I think it was one of those weird pins where he got pinned like just on the corner of the geometry and punched around it.
But yeah, I mean, if the Wraith Ivy lane is able to stand their own versus Shiv Kelvin lane, I feel like that pumps up the Wraith stocks even more as far as where Wraith is at in this patch, where it's already, to me, kind of been the storyline of the day of, oh, yeah, this hero got mega buffed overall from one patch to the next.
Abrams is also going to be just a god in lane with the extra regen, 3.5 regen on top of the passive. It's going to be so hard to spam him out of lane. Some early damage here as well. In trouble, yeah. I think this is a kill. Tornado, maybe just one more shot. Yeah, that'll be a kill found. Able to continue some pressure as well in the mid lane. Left of Hydration back to their winning ways here, so far at least. DMB as well, going to be going down. And quick kills, I don't think these are the most impactful, but they definitely presage a worrying trend here for Valhalla in the early game.
I do kind of enjoy how, regardless of what's being played, Hydra Nation does try to just maintain just general lane partners, because you play enough with one player, Jake, eventually you kind of get an idea of when someone's going to go in and when not, even without comms. You get to know someone's play style, and Hydration Lefa, they just have chemistry in lane, regardless of if they're in a slightly favored lane or not.
It's an interesting concept here from Valhalla to be having Ivy on the Zerbz be like super focused on the healing and just like, yeah, you can soak 1,000,000 damage from Kelvin and Shiv, but we're just going to heal you up and sustain through it all. Not let anybody get low, not let, you know, the snowball start rolling. I think this Calico Warden lane, though, it looks to be a bit of a struggle. Honestly, both of the side lanes are not good. Even mid lane, I mean, they're small advantages, but Hydra Nation is winning all 3 lanes right now.
I do kind of wonder, you know, we didn't see Yamato on the EU end, and I kind of wonder where Yamato stands after all the patch changes, where we didn't go into a deep dive and trying to, you know, get player impact on. Also, there hasn't been as much in the way of scrims, but Yamato was the big winner of the patch prior to this, and, you know, her performance is going to be interesting. Also, yeah, what you point out, the Warden Calco lane, it's struggling a bit. You wouldn't really expect it to be strong, but they're kind of getting farmed at the moment.
Yeah, they're getting crushed across the map. Like this game is actually like, this is like an insanely early call, but this game is unironically almost over. Like if they get like another few kills, I mean, it's really scary, because the problem is, you know, all these Hydra Nation players, I guess there's a moment here where you come back into the lane and get your ultis online for Valhalla where they can get some kills, but Hydra Nation is coming up to have every ult online. Just now Valhalla gets a few ults, so maybe they can take some of the fights with that power spike. Maybe that does stabilize things for the moment, and that kill does help a lot on the Road King.
Well, also, I think with how the economy has been adjusted, I do think there's more room for comebacks now, even with a tough start. So, yeah, I mean, it looks a little bit tough, but I think Valhalla, especially in a moment here, you're going to get Lasso online for Lord NM. We'll see, you know, if it stays in the middle for picks or it tries to go off to the side. Well, not getting too many picks in the middle with Scout being down here, even as Lasso is still yet to be grabbed here. Take a look, and has not statted into it here just yet.
Yeah, I don't think he has it. He's 3.2. Yeah, you don't get it till 3.4.
Oh, that's
right. Because you start with the
yeah.
400 souls now. So, I mean, it's actually a brutal game to not have ulti online yet. And Hydration's coming up on 5K. I'm really curious to see what Hydration buys. Is he going to save for a 6K? Or not 6K, rather, a 3K. It's going to be the Headhunter upgrade. Oh, that's actually massive at this phase of the game, right? Getting the huge nuke damage on Headhunter. I mean, Abrams is a huge threat now and is going to get tons of sustain as well. So he might get active and look into some ganking potential here, doing some box running in the early game. This is something I think we came to know Hydration for, and like honestly, I think a lot of players like really changed their game a lot, realizing like how much he gets out of this box running in the mid game. And if he can get a successful gank here on the sideline, that would be explosive for his game.
Hydration a little bit forge pirating into a hello to Flaws with a quick goodbye. One after the other, some quick left clicks on the DMP. Gets hit with the lasso towards the end, and okay.
Oh, did he parry him as well on the tower?
He heals. He got the heals and got the kill with the aid of Fish Cake. Oh boy, that is a big swing in the game. And
oh, that's a big mistake from Lord NM. Like at that point, Hydration's always going to go for the parry. He's 1 HP under tower. He has to just parry, right? Coming off the lasso, and to try to finish with the quick melee, a little bit greedy. That is so bad for them. That would have been bad even if you catch Hydration, but the fact that you don't is terrible. Now another dive here comes under the tower. Wraith incredibly low, caught by the execute. Shiv still healthy behind tower, diving with the Kelvin. And they still have the Kelvin ulti if things go wrong. Lash ult as well, finds a big connection on the side lane.
Yeah, really opening things up here on left, although okay, ends up falling down. So able to withstand a little bit, but 38k of 31k is pretty significant. Still not even the 8-minute mark of the game here just yet. I'm not gonna say, you know, in this case, I still think there's room to bring things back, but it's a little bit difficult to be getting crushed in lane to this extent, because what's gonna happen here, the Guardians have already kind of set the stage of the game. We're being down 2 Guardians, already being down a flex slot. It starts snowballing out of control, especially when you start losing your jungle because of the lane control that you just don't have on the map. I mean, take a look at the mini-map right now, Jake. Look at where Hydration is, able to freely go to the back line, might be coming in for the gank, and even if he doesn't, he's gonna grab some jungle.
Yeah, has an ulti as well. Coming in for this round right now is massive. Here he goes, looks like connecting on the back line. They continue to push these lane creeps in. Valhalla's going to bring heavy numbers this engagement, though. They want to shut down Hydration. They want to stop his reign of terror. He's still pretty healthy, and yeah, Kelvin's just grinding down the objective, getting the job done. There's a mid lane push coming in here right now from Scout, but it looks like it's being responded to by Fishcake. And Yamato, yeah, can't even really put damage on that Guardian. There's not really been any meaningful Guardian damage. And yes, there's that comeback mechanic, and so I do think Hydra Nation, this is a moment where they need to be clean. Like, to be overconfident here and to force deep dives on walkers is, I think, kind of like the way you lose the game for Hydra Nation right now. I think if they just lock in, clean the camps, take a lot of these like mid objectives, such as like the Gambas on the enemy side of the map, that's going to be, for them, the way to stabilize. And honestly, for Valhalla, they need to start ganking. They need to start finding kills.
One thing that's not bad, though, for Valhalla, in terms of the economy allocation, Scout has done a really nice job of staying in the game here so far. Not a Yamato that's ahead that could just run at people, but still a Yamato that, for all the danger in middle, oh boy, the invade.
I don't
Return
think
the
he can
shadow.
get out.
I don't know if
It's
there's not a shadow dark enough that's going to save you from this invade, DNB.
Yeah, not only that, and then they grab the bag off of him, so they're going to be able to grab all of the profit of those Gambas. And it goes to Hydration, who's having one of the best games here on his squad. Leffa as well, doing fantastically, and everyone is split farming the map right now. Like, you look at the mini map right now, Hydra Nation, they're not over grouped, they're not forcing any kind of objective like I talked about. Shiv, though, is being collapsed on right now.
Yeah, Shiv, a little bit of danger here on the left-hand side. Telekinesis being used here by Wraith at the opening. Got the teleport in from Leffa. We'll see if that's going to be enough to solidify things here on the left. Valhalla still looking to commit. Leffa takes down Lord NM. And the teleport in from Leffa, enough to at least turn it into a little bit of a trade, even as we see Poppers going down.
It's a good trade for Valhalla in terms of the 1-for-1 being behind. However, it's expensive. They had to bring a ton of players that fight just to get the 1-for-1. And map control-wise, it doesn't really accomplish anything, and they're not able to turn it into an objective. So Leffa just teleporting in, backing up the team. Now it's Rokane's turn to be the one out on the side lane, but meanwhile, Hydration just grabs another kill in mid. I mean, he's kind of a one-man wrecking crew, 7 kill streak on Abrams right now. Another 3K item coming in. Big threats here.
The interesting thing with Hydration, too, is that this has mostly been income from kills. He has not really gone as much in terms of lane income. Has been, funneling that more to other characters on the team, not really been too much in terms of jungle income. So, and that's actually worth noting, too. You go, oh, he has all these kills, why is he ahead? It's like, well, it's not just about where Hydration's at. It's also the level of farm that he's not consuming and still maintaining the level of power that he's at.
The urn has been drawn.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to be that frontline bruiser. But I feel like Abrams, while you don't really have any way to farm super efficiently, if you do get way ahead of the game, I think it's like one of the most egregious late game carries, because you're just like that far ahead of the game, and attempting to burst you is so risky with the nature of the passive, right? Like, you fail that burst, and then there's also somebody like Kelvin who can almost always save Abrams. Then he's going to be just healing so much from the passive. Already has 2k HP. That's a ridiculous amount. Like, to do 2k damage at this phase in the game is really difficult.
Well, and also Hydration is, very survivable, where, we even bring it up, but as Jason was bringing it item-wise, that he also went super quick life strike. So
he just parried the lasso.
Melee. It's huge.
Parried the lasso with the spell block from
yeah,
Leffa.
that was a huge counter spell play, and oh boy, it looked at us like, wait, that hit, right? It's like, no.
I'm so surprised he had the item so early. I think he just realized that on this Mirage, being such a natural backline damage dealer, that the real threat, like, he is going to be the one you want to target with lasso, given that, like, Poppers, Rokane, Hydration are all on really tanky heroes that have a good chance to survive even if they do get lassoed. Leffa pryos that item early, and it really pays off, turning that kill around into 2 kills for his own team.
Also, at this point, this has been kind of an atrocious game as far as soul economy goes for Lord NM, where if you're this far behind on Holiday, you are only good for your rope skills at this point. Like, once you drop the lasso, hopefully it's gotten someone killed, because you yourself, you're not really contributing anything to the fight, where the average median souls for the other team is 13k, and you're slumming it at 7k. It is full-on support Holiday for Lord NM right now, without extra farm being grabbed.
Yeah, and likewise on Hydra Nation side, everyone who needs farm is having it right now. The only people who are a little bit further behind are Vegas on the Kelvin and Fishcake on the Lash. I mean, Fishcake barely. But those are the heroes that do not care, right? They're like, Lash really is, if you can deal damage on Lash, that's great this game, but really I think it's all about the ulti, all about scouting and mobility, and he's going to have enough items for that when it comes to the raw damage dealing threat. that's where, you know, you're seeing the map, just that mid line of heroes on the map is just a little bit favoring his Hydration. Sneaks up. If he could see, there's a big bag potentially on the raid, and that's a kill, should be.
Ridiculous. The stealth Abrams still finds his way over. And again, the melees keep coming in. Okay, did you want him this close to you? Do you want Hydration that close? And the answer is he doesn't want to deal with the Walker, even regardless, but just able to seismic slam off. And again, if you chase Abrams here, you probably die. That is where Hydration is at.
Room. Good luck, right?
Yeah.
We also have Fishcake here close to that next ulti. Calvin's pushing mid, Geist on the right side. I mean, the whole map is pressured so aggressive right here. Valhalla low on a couple players. They need to make some of these defenses, not just defenses, they need to win team fights like from an overcommitment from Hydra Nation, but Hydra Nation aren't giving them that. Like, that was a moment where I think a less disciplined team would have tried to grab a Walker, maybe pressure a couple Walkers at once. That'd be an opportunity for Valhalla to come around and turn around a team fight, bring their whole team and overwhelm, you know, 2 to 3 players wherever they are on the map. The Hydra Nation make the disciplined call. They back off.
I'm gonna make a call. We're looking at Kelvin right now, 4,800 souls. How much you want to make a bet next time?
Tempo.
Heal tempo. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think that next time probably heal tempo for Vegas. And then you think about objective damage. In terms of pumping your damage versus walkers, healing tempo on a Kelvin is one of the biggest team DPS increases that we've ever had in the game. So if you're thinking about like timing and power spikes here, realistically, once you're Vegas and you get healing tempo, if you're Hydra Nation, that's where you start making bigger team fights and forcing the issue, because it's just such an incredible power spike on the course of the game.
Commitment here from League, trying to pressure down Lefa, but there's a full HP Guardian here. Are you really going to fight under this? He's going to be backing off for the moment. Doesn't have that Magnum yet. Teleporting away. He lost the teleport too. It got canceled. He's going to ult, just trying to keep Hydration off him, but Hydration does not care. Continuing to charge in, gonna grab the bag. And this is just everything is going the way of Hydra Nation. They're constantly bringing resources to one another, not overcommitting to any key position on the map, but at the same time, they're just pressuring, keeping Valhalla off of some of these camps just past the mid lane.
Meanwhile, got Warden trying to go on in, and Frozen Shelter gonna keep Vegas nice and healthy here so far. Did not go for the healing tempo, by the way. Instead, Rescue Beam, Fish Kick though. Able to punish flaws for the attempt. Hydra Nation all grouping up here on the right-hand side. And I look here, Death Slam, you gotta think is what Fish Cake's gonna be looking for. Up, over, Death
big.
Slam, 2 locked in, drops him on down, over and in. And Ivy able to stone form off some of the worst of it, may be able to get away, not able to save the other. As Hydra Nation continues to pile on here in the right lane, Walker should be theirs.
Dream ulti from Fish Cake, everyone dead, Walker's going down, and Hydration as well on the left side of the map, sending another wave to crash on Walker in the meantime. Only positive lane situation is here in the mid, but it's not really a game changer. It's just, okay, we're shoving a mid wave in, Kelvin's gonna get that death. Macro is immaculate right now from Hydra Nation. They probably do need to back off. Shiv is super low, needs to grab some heals. That's creating a little window for Valhalla to do a bit of jungling with that catch-up mechanic that they do have here. And the catch should be a kill on the slash. Surely he's dead to rights, you would think. Wraith, or rather Warden, just too scared. Knows that the threat of backup's too real.
Realizes that Abrams is within his zip code and wonders, do I live in this situation? But this is turning into a full-on fight. Valhalla committing here on the left-hand lane. Is this one going to be the one? Fish Cake super low, no Death Slam. Potentially an opportunity. Telekinesis going to be dropped here. Not going to be hit by the counter spell. You got the League coming on in for left lane. Okay, that's an Abrams you don't want to see. You walk into the garage, you go, ooh, yeah, the Abrams just walked in. I'm going to walk out. Fish Cake, 30 HP, down on the other side. Valhalla able to get at least one, but Hydration still wants a part of this fight here, Jake.
Yeah, they know. Big punch here, pin into them all. Very low here for Wraith. Hydration on the chase, thinking about it, wants to go in, just gonna take this damage. Oh, parry though by flaws, just a little bit too far away on that ulti stun to get the reliable, guaranteed follow-up. 2-for-2 trade so far. Valhalla pretty happy with this. Last on Hydration as well.
Everyone, dump all abilities into the Abrams. We got the team effort having to be used. The lasso, the final piece, and look, overall, gets the job done, helps Valhalla get a little bit more back into the game. Still a long way to go, but now contesting here towards the urn. Lefa able to take down Zerbzi. Lefa still very, very fed at this point, taking down 2 with the aid of Rokane, and they don't need hydration, as it turns out.
Oh, this is looking so scary for Valhalla. That was starting to look like maybe an overextension from Hydra Nation, but the fact that Vegas and Lefa are able to continue on into that fight despite a lot of their teammates being dead, just being confident that they have the HP advantage, they have the skills advantage to pressure that urn drop is massive for them. I think that, yeah, that really does restabilize the fight. And before that fight even really got underway, Rokane did grab the mid walker, so flex slots opening up here. One last walker now on the map for Valhalla. And you see Hydra Nation on this beautiful split across the map. Everybody just cleaning up a lot of jungle camps. I feel like there's going to be like one more big round of items, and that's healing tempo as well for Kelvin. Next team fight is going to be terrifying.
And we see the healing tempo online. Maybe a good chance here to get Jason's thoughts on what we've been seeing, both on items picked and just general for the match. Jason, what do you got for us?
I think we're seeing why Abrams is kind of being banned away in EU. Like hydration, a lot of the focus has been on him this game. I mean, he's barely leading souls when it comes to his team, but like the whole match is revolved around him and like where he wants to go and what pressure he wants to apply and how the team plays around it. I mean, you see anyone that goes into his space, goes into his sights and meet like, crap, I don't know if I can actually survive this fight. They need 2 players to take him down, and yet he has backup here with left, but I don't think they can even destroy hydration anymore at this point.
Wait though,
he's healing a lot,
different
actually.
idea here. Hydration, take a little bit of refuge here in the closet, gets the life strike off, stays alive. Oh man, Hydration even low, just breaks line of sight, uses it to land the melee, gets the heal off. Vegas comes on in for a little bit of extra healing, and the Abrams that was nearly dead, now very alive to land the double stun right on the back. Oh man, the era of Abrams may have arrived.
I mean, fighting in a room like this against the draft from Hydra Nation is just impossible, right? Like the healing, even if Hydration does go down there, I think that, you know, could have been super close. Like if he went down there, I wouldn't have been shocked. However, Valhalla, there's no hope for them to actually win that fight. Hydra Nation brought everyone. They slowed the game down enough. And I mean, I think that just goes to show the threat of this draft, right? The overwhelming frontline, healing tempo online, Poppers, Rokaine, Hydration, all having amazing games. I mean, this is just such a ridiculous power level. Valhalla just really can't get into these fights. Now there's like a 40k soul lead. This is devastating.
Also, still some old tech goes for securing it with the Abrams. Even with the Ivy trying to go in for the steal, it was not the greatest potential, but you're far enough behind here. It's just the Ivy. You might as well go for it.
You got to try. You really do need a like a rejuve steal type of a play to recover this game. And that Walker on the left lane is already low. Like this is everything set up here. You're grabbing the urn. I don't expect to see an urn attempt here from Hydra Nation, at least not. Maybe they'll fake it while they clear the Walker. Valhalla though has to really decide. I don't think you can even defend this Walker. I think you may just like, well, what can you do on the map? Like, it was seriously, can you come out of your base right now with a 40k disadvantage and rejuve for Hydra Nation?
Well, Jake, it's difficult to come out of your base, but global chat is free, as Lord NM has found out. However, so is League. Hydration in on the left, able to start things off, gets a quick charge pick off, and looking for Poppers. They're able to get the Walker, and the rest of Valhalla right now forced for a bit of a quick retreat. They do get Poppers at the very least, but overall, you're pretty happy with that Hydration. The last Walker out of the fray.
Yeah, and that's a rejuve death. If you can turn this into some more kills, this could be a potential lead into that first phase patron. At least maybe clear out some of these base guardians. Get a little bit more progress on the map. Base guardians a little bit scarier to take now. You see this new map geometry, a little bit more favorable for defenders, a little bit more opportunity to counter initiate. But Abrams, I mean, he's happy to come in, test me, initiate on me. Let's see what happens.
Jake, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the community created lore, but you know, by all accounts, this isn't Blue Abrams that you're dealing with anymore. He's turned to green. Like, his skin color is just flashing green. The true form of Abrams when he's truly powered up. Yeah.
Literally enraged Abrams with the heal tempo, the green on his feet too, the green kicks. He's just tanking the base guardians, no fear. He's building up his passive. This is value.
Fish cake goes a little bit deep,
but they're running Urn at the same time. So like Hydra Nation, they're not committed to winning the fight in this base. They're not really committed to ending here. They're still getting a lot out of the map. But the fact that Kelvin's back with ulti, maybe now though they will try to just really make that push.
It's not quite as easy to push into the new base. New base has, you know, some defender specific terrain advancements, like having the go up more elevation. So, but on the other hand, you got a 50k lead.
7k. Let's see what Hydration buys.
It's gonna be what new item? Oh, he did it, Jake. Crushing fists.
That's scary.
This
item is disturbing, actually. When you're able to, I mean, have we seen it built yet?
I'm not sure if we did see it earlier in EU, but what I will say is that, you know, if someone goes for Buttle and, you know, he hits himself, so to speak, he's gonna like chunk himself for like 1500 HP.
I mean, if he melees people enough time to get stunned, I want to see if Hydration can actually get the melee. That feels crazy to me. I feel like with the risk of parry in the late game is actually still so high, but this is just stat checking. Hydra Nation, they have run away with this game. Siphon Life as well. Yamato ulti, not enough to protect you. And they've got to drop patrons still, but I mean, Valhalla is being spawn camped. They can't even leave their own veils at this point.
They're in a rough spot, and that is putting it mildly. The shrines are going to go down, and now on to the patron. Hydra Nation goes, looking to solidify their advantage. Still up a good 50k. Patron gonna go down. The throne getting remodeled. It's no longer a throne. It's just a place for the patron to become ahead and feel a little bit sad, Jake, nowadays.
Could be a little bit risky to fight here, but they're basically diving the spawn here. Vegas domes Zerbzy in there, and they're able to kill them just inside the spawn door. Hydration is definitively inside the spawn. Poppers goes down, though. It's a 5-on-5. It's a decent start for Valhalla. This is the moment you've got to win this fight. You've got to make it pretty decisive. Patron is low. Some players focusing it, but that split focus could be the opportunity for Valhalla. That being said, they're down 3. The game is just too out of control at this point. They could just turn to the Patron and finish it anytime they like. It'll be Hydra Nation going to that money match.
Hydra Nation. Is this the week that they reclaim the throne off a new patch? And if they, what is Jake, what a turnabout it would be given the fact that Hydra Nation, historically, you think back to the last major change the game had, the 4-lane to 3-lane patch, Hydra Nation looked awful for weeks while they were getting used to it. But this time around, feels like they got the secret sauce going for them this time.
Yeah, they looked really sick this game. I mean, it started from the early laning phase. Just at no point did they lose control of this game. They lost, what is it, 1 or 2 Guardians? I mean, did they have one of their Guardians up at the end of the game? It really felt like that. It's just a out-of-control dominance across the board, all 3 lanes winning. This is classic Hydra Nation domination when they're just like out-mechanicking their opponents. And then also, crucially, the thing that has been more in question for them historically from time to time has been, do they have the cleanliness, the focus to actually convert those early advantages into decisive mid-game leads, into big moments of taking objectives and capturing rejuves. And this game they absolutely did. I think there was a number of moments where they could have easily overextended. It would have been even understandable maybe to be a little bit greedy. And they were, taking the safer routes, backing off, resetting, and continuing to expand that lead until it is truly insurmountable.
We're going to bring back in Jason. And, Jason, we weren't quite sure what to expect here, but I think you said it on the nose in a way of, I guess we see why EU is banning Abrams, because whether it be the player or the hero, in this case, I think it was a bit of both, because Hydration looked better than we've seen him in quite a while. A big upgrade over the Mo play, and his Mo was good, just for the record.
Man, I'm a little bit scared for any team fighting Hydra Nation once Hydration is allowed to play heroes that can have even more impact and more single-handedly carry potential. Like you saw him in mid lane, Lord and M didn't get ultimate online until it felt like 10 minutes into the game, constantly pressuring him, able to dive him, take away boxes, have this like global impact and this like global sensor like beeping for everyone like, hey, pay attention to me. If I'm in your area of the map, you cannot ignore me, as League found out, unfortunately, too many times. Like that is a very scary thing. And I even asked Listic, like, when are we going to see your Abrams? As he's over in chat, he said, whenever the people stop banning EU, and maybe Listic needs to go to NA to get some Abrams play, because that was disgusting. What do you even ban away from? We talked about Hydra Nation, like they have deep hero pools. They have so many different big threats on the team. You can't outban them. You can't outpick them. With the addition of like all these changes now, with another hero added to their pool that can, obviously with Flick in the past, but you didn't see him play it too much lately. This just makes him even scarier.
Well, this does also bring us to the player of the match presented by Intel. There's but one choice we can put up here, really, and that, of course, is Hydration. And, Jason was just talking about it. What more can you say here? Abrams got a new portrait and got a new lease on life here on the new patch, looking better than ever. New melee items, new build that he could focus on, and the early life strike build off a good lane seemed to work wonders here for Hydration.
Yeah, great game from Hydration across the board. Really, you can't complain about any of this stuff. I am curious though if people will even play, if people will actually be building the whatever it's called, the 6K fist item. I'm like suspicious about whether that's actually good. But in this game, like YOLO, why not? You're just actually out of control, and Hydration way too far ahead in this game to make any kind of comeback possible. And also great macro moves, like not just winning the lane, but then having some nice rotations, showing up to both side lanes at different moments, and being a key part of decisive fights there. The team as well, like really following up on his plays, that like the fact that he goes in, full commits here, and like the whole team collapses in the position, stabilizes it for him is really well done.
What's so funny about this match is like there was 5 other players on his team. But I feel like we didn't really talk about them too much because it was just all about seeing Hydration just be so impactful. I mean, Leffa was still there, and Leffa, I mean, he still actually had the most player damage on the team, but it was so shadowed by the fact that Hydration was able to be in their face, escape multiple times in situations where it looked like he was most likely going to die here. Then he comes out with the 12 kills.
I think that's a good mention though as well, Jason, that like Leffa also had a fantastic game, like with this incredible front line. I mean, I think that's what we're focused on because so often we weren't even getting to the point where Leffa was in question or being fought. But while you have, you know, the Shiv, Calvin, and Abrams holding the front line, Leffa is just pumping damage, really stable, 1 death, great farm. I mean, I'm kind of wondering, like, is Mirage really that bad that he went unpicked? That global teleport had a couple big impact moments in that game, stabilizing fights that, you know, could have been opportunities for Valhalla to recover.
I think Mirage is one of those heroes where Mirage has never been bad in Deadlock and usually just ends up being in the top pick ban regardless. Every now and then you get these just weird weeks where people undervalue Mirage, and then it always snaps back into place at some point where people realize, wait. Global teleport is really strong. Also, Mirage is really good in lane. I think the one thing that's maybe hidden Mirage a little bit more right now is the fact that Wraith is back in town and the Queen is clearly on top of the heap for the most part, when you've looked at her performance overall and, you know, what she's done over the course of the day. So, yeah, that's put Mirage maybe a little bit further down in pick priority, even if Wraith herself didn't look as amazing in this particular game.
But I think we kind of expected this game to go one way, like we had in our EU Challenger match as well. I think the real test is obviously going to be up against melee creeps. But even if they beat melee creeps, I'm kind of like still unsure of how I feel about how that victory will actually play out, because AVG is not playing within melee creeps this week. It's going to be Ido coming in. Now, Ido obviously a very strong player, but AVG, like if you think back to last week, he was just snowballing games by himself when it came to his Shiv. So it's a very tough match, but I think it's actually be a very close match between these two teams.
I expect to see, I think, some of those key picks being contested as well in the draft, like the Calvin, the Shiv. Wraith looks good, but I think maybe going Wraith first gives up too many potent mid-game combos where ultimately on Wraith, you do need to get a little bit deeper into the late game, but, you know, maybe with a different first ban that could really change people's approach. Taking something like Calvin out of the pool would potentially neuter some of the style that Hydra Nation was going for in that first game.
All right, well, this is Deadlock Fight Night number 25. Hydra Nation looking to become the kings of NA once more, but they got to get through the reigning champions melee creeps first. That matchup coming at you right after this break. Back here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America, number 25. ZP here and Jake to bring you the money match. Hydra Nation once more challenging Melee Creeps for $1,000 and the title of being Kings of North America. And Jake, we're just gonna bring back in Mitch right away here because you know what, Jake? We got some sweet merch. We're gonna talk about it.
Life's better with the three of us all together. Happy family returns. My son Uber shouts, bringing him up, giving him a chance.
That's it. Being anyone's son at this point makes me feel young, so I'm happy to stay with it. We talk about merch or what?
Yeah, we're bringing up the merch. We're bringing up the merch. Right. And look, you were selling not just the subs earlier, Mitch, but you're also selling audiobook promos. What do we got here for merch?
Listen, we've got a great range of merch at the moment. This is not all that we have, by the way. It's just our latest designs. We got the Dynamo, we got the 7, all very relevant in the metagame, as we've seen. Got banned in the last match. We saw them at the end of Europe. And also some great designs there. I feel like the 7 shirt kind of goes hard. So yeah, think about picking them up. Deadlockfightnight.com. That's where you can support the show. It's one of the many ways that you can support us is going and checking out the merch, sharing it with your friends, getting something yourself, showing it off on social media. Throwing gifted subs in the chat is a great way to do it as well. There's so many ways to keep the lights on here at DFN, but this merch is one way that we can give back to you with these legally distinct designs that may or may not bear resemblance to actual in-game characters. You be the judge.
That's absolutely right. And look, I mean, the merch is high quality, Jake. I have some, you have some. It's not bad. Also, I think in your case, you're particular to the mugs.
I'm a coffee mug enjoyer. I got a couple t-shirts though. I've been rocking them. I got the Bebop t-shirt goes crazy actually.
Nice. All right, but we're going to move along in here. Of course, you might be wondering, well, who's on Melee Creeps? Well, it's the usual suspects for Melee Creeps with a little bit of substitution. That's right, AVG not available this week. Instead, it's going to be Ido coming on in as a sub for the Melee Creeps roster. And also because Ido, of course, streams the game a lot, one of the most known streamers in the game, it means that his own chat will be his worst enemy over the course of the game. And if Melee Creeps doesn't win, they will blame Ido, even as they support Ido on every day of his stream. It is wild how that works, Jake.
People just love to hate, bro. They hate us because they ain't us. Stay winning, Ido. I believe. You know what? If Ido has one fan, it's me.
I mean, listen, I'm fine with it. Honestly, that's only going to sort of propel him to greater heights. Good to see Idorian take to the cursed apple today. This Melee Creeps team looking really good, but talking with them in their interview last week, they sort of said, yeah, it's like a little hard to come across good scrims right now. And then we all knew that we were on the precipice of a new patch. And they were like, yeah, we don't really know like what the game's going to look like. And we're going to have a pretty limited time to prepare. So curious to see what they've cooked up over the last, checks notes, 2 or 3 days and how they'll be able to hit the ground running. Because this team did need to build ahead of steam to get to the top of this region.
Yeah, and I mean, I think some of their strengths now are basically nullified. One of the big ones is that no one really wanted to give Melee Creeps Bebop because their proficiency on the hero, especially if you had players like John playing it, and they're just like, no, you don't, people had to respect ban Bebop versus Melee Creeps most of the time. You don't have to do that anymore because most people see Bebop as significantly weaker at the moment in this patch. Maybe Melee Creeps will show us otherwise in this next game, but the reality is items like Counterspell and just some of the general changes of the game might put Bebop off in a corner for a little bit here, Jake. So, all the signature hero stuff did get shifted a bit here in this patch.
Yeah, a lot of the top heroes I think have just been struggling to find their way. However, I do think I don't really rate this first week of meta too highly because I will say I think a lot of heroes that may be out of favor could just be that, they need a new build. They need a new perspective to be had. Remember things like Gun Yamato was super strong for a while. And sometimes it takes a second to really figure out in a new patch, especially a major update to the item system, new ways to play old favorite heroes. So I do think there's still a lot of room for innovation. That being said, pressure is on Melee Creeps, right? Less time in the patch means maybe they will be a little bit more reliant on following other teams' leads when it comes to what they draft here in this opening game of the series.
It's interesting to think about just how Grey Talon has kind of disappeared off the face of the earth with this patch comes in. We just really haven't seen much of it at all. And the Moe and Krill, I think there was a ban in game 1 that turns out it was a bug. It wasn't actually a Moe and Krill ban. So a couple of those ubiquitous heroes have really fallen off the map pretty quickly. I think we saw an Invicta in Europe's game 1 and there wasn't really much to write home about it. So I'm keeping my eye on a couple of those heroes. And I think a lot of people have been wondering when Viper is going to also find a way to get in. Still really haven't seen that picked.
I mean, there's a world where Viper could be good with things like split shot. I think there's like some theoretical item builds, but no one's been able to like actually test it much in real games because scrims have been a little bit hard to come by. Shiv, though, gonna get banned early on. And, you know, to the idea of Vindicta, with the heroes having more HP across the board generally right now, percentage HP damage is pretty valuable at the moment. So you would think you'd see a little bit more Vindicta getting played just because of the nature of Crow. Like, Crow as an ability pretty much objectively got stronger in this patch. But Hydra Nation, first pick coming on up. What is it going to be? Will it be Abrams one more time? It's Pocket.
Wow, they're doing the Ido hatred draft. They're doing the take Pocket and Yamato away from Ido draft. This is actually devious from Hydra Nation.
I like this a lot.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, again, we did see Pocket sort of tested a little bit over in Europe, and obviously there's every reason to expect great Pocket play from this Hydra Nation team. He seemed reasonable. Wasn't able to win that game out here, and this is NA. This is so NA coded, bro. Warden, base.
Okay, Warden might actually be really good with Mercurial Magnum, more so than we're giving it credit for. But first pick good when you have to pick the Sinclair now, or you give up the Sinclair counter pick when you know that Hydration is sitting here being like, yo, let me get Abrams one more time. What's it gonna be? They pick Kelvin.
Yeah, look, they got you got a very strong lane here. You got the Warden Kelvin lane, so you do have that. If Sinclair isn't snapped up here, you can ban it if you're really that concerned about having to deal with it. I thought like the Sinclair, even in the Dynamo game we saw in Europe, was like kind of terrifying, and they're just an absolute lane bully. So I do think you're pretty incentivized to either snap him up or make sure he's banned out. But Wraith is obviously still at large here for Hydra Nation. By and large, though, the drafting's still.
Green Abrams.
Oh god!
On the second pick,
he's powered up. We didn't make that tournament legal. Oh dear God! Hydration. What are you cooking this game?
Abrams Verde, chat. Holy. Okay. Look, I mean, I don't think Abrams needs much of an introduction since we already got one in the hands of Hydration in that previous game. The fact that he was like dropping in behind people, going super aggressive. We never really got to see what Crush If This could truly do because he picked it up and then they just ran into the enemy base, kill the patron. So hopefully we get more opportunity over a longer game to see what this Abrams can do and where there's counterplay to it.
I think this Geist is nice as a sort of an answer to the Warden with all the uncontrolled damage Warden has. Now he does want to play at pretty close range. Could be potentially vulnerable to swap when he's too tanky to get through. Normally the swap can be that way to break it open. However, I like Dynamo's response. I think really strong against Geist Abrams, and even could be a lockdown against Pocket, right? Like to be able to black hole him.
But by the way, where's Paradox? Where's Holiday?
True.
Has anyone seen Paradox and Holiday?
It's actually crazy.
Hello? Milk carton? Anyone check?
No one is hard engaging. Also, Kelvin and Dynamo on the same team. That is a metric arse ton of healing. That is insane. Okay, so you got to ban the.
You got to ban Sinclair. Sinclair. These are like the 3 best ults to steal in the entire game of Deadlock. You have to ban Sinclair.
Oh man, yeah. Okay, so Kelvin Dynamo over like a 25-minute game could do like 30k healing. We've seen it in some previous games. So having them both is a rarity. I don't know. Like, how you build a comp around this, because obviously you do need some stopping power on this team, and you don't get it from either of those two unless there's like a world where we see a return to some kind of gun Dynamo build that sort of allows this pick actually to be more of a participant. But I'm not over the moon about it.
It's also
no, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say it's also like I'm wondering who are they gonna heal, because we've got Shiv banned, Geist and Abrams on Hydra Nation squad. What's your frontliner that's gonna like soak these heals and actually use them, deploy them to dominate the competition, right? Like that's sort of the point I think of the healing drafts, like Kelvin, is that you're like putting that steroid, putting all those heals into somebody who's already wanting to play that way. And I mean, I guess Warden is not terrible in that sense, but I don't think Warden is quite so needy for heals. I think he'd rather have catch.
You have front lines at premium because of those Yamato Shiv bands that are
There's like
coming on in here.
nothing left in front line.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I literally don't. I'm drawing a blank as far as like what else you can drag for front line here.
You don't have much left at this point. That's just where it's at. And Abrams Geist is a perfectly respectable front line. You grab a Mirage, and Hydra Nation is just grabbing the DPS a little bit on the back end of the draft, healing wise. Maybe they're going to end up here with an Ivy. Is kind of where I would expect this to go here, given that you have Dynamo and Kelvin off the table.
Mo and Krill. That's like as good as it gets you.
And a Paradox.
Now, yeah, we start going for these these playmakers. I don't think Melee Creeps can afford another like carry hero here. Obviously, there's the idea of going for the Holiday, but Kelvin, Dynamo, Holiday on the same team is where's the Deeps at? Where is Hydra Nation? Get Mirage and Geist, like two of the most potent, just like consistent, sustained damage dealers in the entire game. With amazing catch potential, Abrams being busted as he is.
For so long.
What is this draft, man? This is crazy.
This is too much cooking. I think the Dynamo is a little too much cooking. I think the problem is that they picked the Kelvin with too many front lines banned or stolen from Hydra Nation. And then I don't hate the Dynamo, not from a healing perspective, but just in terms of like the Black Hole could be valuable. The AoE knockup could deal with, Geist and Abrams and make their life a little bit hard. But I feel that they didn't prioritize frontliners enough, and letting something like a Geist go the way of Hydra Nation was really their mistake here.
I feel like for Melee Creeps, in terms of how they're going to play this farm-wise, and look, when it was AVG and the Warden, they did do a really good job of funneling a lot of farm to AVG playing the Warden. But they're going to have to hyper-funnel the Warden here. And
Are we allergic to Calico on this team? Like, Calico is still up.
Well, the problem is with Calico is that, okay, you can build her a little bit more tanky, but
Again! It was them. It was this team that last time picked Viper. The only other time that we've ever seen this hero in DFN. I'm certain of it. Hydration, I think, was playing it.
Well, it's a few times per the stats. We've been played 4 times, but it doesn't happen often.
I mean, this is the moment, right, though, a big new patch comes in, maybe where a creative build can really thrive on the Viper. I'm curious to see if it will be Hydration again, if somebody else will take the reins on Abrams. I think Abrams, of course, is just probably in a lot of players' hero pools in terms of like flexibility, comfort, since he's been around for so long.
Not me forgetting, I missed like 4 weeks, 6 weeks of DFN, being like, Viper's only been picked one other time.
Well, still, to be clear,
we were talking about the split shot and also the bullet pen build that Viper can offer here, right? We were sort of theory crafting that earlier on, so I'm very, very curious to see if that works its way in.
It's going to be interesting to see how all this pans out. I mean, Viper is kind of one of those things where it could be good. Viper is kind of one of those characters where you can come up with item builds that might make Viper really nice. I mean, one of the baseline things would be Split Shot. Split Shot is probably pretty effective on Viper in her current form, and you can stack more gun items than you could before, or you can stack more survivability. We'll see, but I mean, the Viper could stealth be like an insane pocket pick.
I will say, I think it's just generally actually what Hydra Nation needed. I think this is less about Viper being a god hero or like a crazy cheese build, and more just like, okay, they kind of needed some really strong gun damage. They had a lot of frontline. They have the catch from the Paradox and the mobility from Pocket and Mirage. And okay, like Viper actually just adds gun damage. It's kind of boring. It's not like a crazy game-winning play. But I think also, the Bola should stun, right? So isn't that like a reliable long-range cancel for the 7 ult and the Dynamo ult?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, yes, you can use it to interrupt those things and, of course, apply pressure mid-boss. But, Mitch, we're going to let you go for a moment. Anything striking out to you here as you look at the initial setup of the game?
The only thing I want to look out here on this Viper build I'm a little bit excited about is weighted bullets. I think that actually might be a reasonable weighted shots, might be a reasonable item in Viper here. So we'll see if we get it.
It's a good call out. Could be interesting to see.
What worries me a little bit here, Jake, I'm not in love with putting Warden middle. Like, if your game plan is to come in here and just, put the funnel in Warden's mouth and just continue to force feed him food like you're making foie gras later in the game, I don't know if middle is where you want to put the Warden, but maybe that's not the game plan.
Yeah, I think, now that you have the 7 as well, it does complicate things. Who also wants to be, farming and does have a bit of carry potential in this game, like certainly could have a big game. I think my bigger question is really going to be the mid-game team fightings. I think when it comes to laning, I mean, that is scary. Like, think about last game where the laning just exploded for Hydra Nation and their advantage started so early, winning all 3 lanes. I think at the very least, Melee Creeps rather just need to come out with stability and not be losing all their Guardians first. They need to at least be trading, keeping at least 1 or maybe 1.5 of these lanes like in a strong spot.
Also, in terms of interesting change-ups, we had Hydration playing the Abrams in the middle last lane or time around. This time, playing it in the left-hand side. Also, not going with the lane synergy. It's not with Lefa in this instance. Instead, lane partnering up here with Fishcake. So, the interesting change-ups here for Hydra Nation to me is just like where they're playing these heroes, and it's interesting to me too. Fishcake is spending time here, Jake, going for
is Fishcake box running? Yeah, like running so early and just like so far away from the game. But I guess they just feel like, well, Hydration can just get every CS, no problem in the lane. He's not worried about it. Now Quig is in very deep. You're really in the wrong neck of the woods here on Quig.
Yo, power of Viper. Oh wait.
But yeah, no way.
Yeah, you get the parry, but Hydration there in the fall through. So that couldn't have worked out any better for Hydra Nation. You fed lane creeps to Hydration while Fishcake was on the box run. You try and contest Fishcake, and it just goes terribly wrong for you and ends up feeding even more farm to Hydration, who, already looking a little bit green right now, Jake.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about somebody you don't want to get farmed. Already got the headshot booster. And with shoving that wave in, created like the space and the time to go for that nice long box run. Very efficient laning here from Hydra Nation. I'm kind of curious to see how this develops, but already looks like souls-wise, it's going quite well for them. Seems like Quig has funneled a lot to Pashi Pop, though, who's also having quite a solid start, where Hydra Nation are splitting things a little bit more evenly.
Up here on the right-hand side, a little bit of pressure coming in here from low main, over and on to Rokane. Where it's still kind of wild to me that we had our playmakers go so late into the draft. I mean, arguably, maybe it makes sense here, but I'm not convinced that some of the new things that are getting value are necessarily like that far behind. But in terms of the value of the Hydra Nation draft, they got Paradox what, like 5 or 6? It's kind of, I think it was 4 or 5. Still kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, very deep into the draft. Ido, solid lane so far here on the Lash. And Melee Creeps have definitely acquitted themselves well compared to like Valhalla last game, who are already kind of falling behind by this point. At this point, it's a 1K difference. I wouldn't call that really meaningful. There's going to be some power spikes, though, coming soon. When those ultimates get online, I expect that to be a very key moment. I think Poppers really needs to get that swap online to be able to endure through the dome. Where Lomain is at a pretty nice lead there. I wonder if they want to just tempo it and go for the initiation as soon as they have dome online, if they can catch that window before Poppers is able to swap.
And generally speaking, the Kellen lanes will try and go for super early frozen shelter plays. Although, on the same note, the setup here is a little bit interesting. And already, we got John going in for the last stand and immediately just runs down Lefa. I was just looking at the top UI, it's like, he just popped it. What's going on there? Death is what's going on there, Jake.
Oh, Lomain playing that one a little bit too aggressive, just didn't quite have the ulti online. The way he was posturing, it looked like he was just assuming he would get it in that fight. Hydra Nation just stand and deliver. Ulti's not there in time. 7 ult, but he's not long for this world. Follow-up damage absolutely there. And I wonder, do you even get away from this on Dynamo? Need some clean wall bounces. Okay, seems like that will be enough. But they're also giving up quite a bit of lane creeps for this fight. Hydration's going to have free farm here for a moment.
And Hydration getting free farm, a little bit scary when you talk about impacts of economy allocation. One thing we didn't touch on is that Quig is back this week for Melee Creeps. Last week, Quig of course was off, and you had Rocker in on the substitution, and we didn't really hit on too much of that. But Quig has been a big part of Melee Creeps' ascension. They weren't winning really until he got brought on in, and people really credit Quig's ability to shot call and be an in-game leader.
Which I will say is a tough moment for him. Is here, connection comes in, Lash ult as well, and with that dome protecting everybody. So far, though, wasn't able to catch an enemy. So it's actually pretty lucky for Hydra Nation. They're able to slip out of that dome, stabilize. Still, the amount of HP they brought to bear on this lane. Rokane is so incredibly low. He's trying to defend, but it's a tough spot to be.
I don't know if you want to chase Viper into areas with stairs, generally speaking. Like that's actually one of those areas where Fishcake put themselves that pretty smart positioning-wise for Viper. Even more so than like following Abrams to the closing room. But okay, in mid singularity, off, over. It's going to result in Lefa just immediately falling down in the middle lane. Looking pretty nice here so far. Melee Creeps, and they get the last one, the Vegas right after. Not going to squirm your way out of that, even if you're pocket.
great fights all across the map all at once. Stabilize the game here for Melee Creeps. They're still a little bit low on a few players, but they're crashing waves on 2 out of 3 lanes. Kane goes down as well. Tried to overstay his welcome. Tried to defend that Guardian, but was on such low HP from the last play. Nonetheless, though, Viper and Fishcake and Hydration on the left lane are putting some pressure down on the Guardian. There's a lot of low players on Melee Creeps. I wonder whether they actually can respond to this. Right now, it's just 7 trying to make the hold, but he's all alone. That tower is getting a lot of damage.
Poshy Papa just sitting here wondering, please, can I get a little bit of assistance? Meanwhile, though, we're taking a look here. Right-hand side, Hydra Nation going in for a little bit of invade. Onside Creep's going to get that rather successfully. Left-hand side, though, is pretty interesting, where, in a way, I almost feel like they made peace with losing the Guardian here. They haven't shifted anyone back over the help, and that Guardian should be about to fall.
Yeah, I think 7 in the end doesn't really mind losing his Guardian. It's just going to allow him to farm a little bit more safely, and they want to just leave 7 alone. Seems like Poshy Pop's the one who's going to get the farm prio. Makes sense for the 7. Curious to see if we can check on Poshy Pop's build. Like, what is he maxing? Although, as I say that, though, fight potentially breaking out on the side lane.
Yeah, take a look here, off on the right. And Death Slam about to be back up here for Ido, where, you know, I'm curious to see how the Ido Lash performs, where I definitely think Ido's feeling a little bit of the burn from the draft, but Swap can be used here early in the fight here by Rokane. Rokane takes down Low Main with it, and as a result, just a quick look-see and back for Ido, who wants no part of it.
Yeah, they've punished him twice in the cooldown of Frozen Shelter. It's going to be back up when he's next into the fight. And John shuts down Hydration, who's having a much more difficult go of it this time. The very early Warden pick is paying dividends, and John's having an immaculate game so far. Not really getting the farm funnel, but just fighting it out and having success. Kind of the dream scenario, because that's created all this opportunity for 7 to really focus on jungling and clearing as many camps as possible. And even the threat towards the mid lane. Ulti trying to turn things around. Paradox in deep. And you have ulti for Calvin here if you even need it.
Okay, did he get him in, or did he get out again? Jake, he got out again. That is wild. And Quig ends up falling in the middle of the fight. The swap comes on in. That's twice that the Death Slam Shelter combo has just fell. Just horrifically wrong for Melee Creeps. I mean, there's no other way you could say it, but the lane has kind of been a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, that's something that shouldn't happen, right? Like, if you're able to lock him in the Frozen Shelter, almost certainly those are kills. Maybe that fight even goes differently, but he escapes. Hydra Nation bring numbers, and they turn it around, and that's supposed to be your major tempo advantage for Melee Creeps, is when you have that Frozen Shelter online in the early game. That's got to be a winning fight, because without it, you're pretty weak. Like, you are reliant when you go for these longer cooldown ultis, the Death Slam, the Frozen Shelter, that they are getting you enough of an advantage to bridge the gap on the cooldowns. Now Hydra Nation has secured themselves a tiny lead turning around that fight.
I mean, the other thing that's fueling Hydra Nation's lead here, too, is the fact that it's 2 Guardians to 0 here so far. They've already gotten their first flex slot. And I almost feel like if you're Saya and John in the middle, you're feeling a little bit bad, because, you know, the mid lane did their job and then some, but so far find themselves behind. John, though, going in once more. Gets the damage in from the jail. Keeps Barrage there for a moment. Off the tornado. They're not able to get the last hit, though, Jake. And John has to leave as some of the counter pressure comes on in. Buff, though, gonna be grabbed here by Hydration. Swinging away, looking for Ido. How far do you chase the slash? Gets hit with the Arctic Beam. It might just be on the way out here from the Kelvin pressure.
Abrams with the life buff surely is too difficult to chase into these small rooms, like, right? But Hydration just gonna settle for a bit of farm. Across the map, though, Hydra Nation continuing to keep the pressure on that left lane. Vegas gets the burst onto John and the mid tower. Elsewhere, Kelvin trying to find something, but the punishment now really starting to be piled on. Fishcake has come alive. Looks like he wants to take down 7, who really can't afford to lose. You've invested a lot of resources into this 7 in this game, a lot of farm priority. He's trying to stick around, trying to make the defense. He's so low. This is such a risky spot to be.
Yeah, and okay, you're putting a lot of farm right now in the Poshy. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, though, take a look at the Hydration camera right now. Swinging away into the parry, and still Low Main gonna fall from the rest of the damage that's going on. Not enough to save his life. And I do wonder if you consider buying Rebuttal on the other end and just trying to bait Hydration a little bit more when you got Abrams just opening every fight with pure-on fisticuffs.
You could, but I feel like what makes Rebuttal good, at least my theory craft, is that you would need to have a strong melee damage dealer to get value out of the counter melees coming in. And in the end, if Abrams is wall charging you, right, you're not going to parry him anyway. He's got the guaranteed melee on you. So I think it's kind of a tough situation. I think this is just Abrams is just really good right now. I don't know that that item is going to really be a hard counter. It might help you though in some of these marginal situations, maybe worth grabbing. Although we just really haven't seen many people going for value item pickups. It feels like everyone's kind of just going towards their build. Maybe like one healing item in the early game, maybe a mobility item. Summits is nice, and Tornado should pretty comfortably get Leffa out of the scenario.
Uncharacteristic too from CSI, usually spot on there, and Leffa wasn't doing anything ridiculous movement wise, but Leffa was just moving in a straight line to the left from our perspective. So that was just what probably could have been a pick going awry there for melee creeps.
By the way, Fishcake and Vegas are both very farmed this game. Curious to maybe we can check the Viper at some point and look at that build. I kind of want to see what direction Viper's going, since we really have not seen this hero played, and obviously not on the new patch. Kind of interested to see what the mindset is, the theory behind this. Looks like a Tesla ball. It's amplifying the farm speed. And Viper, I mean, think about this. Like, if you allow 7 to free farm, sure. But I feel like Viper can just farm so much more quickly, especially in the mid game. Maybe even 7 gets super stacked. It equalizes a little bit, but Quicksilver reload, the slide. I mean, the fact that Viper is able to take ancient camps that quickly this early on in the game, and Viper still has her Guardian online, gonna be able to start to steal some of the camps on the enemy side of the map would be big.
Hydration under a little bit of pressure in the middle. Ido though, pretty down in this fight. Frozen Shelter could be popped on out early from low main. Don't think anyone was really trapped in there. It was more of a defensive Frozen Shelter. Vegas considering diving on in. Also, you know, as this fight kind of breaks to the wayside, one thing that's worth noting here too, I wasn't 100% sure because I thought it was the Icon at first, and as it turns out, it was the Icon. Pashi Pop went unstoppable. Mitch brought it up in our cast. I was like, is it really? It's like, yeah, I thought it was.
So like, he must be doing the alt max build, right?
Yeah.
Where you can.
It's still so early. Like, even if you're going alt max, you'd think you'd want a little bit more damage this early into the game.
Yeah, I think they do need to team fight really to get value out of it, because the thing about unstoppable is not increasing your farm speed really at all. It's making you a more potent force in a team fight. But I'm worried because I feel like Hydra Nation has no intention of rushing a team fight. I think they're perfectly happy to play the farm game. They have Leffa and Fishcake both with a lot of late game potential. Vegas, I mean, honestly, everyone on Hydra Nation can scale to the late game. I don't think they're at all worried about farming up. And for melee creeps, they need to commit maybe for some early objectives. They haven't even taken a Guardian yet.
Well, Hydration going in for Kelvin.
Another miss on Lasso.
Again, the cold shoulder at the same time. Yeah, Lasso not going to hit. A little bit off for Sai here so far. The one thing we've seen once so far in the game on camera. I'm curious to see if we get any massive singularity plays. You know, one item that people weren't really sure on, that in theory you could see on Dynamo playing late game, while you're worried about healing tempo, there's also Vortex Web that's out and over there, but this fight could go on indoors, which makes sense. Petrify comes out. Okay, singularity in.
He's tanky.
They get down Hydration, but it's an effort there, Jake.
I mean, Hydration still gets to trade, right? Under the black hole. Pashipop now, no unstoppable, chased down by Vegas. And Hydra Nation bringing numbers to bear in this fight. Across the map, I think Poppers is potentially killing John, forcing him back under the tower at least. Yes, you got the urn stolen away though for Saya, so that's a consolation prize. They should be able to get this turn in pretty easily, but he's so low. Maybe he doesn't want to take the risk with Fishcake in the neighborhood.
I think if you're Hydra Nation, you keep an eye on it and look to deny, but in the same note, you just go for, do Walker pressure at the same time. Like Hydra Nation, in theory, they could just give up urn and decide to go for Walkers. As, yeah, Fishcake also. Hearing chatter no from Mitch, like 17k on Fishcake right now, by the way.
You have no ultis on melee creeps. Really, you're relying on these ultis to be able to fight, and to have 0. I mean, Hydra Nation almost certainly knows this, and they're going to take more or less whatever they want throughout the map right now. You're still bringing 6 players, it looks like, to this fight for melee creeps, trying to make up for their disadvantage in farm by bringing all the numbers, but Hydra Nation read it and fall back. Another clean macro play.
Yep, so Hydra Nation, this side the back out. Melee creep's going to get the urn turn in, which is pretty helpful. I mean, it does lessen the gap a little bit, but now you wonder, is this going to be the first death by lizard on the new patch, as Fishcake is looking pretty well farmed well. I mean, on the same note, you look over to the left-hand side, I mean, John still having a really nice game as far as soul allocation goes.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. I'm curious to see what he's going to go, assuming he's saving for a 6k item here. Could sell that monster rounds and transition towards something a little bit more powerful for the late game. But the macro lead is super scary right now.
You got to think Magnum would be coming on up here. I mean, there's a lot of ways to play the game right now, and I don't think item builds are set in stone.
He's got his ulti max, so that does also suggest there's a chance that you could do something more optimized for the ulti. But he's caught in the room. Oh, barely dodges past hydration. I don't know how he slipped out past that Abrams.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. And okay, Hydra Nation still gonna try and make something happen. Affliction gonna get dropped by Vegas in the back. Hits on 2. And John still wants to fight here. Affliction or no, goes for the last stand. Dives back on out. Last stand though gonna be gone. Saya already dead. Down 1 is Melee Creeps here. Meanwhile, another Walker getting going down as Pasha Pop goes to the sky. Everyone just walking away here, Jake. Just walking away.
Ulti's coming up though for Quig and Lomain. These could be the powerful teamfight ultis they need to potentially turn this game around. John so low. Here's the connection though. Coming in. Stun on the hydration. Just barely enough to get him over the line. Everyone's so low on Melee Creeps though. Fishcake's here to feast on them. So fed right now on this Viper. Such a powerful hero when you're chasing enemies down. And I think you're going to be able to get everyone here on Fishcake and then now potentially turn your sights to the mid guardian. Oh, the ulti is, I think this is a team wipe, more or less.
Just throwing the petrifying bola all the way to the top. Looking for the dynamo on top of it. Is Quig going to be able to find a way out? The answer is
the bridge too far. Saya's back with the lasso. Maybe can find some kind of a catch. So Fishcake makes the read there to not overplay the hand. But looking very potent here on this Viper, getting that gun build heavily online. Thinking about whether they want to buy an item. Looks like they're going to be saving 4 or 6K. Curious to see if it'll be like that armor-piercing rounds. Maybe the threat of, someone was saying in the chat, which actually, because I'm pretty interested to see if they go the armor-piercing rounds, you could deal damage to people who are petrified by piercing their 100% bullet resistance.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those items that, assuming it's still, or it will work in that sort of way that, yeah, I mean, it could be pretty powerful. We'll see. I think there's interactions that probably have not been fully explored yet, given the newness of the patch. But Hydra Nation now, right now, on the setup.
I like the trophy collector on Saya. That's pretty interesting. Like scaling with kills and assists.
Yeah, I think it's a good item for anyone that's trying to be active in the game. And okay, Frozen Shelter forced up pretty early here from Lomain.
Really defensive shelter. I guess it just saves you from the swap, but that's a long cooldown to be deploying in that way. And it is the Magnum here for John.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of expected. Again, even though a lot is still to be figured out, Magnum on face value just seems like too good of an item, especially for War. It's one of those times where someone was playing, it almost feels like someone was playing Warden on the dev team is like, yeah, this is good. Like this does everything you need. But
Unstoppable on Fishcake is a big pickup though. Like that is your only, it's like your biggest weakness on Viper is being controlled, right? And so Fishcake prioritizing the tankiness, that signals to me that Fishcake is ready to start really participating in team fights and really start leading the charge, being able to tank through some of these control ultis is what you need to do to be able to make your damage meaningful, so you're not just like killed off and focus fired at the start of the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of interesting to see the bring back of Unstoppable, which is kind of the meta for a while in last patch, but right, both teams looking at each other here and now. Quig has the singularity, good to go. Death Slam over in on the Abrams. Hydration hitting the evac button of Seismic Slam up over the top. Singularity though, maybe on the menu here for Quig. Drops it. Hydration again, the one being focus fired, took down John in the melee and just does not go down at all. The tankiness of Hydration, ridiculous in the moment. It's a net loss for Melee Creeps so far. 6 on 5, likely about to lose the Walker on top of it, and that is brutal, Jake.
Yeah, Fishcake's hunting for more now, diving in, cleaning up the Kelvin. A couple players down. Should be a free mid boss if you even want it here. Hydra Nation gonna grab the Sidewalker as well, and I'm not sure there's even gonna be a rebuttal here. Ido's coming to the lane, but doesn't have Death Slam. And Left is long gone. Looks like it'll be a Spirit Urn prioritized by Hydra Nation. Kind of surprised they don't go for the mid boss here.
Right now, they may not need to, but this gives us a little bit of a lull in the gameplay. So, good time to tap back in, Mitch. And Mitch, where are you loving right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm loving what we're seeing from Hydra Nation so far. It's definitely clear that they've been putting the work in on this new patch. I think like we got Sire on screen right now. They've struggled honestly, and they've really invested quite heavily in a lot of like these spirit items, or at least like Spirit Burst on hit, but like no Rescue Beam, they're really looking for, or no sort of like Alchemical Fire. So it's a bit of a different direction to take this build in, if I'm honest with you. And we still haven't really seen this Dynamo and this Holiday plus the Kelvin combo work out. Big healing, theoretically a lot of utility, but it's not converting.
You know what else is not converting right now, Jake? Look at this.
Did you just see that item pick up the cheat death on Pocket? Oh boy, it's like the good old times, the Soul Revival. Pocket is going to be so unkillable.
But Jake, also, Pocket may be unkillable from the fact that the lassos and the frozen shelters just have not been landing this game from melee creeps.
Yeah, a lot of misses on those. Yeah, you're exactly right. Big ulti here from 7. He's pretty low. Ooh. Getting tanked up a little bit, but I don't think you have the HP. Yeah, guys are just going toe-to-toe. The shelter trying to stabilize. It's not enough, and this game is looking to be over right now. Hydra Nation, huge lead. Snowballing forward. Everyone else is forced out. Rocane as well cleaning up the mid wave, and that should be a free opportunity for mid boss if you want it for Hydra Nation.
I think this time they want it, but also I like the execution of that from melee creeps. The problem is the stat difference, it's too much. It is far too much. I think the play of just dropping the quantum entanglement mid storm cloud actually pretty good for getting into a slightly better spot, getting maybe a little bit more damage off and releasing a little bit of pressure on the 7. But the problem is you are down too much economy wise, but okay, steal attempt coming on in, and no, not gonna happen. Instead, it's a quick high buy from Saya. Emphasis on the buy.
Yeah, and that death's pretty painful because the pick-off threat from Lasso is probably one of your stronger tools when it comes to counter pressure. Now, melee creeps, they have good base defense, right? If they can get like a big Lash Ult, Warden Ult type of a combo, they can maybe make some kind of a base defense happen. But I think Hydra Nation are going to be more than happy to just play the map here. And Vegas is like so annoying. He can clean waves. How do you kill this Pocket? I mean, having cheat death is, I think, so potent on this character because you're not relying on your move speed to get you out. You just cape out at the end of the cheap death.
You go back to the draft and you pick up either Shiv if he's not banned or GT, and then you ignore cheat death and nullify completely as an item. But with those heroes not available, cheat death can be pretty good. I think it may be a little bit expensive for what it does, but for Pocket, I think potential could be pretty high. But Hydra Nation now gonna flex the Rejuvenator a little bit more. Looking at the base of melee creeps, they get John down first. Most farm on their team. The ultimate comes on into the singularity. Is Falter gonna be there? They get 2 right off. The Wombo combo of melee creeps does strike a little bit deeply in the Hydra Nation, and one of the heroes they took down was Fishcake. All that farm just dead to the black hole.
Yeah, the base defense looks good. Pashi defending, tanking through everything, but the damage a little bit too much. Affliction now. Let's see Vegas. Can he play his way out of this? Rescue beam pulled back. Still fighting. Still a big threat, I think. And yeah, it seems like melee creeps are going to be just taking their win and backing off. Getting the 2 kills, 2 for 2. Very strong winning trade here. But Hydra Nation don't want to let them get the reset. They're going to be going in, trading yet more, trying to play up these
they lose 2
fast respawns. I mean, Fishcake is coming back, though. They're going to get objectives off this. It's expensive, but they're going to take objectives.
Yeah, it goes 2 for 2. I think even though Hydra Nation is getting objectives here, I kind of like melee creeps at least being able to get a little bit in return. They're still really behind, don't get me wrong, especially like losing another 2 here. It's still tough, but for being down, they've played this about as well as I could. John now, last stand, just getting crunched at his own base. That being said, the last shrine is going to go down. First stage patron, about to lose his throne, turn into a ball.
I wonder if you even spawn in time on melee creeps. Like some of these longer spawns, John, Ido, I don't know if they're gonna be in this fight. I think Hydra Nation can stay. They're healthy on most players. Vegas almost has that next ulti up. We could just see a good old-fashioned throne race right now. Patron just being focus fired if you want it. Hydra Nation though, no, they're gonna go in. I mean, Viper is just oh no, Viper they're doing crazy permanent slide.
Hydra Nation, 1 step closer to retaking the throne, taking the first map away from melee creeps. And that's right, they do it with the Viper.
And Fishcake looked great that game, not only getting ahead in the farm, but also making some key appearances in the mid-game team fights, cleaning up, creating bigger opportunities, and then that was like kind of a brute force ending from Hydra Nation. It's like typically we see people maybe take some base guardians and back off. Maybe, oh, you lose a couple players. Okay, maybe we'll just take the reset and farm the map. And no, Hydra Nation just keeps doubling down. Despite having some lower number situations, they just still have the confidence. They play the tempo of those faster respawns from the Reju really well and forcing the end of the game, full control.
Okay, we got to bring Mitch back in here. And Mitch, we've been looking at new content to do for DFN, things like, featured item build series. But one thing I realized looking at, my own personal reaction, the reaction of chat and everything else is that if we did a featured item build and we went on Pashi Pop 7 based on performance of this game, we would lose subscribers. We would lose support. That is how much chat was not loving the Unstoppable Rush on 7.
There are Yeah, so Poshy is not investing in any of those tier 2 or tier 3 items. It's Unstoppable first and then Lightning Scroll straight after that. So you're rushing for consecutive of these items. Now, Lightning Scroll is kind of good because after 3 seconds of being affected by someone's ult, you get stunned. So it adds this like stun component to, Stormcloud, which is obviously really effective. But the problem is that Poshy basically has a huge power trough until he's able to get those items like, built up. Now, Lightning Scroll at least has like a component that, builds out of it. So like you are at least getting something midway along the way. But you notice that like you have bullet resist and you have unstoppable, but I was watching like every hit of a barrage going into the 7, right? And Vegas just having this ridiculous damage amp, or just Popper's just like blammoing him over and over again. Gabagool, baby, blam, blam, like just shooting down at the guy and blowing him up. And Hydra Nation, they take 3 Guardians early. Then they funnel the farm from those lanes into Fishcake, into Poppers, and into Vegas. The rest of them are bouncing in between those lanes. And when you've got Hydration of Rokane, amazing roamers setting up these initiations with Leper being able to TP across the map to be wherever he needs to be, it's kind of the perfect mid-game transition plan for Hydra Nation, which is exacerbated by the fact that Poshy Pop's build, I think, really is playing for getting both of those tier 4s online. This is the gatting of the century. Like, look at this. Even with bullet resist, you're getting absolutely owned. And this like really heal heavy composition of Quick and Lomain probably requires like healing tempo to be good. I'm not really sure, but they did well. I think the Wombo combo is very potent, right? Death Slave in a singularity, it's very good. But if Hydration survives that, he immediately heals back up with the melee, and then he's good to go.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to those early game fights, though. For me, like what I remember most painfully for melee creeps is Ido and Lomain going for those early game catches, Death Slam into Frozen Shelter, and just not catching the target they're going for. That shouldn't really be happening, right? And I think maybe a few of those fights go a different way. We could have seen a bit more of a snowball get rolling. We could have seen 7 hit more of the potential power peak. John as well had some solid team fights on the Warden, so wasn't hopeless for melee creeps, but the early game execution was pretty painful.
And like, what is the Holiday doing here? Like, we see a bunch of like missed lassos. Zaya's build as well as like, it's not utility oriented whatsoever, probably because they're like, we have a Dynamo and a Kelvin on our team, but no gun investment really whatsoever here for the Holiday. And it's very much, so basically Hollow Point Ward, right, as we all know, is the item that like gives you extra damage when you're above 65% health. That item's actually been split into 2 now. Enchanter's Emblem and Battle Vest, right? So one gives bullet resist, the other spirit resist. One affects your weapon damage, one affects your spirit. So the Enchanter's Emblem is getting picked up by Saya. Like a lot of those like, decent spirit power items. But I don't know about you guys. The spirit Holiday didn't exactly tickle me.
Well, the thing for me is that I think it's hard to tell how much was on the Spirit Holiday, regardless if it was a good idea or a bad idea, and how much was, to me, it was more so in the execution, where if you are playing Holiday, so much of your tempo in the game is so incredibly important on landing your lassos, and you can have a miss here and there, but it felt like we saw something like 3 or 4 misses in a row. The alt execution from Lomain was also just not there. I mean, you could fault where it was between the Lash and the Kelvin in terms of interactions there. But the reality was that, especially in the early, the mid game, you were getting Death Slam into Frozen Shelter, except that you'd look at the Frozen Shelter and be like, where'd he go? And Rokane was somehow getting out of these attempts, who was, most often the main target. So when I look at this, especially the early, the mid game execution was just not up to the usual standard that we see from melee creeps. So for me, even if they were to run back this exact same draft, which I don't think they're going to do, by the way, I would still expect them to bounce back in the next game, because whether you want to call it just getting into the groove again, or just they super low rolled this game in terms of how things panned out, it was uncharacteristic for so many things to just miss on an execution level.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think they also, you look to the late game, some nice comeback fights from a really like almost unwinnable position, huge deficit, and they are executing pretty well, making the comeback fights, later in the game with the Lash into the black hole. And like, honestly, so for me, like, I see the vision behind this draft, trying to have like this indomitable team fight if all the pieces come together. if you have a bit of a better early game, a couple more pickups from Holiday, the Lash was connecting, a couple more of these ult combos in the early game from Lash and Kelvin getting you the picks, maybe you're hitting your stride a little bit earlier into the game with getting those incredible wombo combos of ultis that to actually be in the game before, you know, your 40k souls down. Maybe this is a different sort of a game. So that being, I kind of see your point, ZP. Like, I think there's an argument for melee creeps that this draft can work if it's executed differently, but that's a scary spot to be going into game 2 of just saying like, okay, we're not going to mess up this time. I mean, it takes a lot of confidence to do that.
Well, that is our first map done and over with. Hydra Nation, they've been our champions of North America in the past, and they're making the strongest case right now that they may be on the way back. Hydra Nation, Melee Creeps, map 2, coming at you just after this. Number 25, Deadlock Fight Night. That's right, 25 shows, and it may be the time for Hydra Nation to retake the crown here and now. A dominant first map coming up against Melee Creeps. But Melee Creeps, they've been the champion the last month for a reason. ZP here with Jake and Mitch once again. And Mitch, we've seen this story a lot here. Hydra Nation, they have a tough time. They make roster changes. They come back. They take the crown. Maybe same old, same old.
Yeah, like I just think the idea that they're building their comps on just fits a little bit more with where the game is at right now. They're prioritizing managing to get Abrams into these games. I also think the pocket's looking really quite useful for them. We saw the cheat death get picked up, which is a ton of fun. Does remind me of the Soul Revival, being able to have a second bite at the apple, so to speak. Whereas I think we started to see the vision, honestly, of this Melee Creeps composition towards the end of the game. This Wombo combo, throwing people into a singularity that lets you play from up to like 40k souls behind, it seems, is very powerful. But if you don't catch enough people in that Wombo, if it doesn't quite go off the way you want it to, you're probably going to get steamrolled. And for Melee Creeps, it happened inside their own base.
I will say, in defense of this idea of playing for the Wombo combo strat, one thing that has been pretty significantly changed map-wise is the base defense itself, where it feels a lot more viable to defend the base. Where I felt like the defender's advantage wasn't as strongly realized in the previous versions of the map, where you're defending the base, you might be able to defend, but actually killing the attackers for daring to step up felt a little bit more difficult, where now I feel there's a lot of angles of attack as a defender. The attackers are forced into some compromising positions. And so there's something to be said for running a draft that plans to, in some sense, to play from behind. But of course, I think Hydra Nation found the nice answer in getting the rejuve and just continuing to throw bodies into the fight, knowing that look, you guys are running out of ultimates. We're going to respawn faster than you. We're ahead of you in souls.
Whatever.
But you could easily see, like you were saying, one or two more catches with some of these big ultis. Maybe that strat doesn't work out. Maybe you do get the base defense and turn things around.
Here's why I got a question of, does LeBron get the ball? Does Ido get to play pocket, or will it be a first pick Yamato? Because you think about Ido's historical hero pool, Lash usually isn't where you want to put Ido. His comfort zone, pocket, Yamato. And I feel like LeBron's not getting the ball, and it's gone. The ball has been taken away, and it's probably a first pick Yamato for Melee Creeps, where it's just, it's the curse of Ido that you get here.
I mean, I will say, I think Ido wasn't bad on Lash last game. I feel like he set up a lot of these combos pretty well, had some good team fights. The combos with Kelvin not going off in the early game, arguably, I feel like you blame Kelvin on that. Maybe it's a communication issue of them not knowing where he's going to ult the person to, but it's kind of up to Kelvin to catch. And I mean, they are going to grab the Yamato, so assuming this is going to be for Ido, securing a comfort pick.
This leaves holes, I think, in your draft strategy, though. I think any situation where you've got to prioritize a hero that I just don't think is first pick or bannable is obviously not great. It's going to allow Hydra Nation with 2 picks here, basically to get exactly what they want. Let them probably snap up that early Abrams again if they want to. The Geist, I think, has just been low-key so oppressive and so powerful. Every game, top hero damage by far. Last game was absolutely no exception. Popper's absolutely pounded in that game. So it just seems like...
Would need to see both.
Yep. Oh, God, yeah.
Well, also,
Abrams.
I think the frontliners are slightly at less of a premium here just because you haven't banned 2 of them in the draft, but the fact remains is that it's still a pretty good frontline to secure early on if they decide to go for the Abrams, and they're going to do it. The only upside here for Melee Creeps, though, as we turn back around, it's not green this time. Abrams isn't green, so,
Okay, it's blue Abrams, guys. It's chill. We can win. We can win.
Exactly.
He's not hulking out yet.
Yeah, dude, I think now at least Melee Creeps' real draft can start. I think so. Think back a lot of the options that were available. Do we really think they want to double up on Dynamo and Kelvin? Maybe they save a ban for one of those and have one premier healer in their comp. But Kelvin is pretty absurd with what he can do, and he doesn't actually need a healing tempo to have ridiculous heals from multiple grenades over the course of the game. Whereas Dynamo becomes truly insane with that particular item. So Warden take here. This does leave Sinclair available, gives you those super oppressive lanes and the potential to copy this last game.
I think you've got to take Kelvin. Yeah. I think giving Hydra Nation Kelvin with the Abrams guys is illegal. You can't do that. That's terrifying. And I mean, I still think maybe this will be a better Kelvin game with the Warden Yamato. I mean, you think about Frozen sheltering in enemies with these 2 heroes, very challenging to stand into the amount of damage that they can put down there's something like, you could like almost a guaranteed warden trap on somebody if they're caught in the frozen shelter. So I actually see the vision already of these first 3 for melee creeps coming together pretty well. Paradox comfort choice here for Hydra Nation, but I'm curious to see if Saya will go for the redemption arc on the holiday. Hydra Nation, though, could easily just ban it out here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's any redemption arc for the holiday. I think even though you look at Saya and you go, wow, you missed a lot of last game, you don't expect Saya to have that level of performance again. I think Saya would revert to the mean. But if you're Hydra Nation, you can shut it down here and now by getting rid of the holiday and making sure melee creeps doesn't have that level of initiation. But also at this point, they go, we don't want to deal with Wraith, where Wraith, of course, is higher power in this patch than she has been previously. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense because I think Wraith is one of the few characters right now that when farmed can absolutely just rip through an Abrams or a Geist in a way that a lot of other characters can't. So that makes sense to me, but I do think now for melee creeps, as we go to the turn, probably likely to pick up the holiday.
I need to get some more training in.
Viper ban.
Oh.
Viper ban, okay. I mean, Fishcake actually had such a great game in that first game. I wonder, Hydra Nation, is there any appetite for the double initiator to deny it away here? I'm also surprised they didn't do I'll do the opposite ban and ban holiday and grab the Wraith for themselves. I think it would have been, I mean, I think Wraith just looks really good to me from EU, but we'll have to see what the prio is. I wouldn't hate stealing the double initiator though. I think that could be a good way to pick apart some of this team fight threat from Kelvin. They're going to go for Mirage. Mirage has been fantastic on it.
Far out. I mean, you've got 2 incredible like soul recipients here on those outer lanes, and the people that would just I tell you what, melee creeps have to end the fights in seconds. They need to be over very quickly. They will lose any sort of protracted engagement at roughly equal souls. As Hydra Nation, they have unbelievable sustained output here. You know, and I wonder like if what an N18 think about the haze, excuse me, is Vindicta's a bit of an eyebrow raiser. Yeah.
Well, actually, I think Vindicta has been underpicked right now. I still think when you look at the changes to the game and the fact that heroes have more HP, I think Crow build Vindicta is probably pretty good right now. So it's been a little bit surprising to me that Vindicta's been a little bit shuffled to the side based on how good just a full Crow build Vindicta.
I think Vindicta needs a reimagining because Vindicta was one of like the prime shield abuser heroes, right? In the old patch of like you build both shield items, and now that shields are gone, I think it just maybe requires a new perspective. Maybe, I mean, you're not wrong. I think the percent damage is a little bit better, but I think it hurts a little bit more to lose arguably the most core double shield builder of anyone in the game in the old item patch was probably Vindicta.
And she does percent current health, not max health. So obviously like it's not something that's effective against like those ultimately like very tanky heroes, but still able to like chunk pretty well. It gets less effective as the targets are at lower health, right? But of course, she's got other parts of her kit for you know, dealing with executes, like the literal assassinate that she has. So, you know, that's all well and good. Ivy, again, we talked about this before. Like healing tempo is like very reasonable option on this, and also the ultimate has been buffed just with like debuff remover not being a thing. So,
I have a question. Are they ridiculous enough to even go for something like a Dynamo as the final pick here? I'm thinking here is that, okay, they could go frontline, they could grab something like a Calico, they could go the 7, or if for whatever reason they have someone else that can play the Kelvin other than Quig, they could go for the Dynamo and still like go, hey, we still think this hero is really strong right now. It could have been more of a pick of faith on the idea of like, we just think it's good.
It could also just be like a 7.
It'd be double support, but yeah, I mean, it could just be 7 for Pashi, and it is going to be a 7 for Pashi. So
I think Pashi was unfairly maligned in the last game. I think if maybe going the Unstoppable first was a mistake. Maybe he should have gone like Lightning Scroll first and just been a little bit risky in terms of the item build. But I do think Lightning Scroll 7 sounds insane to me. Like in theory, if you're like, you're not only damaging the whole team, but then you're stunning them. If there's follow-up connections, I think in theory, this can be super potent. Hydra Nation, they do have the Lash Hold as a way to shut that down, but not the best combos or the stuns otherwise. Maybe, I mean, you get Hydrate or Abrams rather, assuming it's Hydration, but you could get Abrams to get a Phantom Strike as a way to knock down the 7. But there's definitely going to be some fights here where if melee creeps gets the initiations they want, they have really powerful AoE ultis, really strong team fight ultis, where Hydra Nation, I think, are going to be more about the pickoff, going to be more about playing the map. And that has been, I guess, the dichotomy between these two teams, both teams doubling down on their bread and butter. Melee creeps want a team fight, Hydra Nation want to play for the individualism.
I mean, look really quickly, I just think that this time you are not going to have a melee creeps team that has really low damage in general, right? I think like the Unstoppable Rush 7 on a team that is not building much damage, it has double healer, feels extra bad. But here, like between the Warden, the Yamato, and the Vindicta, I don't think you have to stress so much about that. So there's a world where like the Unstoppable first item doesn't really cause a power trough on your side of the map at a really important point in the game anymore.
I'm looking at this now, and I'll be honest, maybe this is a little bit bullish and maybe too much respect towards how Melee Creeps was played in the last month, but I look at this draft, and I think so long as Hydration doesn't get super far ahead early, and oh, the parry coming in from Saya, give himself in a good spot. I think so long as Hydration doesn't get ultra far ahead, I actually think Melee Creeps may win this game. Like if you put it on here, I don't think it's a massive advantage, but I'd say 60-40 Melee Creeps if Hydration isn't huge by like 10 minutes in. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I see the vision of their draft too. I think there's definitely a lot more of a clear road to victory. That being said, I think Hydra Nation is also playing incredibly well. As much as I want to give a lot of credit to like Melee Creeps recovering things, making some of those fights good. In the end, game one was like not only a lane stomp, but then into a snowball into like pretty strong control of the game for Hydra Nation. And I think if they can just repeat that success, maybe they, can continue to dominate.
Some of the lane stuff already going a little bit better for Melee Creeps this lane, particularly you take a look at what's going on to the right here. I mean, yeah, no one's dead here yet, but to get this level of life lead on a Geist this early, I mean, it's pretty promising for how you're looking at the lane dynamics taking place, especially because you're looking at there. I don't know if the Paradox is going to necessarily bail out here, where, again, they go with the same lane that worked really well the last time around, Jake, with the Warden Holiday lane. They just put it in the side lane this time.
Yeah, I think it's strong. I think it's hard for somebody like Geist to deal with that level of spam, and the Paradox control sets up for potentially some of the combos with Warden, making it hard for Geist to walk up and do the poke damage that you kind of want to do, or to commit in for like a life leech under the threat of a Warden trap. And this pressure on the lane is creating a little moment here for Saya to go get a quick box run out. So you're going to see how many teams and players are starting to weave that in. It looks like something that I think for me, for sure, I'm going to start implementing more in my games. It's like when you have lane prio and you're pushing under the enemy tower, or at least just shoving a wave in, just doing a quick box run, getting just that little bit of extra efficiency in the early game.
I think it's nice too, because it also gives you cover if you ever to go for an early gank. We haven't really seen teams go for that yet, but when you're off map for that long, it's good plausible cover. Meanwhile, Hydration trying to kick things off with a bang. Not quite going to connect here, taking quite a bit of poke damage in turn. So see if this Yamato Vindicta lane works out well, where I think this is also kind of an interesting lane where if it gets ahead, Jake, I think it's actually going to be difficult to deal with, but also would struggle if it got behind.
Oh, big connection here. They're caught in a very compromising position. Vindicta's just pouring on damage from above. Yamato could die for these burst kills. Maybe a little bit scared at the moment, but Lefa is going to have to hold his own for a while. Hydration just needs to hide and heal up.
The pressure coming in mid lane, pretty good here so far. Not giving Hydration the freebie lane that he had in the last game. So, I mean, just for a laning state alone, this has felt like a more competent game so far out of Melee Creeps, where they're not quite feeding the same amount of kills. They're maintaining lane presence more. It might not be a lane where we're 10 minutes in and you see Melee Creeps already down 2 Guardians.
Oh man, that Spirit lifesteal on Mirage is actually insane for laning, right? Because it just hitting a left click on somebody is going to proc that's a lot of regen you're going to be able to get. They constantly keep up in these lanes. So yeah, this is kind of crazy. I think this is why Lefa was able to endure a lot, is like this item looks so sick on Mirage.
Also, you got the Hydration Lefa Dream Team combo back into play in the middle, where middle lane
I think they can recover this lane, actually. I think they have the tools to stabilize this. But they need to get, I think, to the moment of maybe getting some ultis online.
Meanwhile, take a look back over here in the left lane. Melee Creep's going a little bit deep. However, Saya, as we're looking at the left, over on the right, things going awry for Melee Creeps. Lose Saya, and what did they give up in turn? They gave up some Geist HP and some Paradox HP. Actually, not as bad as it may seem there, Jake, because they're going to have advantage once you get back in the lane.
Yeah, Geist, though, with the swap, right, can be a problem. And John got really low trading here. Doesn't really have the tools to sustain so much in this lane. It's just the regen. I wonder if he's going to go with a heal right or something to try and just restabilize the lane. mobility. Nice grab for Lash here. Kelvin coming in to take that contest. I don't know if you want the fight against Lash, though, in the open.
Well, you go for it, and he jumps on down into the frozen barrier, though, so a lot of the damage going to get healed back up. Does get the cooldown out of Quig. We'll see if Quig gets a little bit of support. You see Poshy Pop rotating on over. Same for Vegas in turn. So 2 rotations coming on. Meanwhile, they grab Poppers. They gotta get the kill, though, before the swap. They don't! Lives in the lasso for just long enough for the swap to come out for Poppers. The follow-through was not there.
Nice catch by Rokan, right? By pulling Saya back, you can't take the lasso in deep. Poppers has time to get the swap and stabilize. But farm-wise, despite the fact that quite a few kills in the last couple minutes have gone the way of Hydra Nation, farm-wise, it's been very strong for Melee Creeps. They're almost even here, down a couple K. Ulti over the top here from 7, clearing waves, doing a bunch of damage. Heavy commitment here, risky play though, jumping into the 7, taking a lot of damage on that. But Plashop is ultimately going to be forced back. If he's able to live, hold on.
Yeah, Fishcake might have it. Fishcake smells blood in the water, and that's the type of game sense, Jake, that you really only develop after playing Lash for just a ridiculous amount of time for what has now been about a year, really, since the first people were let into the Deadlock test, so it makes sense.
Geist gonna go 1v2 here, swap on a Warden. Paradox is incredibly low. The ulti, you've got to run from this. Oh, they're just getting absolutely smoked. John and Saya get the cleanup on the wave. Speed zips are available, though. It's a little scary to siege the tower.
Sometimes, Jake, that's the curse of the early Geist, or the early Geist swap, where you drop swap, it's on a cooldown forever, and no one respects you anymore as Geist when your swap is on cooldown. And in that case, they had last stand up, they're just able to run at Geist. And same deal here, where Poppers may be coming back in the lane, but you're not really that afraid while swap is on cooldown.
Yeah, just gonna be time to farm here. Nido finds another kill there. Great start for the Yamato so far. Dropping the Guardian as well in that left lane, supported by the Kelvin, and they're putting some resources into Ido. They're paying off for the moment. Catch onto Lefa, who looks to be in deep trouble here. Tornado not quite up in time.
Mitch also making a point here, who's looking at the items in turn that for Ido, we got an express shot Ido, even as Lomain gets caught here in the middle. A little bit of punchy punch coming in from Hydration, forcing back Poshy in the moment. But Poshy also still takes down Rokain while Hydration's reorienting, so still not the worst from middle. But the express shot from Ido, kind of interesting to see how that's going to work out for Yamato.
Headhunter online for Hydration, a little bit of a power peak here. See if they have the catches. They want to take the fight into the Yamato. It's a little risky here for Hydration. Considering, does he want to recommit? Gonna go for it. Yamato ulti running out. The melee trade. Ido a little bit stronger. Probably happy to get a kill before dying there.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst if you're Ido in that situation. You get the trade out. Also, we're going to take a moment to just look at soul allocation here. John looking pretty well fed at the moment. Significantly better ramp as Warden than he had in the previous game. The closest ramp on the other side is actually Vegas on the Ivy.
Yeah, John has had some really strong games in the Warden. Definitely a comfortable pick for them. A lot of ultis down on the side of Hydra Nation. See if that means melee creeps want to take the fight. Right now, they're not giving up the Walker, making the defense. But in committing for this, Paradox incredibly low. Seems like you might be getting finished off. Running away, yeah, no escape here from Ido. Yeah, even Abrams, I don't think you can stick around for this.
Oh, the express shot actually doing significant amounts of damage, chasing down Hydration. No fear whatsoever. Maybe should fear the life leech a little bit, but for now, staying on in. Gonna get a little bit of support here from Quig, coming on, up and over. Hydration still on the menu, and down he goes, unable to get away. And a much better mid game here so far, Jake, from Melee Creeps, both in execution, in rotations, and I think a draft that, so far has been much more to their benefit. And Ido's going in. Is he going to grab it? Sees perhaps a little bit of weakness here and does.
Nice catch. That's big for Ido, and Quig a little bit more expert hands here, holding on to the Kelvin, paying dividends for the moment. Connection comes in from the lasso. Do they have the follow-up to get the burst kill? Seems not quite yet, and Hydration is back, so maybe Melee Creep's low on a lot of players here. It's getting a little scary. Ido's extremely low, despite the fact that he's popped that Shadow Transformation. He's going to dive in.
Yeah, and you actually saw in the body language from Hydration there, where the Shadow Transformation comes in, Hydration just immediately tries to double dodge, get out, knows it's not a winnable fight. Ido still brawling off here in the corner. Wants a little piece of Ivy right now. Power Slash takes down Vegas, and the last 3 minutes have been the Ido show. Gets a little bit of life leech. He's going in for another flying strike. Rokain, and finally goes down. Dear Lord, that was a stretch there, Jake.
Quig caught in trouble, playing from multiple sides. Gonna pump the frozen shelter, and you're kind of low here on Paradox to swap through, though. That's gonna be enough to stabilize this, and surely Quig is gonna be going down eventually. So Hydra Nation just keep doubling down into this engagement with the help of the global teleport from Leffa. Eventually it pays off. A couple parting kills. I mean, that's a bloodbath right there. Both teams coming out bruised. Hydra Nation just a little bit behind in terms of the souls.
I think what's a little bit scary for Hydra Nation is you look at who's getting the farm from melee creeps. Oh, right. It's John the Warden and Ido on the Amato. A little bit of a problem where, yeah, I mean, you've farmed up your Geist and your Mirage to a decent extent, but you don't love a front line looking this scary that early. And Saya on target again, able to get in, gets the lasso in on the fish cake. Is fish cake gonna get out? Answer looks like yes, but still, Saya landing every lasso that we've seen so far in this game, Jake.
Yeah, nice recovery there from a tough game one, showing that he's still a big threat on this character, still a comfortable combo for him. Swap just barely off target there. Saya happy to get out for that one.
Looking here, back over on left-hand side, a little bit of farming in the garage, where you know a little bit of comfort for Leffa, knowing that he doesn't have to worry about an Abrams just showing up. Still, look at the garage, you just get flashbacks of last game, but melee creep's pretty stable right now, nursing a decent lead with good allocation, and now looking for Poppers. Poppers does swap online, so are they going to be able to get the kill? I don't think they care about the swap here, Jake. I think they think, okay, we'll just burst down in the course of the frozen shelter. Still skating here on the guys. Kelvin getting a little bit low, needs a little bit of help, ends up getting burned on down as the cavalry has arrived. Extra fire now on the Pashi, but no swap. This is a very vulnerable Geist. Poppers now needing to get away. Saya looking for it. The support from Vegas keeping the Geist alive in the moment. Really nice support in from Vegas to stop that from being a pick.
Yeah, the farm on the Ivy ends up paying dividends. John not coming to this one, needs to defend that mid wave. Yamato as well, not able to show up. The lane pressure. Saya though getting a parting catch, but a little bit too much. Yeah, the carries aren't here. 4 melee creeps there, lacking the damage in this team fight. Leffa's also across the map, but of course with that global TP, he can always come bring numbers to bear. So Hydra Nation playing the numbers game, distributing their heroes on the map, more commitment to this side lane, and they get rewarded.
Yep, things right now almost entirely even as Hydra Nation keeps a decent presence right now into the right-hand lane, but now the time to move has been had. Melee creeps all over on the right, likely about to spread out themselves in turn. So about as even gets, and we have a moment here. Hold on, there's still a little bit of pursuit here. Kelvin looking for the Abrams. Don't think it's gonna turn anything more. So while we have a moment, you know, Mitch, what have you been seeing so far difference-wise between game 1 and game 2?
Oh, look, a way better early game here for melee creeps. I think Sire is like, you know, got to be a little careful looking for these lasso opportunities, but can be interrupted midway through them. I think Sire tries to lasso, then there's like a shoulder charge, then there's a paradoxical swap on them pretty much straight away. I think after like a rough game 1, they look really good here, but they want to be probably aware of trying not to do too much. Because Hydra Nation right now are not as strong as they were at this point last game, but it doesn't mean they won't get there. So this is the time to strike. This is the time to really try and lengthen your lead as buffs are back in 90 seconds.
Also curious to see who caps higher here. I kind of think the melee creeps draft in theory should have a higher cap because they have such potent team fighting. I also think Quig, having the Kelvin in some more expert, comfortable hands has paid dividends. I think the frozen shelters have been a lot sharper this game. We criticized melee creeps for that in the last game, but Quig has been very clean with that in strong positions throughout the game here. Still, the advantage is very small here, so I think melee creeps know they can't exactly force it. They just need to kind of eke out smaller and smaller expansions to the lead.
A little bit of walker pressure from Poppers here on the left-hand side. John, who's just been sitting here absorbing farm, and you know that can be a little bit of a risky battle for a Geist at times. An overfed Warden that has 2 to 3k on you in lane. It's something, a wild beast that could be ready to strike if Popper stays here and it turns into a one-on-one. I mean, there's ways that both sides can win on that battle, but for now, gonna be seeing a little bit of a back off coming on in from Poppers as calm before the storm right now, Jake.
I will say the fact that Poppers is up aggro on this left lane is creating space on the map. Like, he's able to steal camps away that really should be in the domain of melee creeps. Melee creeps are going to bring heavy numbers here to the right side lane. They want to try to catch Leffa. Leffa, though, is positioning very carefully, though. It shows that he's very aware of the threat of a lot of heroes missing on the map, and Sai gets punished for it. So the play kind of falls flat here for melee creeps. They were trying to set up and punish Leffa. I think that's a good strat in theory to deal with the guy with the global TP, but Lefa's too smart for it, has the read of the map.
Melee creeps still might want to rumble here. As buffs come on in, looking for Rokane first. Rokane super low, taken on down. Quick pick off here from Melee creeps as the Storm Cloud comes on in over the top. Ido, full HP. Ray the rumble, looking right now for hydration. Staying in on it. Hydration super low, ends up falling, does not get to the teleporter in time. And Melee creeps off the buff spawn. Getting a pretty big advantage here. Don't think it's big enough necessarily to go for mid boss, but all the while, looking at left, it's been a defense coming on in, where they're Side's just trying to keep Lefa off the walker, and so far has done so successfully.
Yeah, Hydra Nation are trying to get something else elsewhere out of the map, trying to pressure mid and the sidewalker, but the fact that they don't clear these, losing a lot of players, not worth. I think Hydra Nation got a little bit greedy there, splitting up, and that's a nice late kill, the headshot. Even if Saya dies for this, it's going to be worth, but Saya trying to play his way out of this engagement, has cavalry coming in, yeah, and you can't even stick around for this on Fishcake.
Yeah, I mean, Fishcake, you know he wanted to go in deeper, but it would have been a disaster if he did. Lefa has Traveler up for when he's back respawn, so in theory, Hydra Nation could take a bigger team fight here and be at a full 6, but if you're Melee creeps right now, I think they're just content to get the lanes pushed back up here, Jake, and nurse what's nearly a 15k lead.
Yeah, starting to expand here. And, you know, playing on some of these ulti tempos, Melee creeps still holding some powerful ultis, right? They didn't expand absolutely everything in that fight. It's just Warden, 7. You're not too mad at using those ultis because you still have Quig with the Frozen Shelter. You still have Ido who can ult and hold the front line. And so for Hydra Nation, there's not such a clear opening to punish as we saw a couple times in the previous match.
Also,
said Rokane needs to find a swap. That could be the type of opener they need, looking for pickoffs rather than full team fights.
Just had a counterspell invested here on the Popper's end. So another threat to the enterprising Holiday player, which is now, if you're looking really obvious on the lasso, you know, you can just counterspell and you can stop it in its tracks. So, and it kind of makes sense that you're going to see it more on the Geist too, because Geist, if any hero, you know, vulnerable to ultra hard CC, because it's the one time that you're not going to be able to swap. So in terms of itemization, I don't hate it as far as making counterspell more of a priority on something like a Geist.
Both teams farming up. Melee creeps, though, being a little bit more grouped here. I think they are looking for some kind of engagement. The invis just barely not able to get the connection. Sounded like a connection on the lasso, but I think
it was a counterspell. I mean, the
yeah,
Geist was over there and there. Like, we didn't have the best angle, but it actually may have just been a counterspell.
I heard the connection. Like, yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah, in that case, it probably was.
Big connection, though, from Hydration.
Well, he's put himself in his own freezer. It's awfully cold in here. Goes on, drops down 2, doesn't have another charge backing on up. However, is looking very, very healthy after the life strike. And the rest of Hydra Nation rolling on into the subway. But what's going on up above ground? Rokane down, Pashi Pop, big storm cloud, takes down 2. However, Poppers comes on in 2 of his own. 2 for 2 here so far in this fight. But we got Ido. He's juiced up. He's ready to rumble. Still has a Shadow Transformation. Going to Poppers, who has no swap. About as free potentially could be. Shadow Transformation surely about to be used here. The punches from Hydration, though. Chunking Ido in turn. Counter fire, though. In from Pashi. Drops a melee of his own. No Shadow Transformation required. And still 4 of Hydra Nation dead.
There's Pashibop, the unstoppable build. He's running it back. This time it looks so much better with the rest of the team able to endure a little bit longer in these team fights. Even with Poppers finding 2 of those kills, and I think a decent initiation there for Hydration. Melee creeps bring numbers. This time they're the stronger team. Lefa's trying to harass from the sides, and there's some low players on Melee creeps. This could get a little bit scary.
Okay. I mean, they could go for the swap here.
They're going for this.
They're running the Ivy. They're going for the steal. Hydra Nation. Will this be the first steal in a long time? No. Ido. He'll make sure it's his with the Shadow Transformation, but Hydra Nation get the pound of flesh in turn. 2 dead. Off after the
kills
rejuve.
for it, though. Yeah, like I think this is, you're actually pretty happy about this on Hydra Nation. If you can especially maybe 1 more down on the rejuve. Lightning Scroll bot for Bosch Bob, so the next time he's up, he's going to be really crazy with that ultimate. But this is a lot of kills for Hydra Nation. I think the rejuve's probably still worth it, but that becomes a lot more expensive than maybe you would have wanted it to be.
I mean, you lose your econ advantage that you had there. But by the way, a little bit of snatch.
Oh, nice pull in there. Oh, this is looking really good, actually. You can turn this into a kill. Tornado use. I don't think you're going to get out of this on Lefa. He's so deep. He's just going to recommit, go all in, do what damage he can, but not enough for the Walker.
And unlike Melee Creeps, no Rejuvenator there. So Melee Creeps, 6-on-5 power play here. Waves are going to push up on their own. And I think if you're Melee Creeps here, I feel like you could definitely get one of the 2 remaining walkers down in this region, especially if you take advantage of this window here where Left is still down and Hydra Nation is not ultra keen to fight.
I mean, Pashipop is really strong. Lightning Scroll unstoppable. His ulti is like Giga online. You cannot fight into that ulti for Hydra Nation. I like getting stunned by the 7 ult. Your whole team's getting stunned. I mean, there's no way, right? With other assistants on top of that, like Warden coming in, follow-up damage from Ido. I mean, Ido hasn't even needed to Shadow Transform in the last couple fights. He's just been able to get the kills he needs without even relying on this Friability ultimate. That shows that Hydra Nation's like a long way from really being a threat in the full 6-on-6.
Also, Mitch was talking about weighted bullets. Is saying, I'd love to see a hero pick up weighted bullets. Well, so Yamato went with the, a little bit fast, a little bit slow with express shot into weighted bullets a little bit later. And just given the survivability too, wouldn't be surprised to see Life Strike get picked up later just from the fact that meleeing is just really strong on Yamato in general. But quick little urn turn in for Melee Creeps, not going to be contested here by Hydra Nation, adding to their lead, Jake.
Hydra Nation tried to make a play elsewhere on the map, but John sussed it out, was able to dodge, survive. Vindicta, meanwhile, low main holding down mid. If that mid walker gets exposed for even a few seconds, it will be a very quick take for Hydra Nation. But diving in on Vindicta looks a little bit risky. The counterplay here for Kelvin. Oh, I think that's a fat finger, surely, right? He didn't mean to dome that.
I don't think he meant to dome that. No, that wouldn't really make a lot of sense. It's like, hey, Vindicta, want to see a cool trick? Yeah, that's a nice ice dome. I've seen it many times. How about you use it on the enemies?
60-second cooldown is
look, it's
pretty crazy, though, on Frozen Shelter. It's like going to be up so soon.
Saya was very deep in enemy territory right now. Veil Walker, of course, online, and just going full-on stealth pick mode on the Holiday. And picked one up.
Got one.
Gets Rocane. Fall through
Paradox
there.
doesn't really have the ability to get out of this.
I feel like a trade, though. No, not quite. Okay, we're about to jinx each other. We just had the same reaction like 3 times in a row, Jake. There's caster synergy.
Pashipop is going to carry this fight. Although, hold on, the Giga ulti. Okay, just one. Still ulti over the top. Pashipop getting a lot here. Everyone's stunned by the lightning scroll. Huge damage from the 7. You cannot fight into this.
He's just up there in the sky, and you're right. No one wants to fight it in the moment. Poppers goes on down. Surely should lead to the Walker being chunked down in turn. Much better showing for Pashipop here in this game thus far. And okay, Ido wants a little bit more off the stake. Looking for Leffa. Leffa can't get away. And Melee Creeps feasting on the Hydra Nation retreat.
Yeah, Ido still holding out of these resources. Still has ulti. Hasn't really been pressured in this fight. Pashipop created so much space. Base Guardian's down. Pull in, though. From Hydration, I don't know if you actually want this smoke on Abrams, though. He's taking a lot of damage in the shelter. Trying to delay as long as he can. Big stun, but do you have the follow-up? Are there players who can continue this fight on? Ido, Shadow Transformation's over. It's going to start falling back.
I'll be honest, that worked out. That went better than I thought. I thought we were about to see Hydration hit the ground, but I think he did want the smoke, as it turns out there, Jake. It was actually completely fine, even if it doesn't result in any kills. So, all in all, though, Melee Creeps, they win the fight, they get the Walker, they get further ahead, and in a really, really good spot right now. And you look at even the income allocation here, too. Ido and John are ridiculous problems when you compare it to the highest farmed on Hydra Nation. It's not great for Hydra Nation in the front line, and it's a very different look for Abrams. And look, I mean, we saw in the draft, he was blue this time, not green.
There's also no answer for the 7 for Pashipop. I mean, the team fight threat, this is what I think Melee Creeps wanted to make happen last game, is just have an overwhelming team fight where when you group up as 6, you're just indomitable. And Hydra Nation aren't really able to split the map successfully either. I think Saya has been a key part of that. We honestly, we gave him a lot of crap. Game 1, he was having a pretty bad game, missed a lot of lassos, but Game 2, he's been that lone individual pickoff threat that's kept Hydra Nation honest, that's made it hard for them to split push and punish them in those key moments. So Hydra Nation kind of struggling to find the way back in. Ricochet up for Leffa could help deal with some of the AoE in these fights, but Melee Creeps, full ultis reset. It's kind of the balls in their court to keep pushing, to keep pressuring if they want to.
I think the problem for Hydra Nation right now is that it's not easy for them to freely go about the map. I think Sai has done a ridiculous job, now way more farm than the last game, using Veil Walker to, even if he doesn't start off a fight with a lasso, the fact that you know that Saya is out here just being a menace and looking for the pickoffs, it's ruined the ability of Hydra Nation to freely go about the map. And once more, got the lasso on the Vegas. Is the fall through going to be there? Airdrop. response here from Vegas, trying to get away. And yeah, he had to go stone for him because the lightning scroll gets caught. That's ridiculous. Or,
yeah, nice catch.
Maybe not. It might have been.
Yeah, the stun forced it out from him.
Yeah.
With that 7 connection, he had to block it. If he'd got stunned, he probably would have died anyway. I also want to compliment Melee Creep's done a fantastic job after that int from Hydra Nation trying to like go desperately for the mid walker. Melee Creeps has been so diligent about pushing out that mid wave. They have never allowed Hydra Nation to reconvert and finish off that very low mid walker. And that's denied them a key additional flex slot. I don't know how much Hydra Nation really need the flex slot, but still just keeping that mid walker online has created space, created more opportunities elsewhere on the map. And now bringing big numbers, this earn drop off, I don't think you can fight this on Hydra Nation.
No, and even though it's a situation where you go, okay, you have the lash you'd like to, not in this case, not down 1 here this late in the game, when you're also pretty much at the barrier of getting stat checked. Bid boss coming on up here.
I will say, souls-wise, the game's not that bad for Hydra Nation. I think it's, for me, Melee Creeps, if they have a really bad fight where they like get their ults baited and kited out and Hydra Nation can re-engage, that's, I think, the win condition for Hydra Nation right now. I think the problem is that so far, they've been unable to disengage. Ido has been catching them, running them down. They've been caught by frozen shelters from Quig, and they've always been paying a steep price to get out of the engagement.
Feel like, this is a bigger thing, and I've said this when Melee Creeps is winning too. I still think overall Melee Creeps plays better with Holiday than they do with most other heroes, and maybe this is a draft day where you do try and ban out Ido when you have the opportunity, but I gotta tell you, if I was match day prepping for Melee Creeps, I don't give them Holiday. They love the hero too much, and they always have, even when they've struggled, they've always had good Holiday play, whether it be Saya or previous iterations, Cool Cheese. It's by far their most favored initiator by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah, there's so many threats, but I think Quig on the Kelvin has been great, and like you're saying, another catch onto Abrams. He's pretty tanky though. He's gonna shrug that one off. Lomain's low though. Hold on, Fishcake finds that connection, and that's exactly what you want for Hydra Nation, getting some early pickoffs. Vindicta really doesn't have the survivability to deal with that kind of a threat. Now for Melee Creeps, I think they'd probably be wise to just play this one a little bit slow. Down a player, I will give the advantage in the fight to Hydra Nation. It's not that big of a blowout game. Hydra Nation have also managed to control the map enough to keep that left walker alive, creating a little bit more space and lane pressure for them.
I think right now you got to have all eyes on Rokane. This is where you're about to have swap back up while Lomain is still down. You go for a little bit of pressure, but more importantly, you look for the swap. So we'll see if Rokane is able to do this to get a little bit of a snowball going here, because there is a window for it. On the same note, Hydra Nation may just be content with getting a little bit of farm here, where jungle farm, more of a comeback mechanic than it's been in the past. And while it's looking like no one's willing to fight right now, good time to tap in Mitch and just, get Mitch's take on where things are at.
You guys want to know what the build is for Ido right now? My brother got crushing fists about 10 minutes ago. This guy is going absolutely ape. Look, was super ahead in the early game, right? And it's actually sort of maintained that really significant soul lead here. So we talked about the scaling. I think it's worth pointing out the Hydra Nation just might not have that kind of carry that in the late game that can really stand up for them. I said that obviously having the Geist and the Mirage is great. Having souls in them, even better. They need those longer fights. In the late game, there's so much CC, there's so much burst damage. It's very, very hard to get that prolonged engagement that you're looking for. So Saya, by the way, just Veil walking across the map and finding pick after pick. Melee Creeps have been the more proactive, and they look like they've got the highest ceiling in terms of scaling.
I will say Hydra Nation have been playing the farm game well, and I feel like Melee Creeps, I mean, maybe they have better late game scaling, but do you really want to hold off with all these ultimates off cooldown? I feel like if anything, Melee Creeps are the team that wants to go for these fights and pop ultimates. And just the pure farm trade so far has kind of allowed Hydra Nation back into the game. At one point, I think they were down around 20K. Now it's under round 10 right now, exactly.
Well, I think Red Alert just got signaled for Hydra Nation, because guess what? Saya, it's lasso time. Lasso has usually been tried to be used as soon as it's off cooldown this entire game, and what you're going to see here in a moment is Saya's about to go a little bit deeper in the Hydra Nation side, as we're seeing right now, and his full Veil Walker exploration. Ideally, probably doesn't want to grab the Abrams, would love to grab the Mirage instead if people are around, but if we could get the Saya camera here, this is probably going to be the next moment. Is Saya just looking for a pickoff?
Yeah, I think Hydration's probably a difficult target. You need a lot of follow to burst the Abrams.
Oh!
Nice parry on the swap there.
Yeah, that was the counter spell coming on in. So you just have enough time where you're not able to move away from the swap, but you have enough time to hit F right after. So counter spell being the biggest impediment right now to both Paradox and Holiday respectively at times.
All numbers are here, but John is not in this fight. Hydra Nation get an opportunity here to have a momentary player advantage. Can they capitalize, find kills?
Right now, the answer appears to be no. They're trying to get the quick pick up here on the side. Lasso not used, but John's coming in hot. So is Ido. Shadow Transformation used. Last stand will not be far behind. The pressure into Hydration has to leap into the storm. Super low is Hydration, as Hydra Nation right now just tries to scatter and get out of this fight. And also, as you start getting late game, the power of the crows. Oh, dear Lord. Just like that, Hydration able to get the stun, at least buy a little bit of room to get away. John, though, up on top, takes down Vegas, and Jake, he was able to maintain his last stand. Didn't even use it in the last fight. A 4K Warden, still ready to rumble.
Warden is powerful. Lasso, pulling one in, should be an easy kill. Burst fire, so much damage is there. Follow up now onto Leffa, and I wonder, does this Walker really protect you? You're Geist, I guess, so maybe diving the Walker is pretty scary, the threat of that swap. Hydra Nation bringing numbers, but they're down 2 here. Can they actually double down and win this fight? Melee creeps without ultimates. Neither team has full strength, but yeah, the player number is just starting to be overwhelming here. Melee creeps looking to finish the game. Swap coming in, but Ido's tanky.
Ooh, Swap proving to be the better of John there. Last stand or no. And Ido gets chased on down, so while they're not able to stop the Walker from going down, Hydra Nation gets about as much as you could expect in that situation. As far as I'm concerned, Jake, that is a very successful defense to make some lemonade out of what started as some pretty gnarly lemons.
Impressive read from Hydra Nation, knowing that the key ultis are down for melee creeps, and so they are just going to double down and keep recommitting into the fight. However, I expect 7 to get refresher at some point, and I think that will be a pretty big problem. Like a second 7 ulti unstoppable combo is, I think, a major issue if they're able to have, because I think the biggest strength for Hydra Nation is that they're not so reliant on the ultis. They can kind of come in, bait an ult, and then re-engage. But once you have 2 7 ultis back-to-back, I'm not sure that's going to be all that realistically achievable. Well, and trying to grab the lasso, Earn gets punished. The invis setup, Geist though, pretty tanky.
They're going to frozen shelter here, and there's no swap. That's a lot of power to take down Geist, who lives way longer than they would have expected, but still, death inevitable. Off the set for that pick. Really nice stuff between the Holiday and Kelvin connection, Saya and Quig. Hydra Nation down 1 right now, trying to turn this back around if they can, or at least keep Earn control. Hydration looking for Kelvin, swoops around, tries to be a little bit sneaky on the melee, does not connect, and it's Stormin outside. Poshy big swap into the sky, gets swapped down, and now trying to get away, can't do it. The swap leading the way. However, Sai was able to get to the backline, took down Leffa. Hydra Nation still down 1. Both teams fighting tooth and nail here. Low main, very low. Trying to hold to the backside, and Hydration getting caught in close quarters, and Ido's ready to go. Shadow Transformation, full HP. This is where Yamato can clean up.
Ido absolutely cutting through them right now, does get parried here, but it's just enough here. Hydra Nation down to the last one, and even Vegas flying strike, dead to rights here. Ido hunting, trying to finish this, gets silenced, desperately looking for that finish. Maybe Vegas will be able to slip out with the ulti for the moment, but this should be a free mid boss here for melee creeps if they wanted to get their Earn turn in. They got to clean up maybe a couple waves here across the map. The lane position is going to keep, I think, at least the base alive for Hydra Nation, but mid boss so important at this phase of the game.
Mid boss, essentially where they're heading over right now. Taking a look at the map, and for Hydra Nation, I mean, you're down 4, and probably not necessarily going to be looking for it here at the moment. Just down too many and going for a steal. It's still something you could fight back. I mean, you're down 30k, but it's a 200k total. This is something you can come back from, but you know, I got a chance here. The wait for Hydra Nation to come back up as melee creeps goes on box runs. That's right. We got to call back in Mitch. And Mitch, this has been a back and forth slobber knocker. The melee creep's still on top.
We were waiting for this. I think we really wanted to see a game that kind of went the distance, took us into like multiple tier 4 items of both teams' builds and really tested like the comeback mechanic in this game. And Hydra Nation have been able to leverage that to stay competitive. But we talked about that late game potential. We're definitely seeing that from the Yamato, especially when Idorian is like third-partying a lot of these fights, and John is terrifying at about 45k souls. I think that between the Yamato and the Warden is probably a little bit too much for Hydra Nation to try and overcome.
Yeah, I agree. I think the late game is really showing its true form here for Melee Creeps. Crushing Fists for Ido. And even just the mobility potential, right? I feel like it's faster than walking, just perma running. And they pull Fishcake in super deep. A pick is not what you want right now for Hydra Nation. Getting CC'd to death here. Everything being dumped onto the Lash. And without Lash, that's your counter initiate for a base push. This is the open door now for Melee Creeps to try to end the game.
Jake, that was filthy. That was not just a lasso. That was a lasso backed up by a rescue beam. Fishcake got the express train to hell. And now you got Saya up over the top, laying damage here in the holiday. John up and over. Last Stand still on deck. Just guns down Poppers. Frozen Shelter gonna be dropped for a little bit more isolation. 2 down for Hydra Nation as Melee Creeps look to keep defending their throne here in Deadlock Fight Night and try and force a map 3. The shrines are melting before our very eyes, and the storm is brewing.
Okay, Pashipov oversteps the mark there, does die, but 30-second respawn. He's going to be up in time. They could drop the Patron here. They're going to do just that, and these spawns are so long for Hydra Nation. I don't know that they're going to be able to make this base defense. Yeah, this one's over, man. Melee Creep still with Rejuve. It's just left with Rocane and Fishcake trying to make this one happen. Maybe Fishcake can like ult them all into the base, but it's so only they even have Kelvin ulti. No problem here.
All right, Patron going on down. Melee Creeps, they clap back. A different draft, a slightly different strategy, and way better execution coming in from their Holiday and Kelvin play. They say we are not giving up our title without a fight. Map 3 now in the cards. We're gonna bring back in Mitch and Mitch.
Pashi's silencing the doubters of the unstoppable rush build. I feel like the 7 ultis were way more impactful this game. I think Quig having the Kelvin in Quig's hands looked so much stronger for them. Just clear comfort on the character. The execution was really nice. And then Ido was just on a rampage this game. Got like absolutely hate drafted in game 1. Denied on like all of his top players. And then now the first pick, Yamato, we were questioning it. We were thinking, okay, are you really gonna draft a Yamato first? Well, Ido made it work, and going an interesting build there. It was like more of a gun-focused build than we've seen for quite a while on the Yamato, and it was deadly.
Mitch is back for real now.
Yeah, I'm back. We were critical, obviously, of the Pashipop build, which is fine because the context of that was different, right? There wasn't really like a hard damage carry on the team for Melee Creeps. Whereas I think if you're like, rushing this unstoppable build alongside like Yamato is having a really good early game, or like that Warden that's also starting to take over, then it looks way more reasonable. Your team's not hurting as a result, and we can see, right, once that escalating exposure is added as a tier 4 item, like it is truly devastating. And the problem for Melee, for Hydra Nation, excuse me, is that they want these drawn out fights. Like they want time to get value off their Geist, off their Mirage. But how are they supposed to do that when there is a massive empowered storm cloud in the middle of the fight? Like the fight gets called off virtually for Hydra Nation very quickly when they can't, get those sort of sustained damage carries involved because of the storm cloud, and they lose a lot of value there if they're fighting outside.
Well, look, as we get into the highlights, the other thing here too is that Hydra Nation, they didn't get to be masters of their own destiny here, because the way most of these fights were starting, it was a cloaked Holiday. Veilwalker came into play pretty early into the game, as Saya had a decent early to mid game, and it was just Saya going back and forth, continually getting picks here with the lasso, but also really the main ally to Melee Creeps in this game, probably our main producer Solomon, who opened up in production and said like, oh, okay, cool, last game of the day. You cannot give that level of just intangible power to another team. The curse was unreal, Jake.
Yeah, this is NA,
Very vulnerable to the curses, and I feel like a lot of players on Melee Creeps who had tough game 1s just came back so strong in game 2, showing the mental fortitude. I mean, I was kind of doubting them after that game 1 was such a rocky start. And yet the comfort is clearly there, able to bring it back, able to have that mental fortitude. I mean, maybe we shouldn't be down on them so quick, because remember, this is a team that's now been our champions for quite a few weeks in a row, that has earned their place. Quig, that steady-handed leader, I think it's undeniable to see his influence on the way they play, especially in a scenario where game 1 was such a rout against them.
Also, this express shot, Yamato, is disgusting right-click poke. I sort of was watching the lane just in the game, and I was like, wait a minute, this is kind of gross. It's like 4-second cooldown, right? So you like throw out double of the bombs off your Yamato right click, and it's a huge part of your combo that gets you in there. So really interesting to see it on Yamato of all things, kind of making me remember the gun build. But yeah, it worked really well here early.
Yeah, and one thing of note here though, this is the last time you're going to see it in the series. Remember how the series started. Hydra Nation, as the challenging team, they get their right of draft order, in the first map, and of course the losing team gets their right a draft order after. And by the way, the tether coordination, the tether upon lasso, really good to see. But regardless, you're not going to see Ido on Pocket next game, and you're not going to see Ido on Yamato. We already know how Hydra Nation opened map 1, and they're going to open map 3 the same exact way. You can take it to the bank. They're going to put Ido on one of his weaker heroes, and, you know, Jake, it just feels like the right thing to do for Hydra Nation.
It's time for Ido to bring out the Abrams, the Ido Abrams, the green Ido Abrams. It's the Abrams patch. It's the moment. I think you're right. I think Hydra Nation are going to do exactly that. The key question now is, I mean, that, like, realistically for Ido, like, it should be a weak play for Hydra Nation. The only way that play is a good play is if Ido really can only play those two heroes at a high level. And so I think this is a moment for him to show that he's developed as a player, that he has, like, expanded that hero pool and can be a huge threat. To say, okay, you're gonna hard prio ban protect like my top picks, then I'm just gonna take something else that's even more meta. Like, I don't think Yamato and Pocket are the best heroes this patch. There's been patches where it's made sense to super prio them, but this patch I don't really think it is that one. And so honestly, I think I like Melee Group's chances in the series if they have the depth, if they has the versatility.
Well, as we take a look here, the damage from Pashipop, hard to deny also, where, you know, we doubted the build in the first map, and look, I say, if your entire team does not get just crunched in the early to mid game, the 7 build that Pashipop was going on, a little bit better than we were giving it credit for here. But all in all, I'm interested to see how this final map ends up going, because I feel like there's some very big comfort picks that also Hydra Nation could look to take away in the mid-stage bans. I think, you know, for one, or picks for that matter, John on the Warden, clearly incredibly comfortable that you're seeing here. Quig on the Kelvin. They gave up a lot of just historical picks to melee creeps, and, you know, Mitch, especially in NA, sometimes that can be a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. I think that if you are Hydra Nation, you're just going to target Ido that much. Obviously, that completely, like, warps the draft, because who is banning those two heroes? Like, it makes it pretty hard to anticipate, and also lets through a bunch of potentially very powerful picks there as well. Like, we might even see the shift be a factor. They can't afford to, you know, to sort of ban that if they're going to go after Yamato Pocket. So that could set a completely different playing field. I think that, like, the 7 also might be worth considering, maybe dealing with, because Poshpop had a disgusting amount of player damage over the course of that game, and, you know, it's like a minute cooldown on those storm clouds by the end of the game, guys. Like, it's not a long time. The lightning scroll hits different. That stun, forcing people to be subject to more of that ticking damage, makes him just, again, like a background damage dealer in a different way, I guess, than, like, you know, a Mirage or a Geist is going to be.
And speaking of Mirage, I mean, Leffa had a relatively quiet game there. Only 1 kill in that last game. Not really able to get into that fight. I mean, Poppers ended up being kind of the biggest carry for Hydra Nation in terms of damage dealt and kills. But I feel like that's because Geist, you know, sometimes even if you're in a rough situation, you can get swaps into kills, or you can throw the grenades and poke for a lot of damage, but not able to really convert into that many victorious team fights. I was a little worried about Melee Creeps, how slow they played it at like the mid-late game when they had a pretty nice advantage, but then you could see the vision. I mean, once they came with the refreshers and they really had like the full wombo combo online, that was the true goal of that draft, I think, was always to hit that ultra late portion of the game and just have overwhelming ultimates that your team fights are just unwinnable.
Yeah. Well, the stage is set. It's 1-1 here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America, number 25, presented by Intel. Melee Creeps, Hydra Nation. One more map remains. Who will be our champion in the first fight night of the new patch? Well, I got news for you. We're going to see in just 5 minutes. We'll see you there. No better way to christen a new patch in Deadlock with the money match going the distance. Map 3, Hydra Nation Melee Creeps. ZP here with Mitch and Jake. And Mitch, this one, it fit the billing and it has been thrilling to watch here so far.
I mean, I know that Melee Creeps didn't get a lot of practice on this like patch prior. Like they have not had a ton of time to acclimate, and they're playing with a sub today. And still, they adapt really nicely into that game too. And Idorian adds a whole nother level to this team, right? Half the reason why he's brought onto this team, and people joke, say, okay, Idorian's got a limited hero pool outside of some of those big picks. You know, he's not as strong. Well, he got disrespected. Hydra Nation let him onto the Yamato, even though it was first ban. And we joked about it. We should not have been so mirthful to see that there, because it didn't matter what the rest of the draft looked like. Melee Creep still got a very reasonable comp. And Sire completely redeemed himself after game 1. It was really sick comeback.
I was really impressed with the Gun Yamato. That's another build I want to hop into a pub and try, because I think Gun Yamato, when it was strong before, it was like heinously OP. I don't know if it's at that same level though, but the express shot, like I think Ido just bought like 6 3K gun items. I mean, really stacked on gun items with like, okay, a little bit of spirit there thrown in for good measure, but for the most part, it's super, heavy gun commitment. And then think about, I mean, Yamato is like one of the only heroes. I think it might be the best crushing fist user in the game, because one of the only heroes where even late game, you can fearlessly throw melees and like, you don't care if you get parried, right? You tank the parries anyway.
You know, the funny part that is that you say that where you won't get stunned, but I think you still take damage, so it goes for buttles. So I am curious to see the moment where it's like, haha, shadow transformation. I can keep throwing melees. So you go like, wait, what's happening to my HP? What is happening to my HP
anime
right
mode,
now?
10 parries in a row on the Yamato. But the thing is, Yamato is like, you're throwing fists, but between every punch, you're hitting like right clicks and skills on people. So you're not like hard committing on it. You're just even like quick melees, right? Just throwing light melees in on people while you're right on top of them, while you're grappling, striking them. You know, I think, to me, that I feel like I'm suspicious about such a late game item relying on melee because of the parry threat. At the same time, I think Yamato is maybe one of the most reasonable. At the same time, I also wonder, could you just go glass cannon and just like absolutely delete enemies with your right clicks? But still, I mean, Ido was just on fire that last game.
Well, we are about to get into the draft, and look, I think we can kind of predict the opening here from Hydra Nation. They've taken first pick, and look, I would almost be willing to make a terrible bet with horrible results against me to the tune of it is going to be Pocket or Yamato in the first ban, and then Pocket and Yamato on the first pick for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, maybe. I think you might be right. I wonder if this is a mistake though from Hydra Nation, because I think if, okay, yeah, so I guess it's going to be assuming the Pocket for Hydra Nation here at first. You're right. I think the Yamato ban probably just seals it. But I mean, like, if Melee Creeps like can't Ido play Abrams or something, like, I feel like you're giving up a lot of high prio picks to do this strat for Hydra Nation.
I mean, you can't target Wraith. You can't target any of the initiators. You can't take any of the initiators for yourself. Melee Creeps seem happy enough to, you know, not try and take both of them. But yeah, like Lash Ban is Shift Ban, no shock here. What are you going to do? Pick the Pocket?
They picked the Pocket.
Time to pay the piper and pick the Pocket, boys.
Look, this is a thing that tells all time. You don't give LeBron the ball, is the phrase associated with Ido and Pocket. And Jake, once more, LeBron doesn't get the ball. It's just how it goes.
True. But if I'm Melee Creeps, like, can't you just go like Kelvin Abrams here? Isn't that just like absurdly OP? I just think that like Hydra Nation are overplaying this. I actually believe that like you just put Ido on Abrams, he'll be fine, and pick Abrams Kelvin, which have been like the Giga Tier 1 picks in the last few games. I feel like you're kind of off to the races. Like, who knows where you go from there in the draft? It's going to depend on the responses. But I would rather be Melee Creeps right at this point in the draft.
It's such an interesting strategy, I think, to target one individual.
I can take whatever they throw at me.
Whoa! He's going Super Saiyan 3!
Okay, we had green Abrams, and then Abrams, you know, it was normal Abrams last game, but look, if this is any indication of the strength of the Abrams that Melee Creeps is going to play, I mean, he's never been stronger.
Did Orange just put that together in like 5 minutes?
I think so.
That is crazy.
Shut up, production. That goes so hard.
Orange the goat, actually. So
that goes so crazy. And they get the Warden too for John. Okay, so I mean, they give up the Kelvin potentially, but for Hydra Nation, you know, you could take Kelvin Geist here, but Shiv is out of the pool, so the full on all in commit Kelvin strat doesn't feel as transparently good here with like a lot of the frontliners being taken away. I wouldn't hate to see Kelvin Geist here as a response for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I mean, the Geist comes on in, no surprise there. And yeah, I mean, Kelvin, you would think, because do you really want to give Kelvin up to an Abrams Warden team when you've already lost so much frontline? Probably not, right? Like, it just, to me, the Kelvin probably makes the most sense. I mean, what else could you get?
You could also
here?
ban it if you wanted. You could go for like a Paradox here or a Holiday and then look to ban Kelvin. Actually, never mind. Melee Crew's going to grab Kelvin next if you don't take it. So, okay, they're going to go with the Paradox. They prio it over the potential threat of a Kelvin here.
It feels like the initiators are not high prior enough to be must ban. They looks like they're getting picked, but neither team is trying to deny their opponents that.
I don't think it's worth taking 2 of them. I think it's actually interesting though, because I think Hydra Nation will ban whichever of Kelvin and Holiday is not taken in this slot. So they prio the Holiday over the Kelvin. Interesting.
This is actually really, really smart. I think a lot of people have said, okay, get the Kelvin, but Saya looked so good on the Holiday in the last map, and the Holiday simply terrorized Hydra Nation for the mid to late game. I think 100% they were going to ban the Holiday if it was not picked. So fully agree, Jake.
Yeah, and now Hydra Nation, the Kelvin ban doesn't feel quite as impactful here if that is what you go for. Viper ban for melee players. I think they just don't want to deal with it. I think it's just one of those things where, okay, new patch, new builds, it's weird. It was strong game 1. Fishcake had a great game, clearly is comfortable on the Viper. This is like a sort of for me, a very normal ban. I don't think it's Hydra Nation have a balanced draft so far. I don't think there's any like super insane bans against them that you really need to ban. I think it's more just like, I like this choice to get rid of something that you just didn't want to have to deal with in a decisive game in the money match. And they're gonna ban the Wraith. Okay, so I guess this gives the Kelvin to melee creeps if they assume they want it. I mean, Quig looked so good on it last game. I think Warden and Abrams can use it well. Yeah. That is another good point, though. Maybe the 7 is higher power. 7 went last pick for melee creeps, though. I wonder if it would be contested.
Unless what? Yeah. Who's going to play at Vegas? I mean,
yeah,
we've got 7 players. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like you drew it up.
They haven't picked Mirage yet. So in theory, they could go 7 and they could have Leffa play it if they want to. I mean, it's not usually something Leffa has played a ton in recent memory, but it's still like in his pool.
I mean, this ulti build, if that's what they go, I don't think it takes like a super expert player to press the 7 ulti in the air. You know, no flame Dabashi pop, but I think realistically either team could run the 7. The question is, do Hydra Nation believe in it? You could also see the Sinclair as another great response here. It's good. It's great copying the Kelvin. It's great copying the Warden. I actually really like the Sinclair coming into
the lane bullied like you wouldn't believe as well. Like what he's able to do right now just seems completely wrong. We saw it so much in Europe. Just basically pointed at a lane and their Guardian just ceases to exist. So I like that. Get that early advantage and then start funneling farm to a Geist or Mirage. So they're going to go with this Geist Mirage combo here as well. Both those gun-oriented sort of sustained damage carries.
Yeah, and okay, so Mirage isn't a surprise. They're picking that specifically for Leffa. The Sinclair is actually, I do think, is a brilliant pick here because you cannot ask for a better value on the ult game than what you're getting here, where 7 is going to come in for melee creeps here. I'm very convinced. They will pick 7 to round out their roster, so what do you want, Sinclair? You can go Last Stand. You can go Stormcloud. You can go Frozen Shelter. The amount of versatility that Sinclair is going to have for Hydra Nation is actually unreal and ridiculous. Assuming that 7 is the last pick here, which probably is. The Viscous pick is interesting, given the fact that, you know, Viscous in theory can be like really hard countered by rebuttal, but we'll see how it goes.
We are so...
You love rebuttal. ZV's so favorite. I don't think anyone has built rebuttal all day.
Or a literal...
like, convinced.
A fudging 800 soul item, like just random jank. Like we are so sold out for this interaction.
It works on Puddle Punch.
Yeah, I know. True. Like, but also you can't shoot Puddle Punch that fast. So you don't need rebuttal for it, right? You just successfully parry again.
No, it does damage. It does damage back in turn. Like if you,
you can hurt them for Puddle Punch. Yeah. It was the idea.
Like you said, okay, the Dynamo. That's really the big change up for Hydra Nation as a means to punish the mass frontline. One thing that's interesting here, I really want to see 7 go Lightning Scroll before Unstoppable this game. Like in particular this game, because I think you need some stuns that hard answer Dynamo ult. And I think the 7 ulti being in the air means you just can't really pop your Dynamo ulti if there's a lightning squall threat. You're going to get stunned out of it after a couple seconds. Holiday Lasso also good against Dynamo. I mean, when Hydra Nation has picked Dynamo, it's been good, but I actually think this is a little bit of an awkward game for Dynamo. If you solo out somebody, they could get cubed.
I also think like you have that bullet resist as well. So like in theory, you maybe don't feel like you need to build up like that durability item first, considering the Mirage and Geist are less effective against you while you're in that form. But yeah, the fact that 7 has the ability to just like, it's a 12-second duration, guys. And the radius gets massive. It's a 17-meter radius at the end of it. That you could disrupt people with channeled abilities inside of that radius is unbelievable. But it's also terrifying to play against a Sinclair when you have that ability.
True. Maybe Sinclair gets that item too. Like
yeah, I was gonna say. Well, what if Sinclair comes in and is like
Warden ulti could also really benefit from it, right? And could look super strong.
Yeah.
I think both teams have gotten a draft that is very much their vision of how to play the game. It's interesting because I think those visions are actually very different, which maybe shouldn't be a huge surprise on like the first big competition of a new patch. That being said, last game made me a believer in Melee Creeps comp. I think game 1 was an aberration. I think Melee Creeps kind of shit the bed, frankly, and in terms of the execution in the early mid game, and even made some team fights a little bit scary in the late game. Hydra Nation, the Dynamo is the X factor though for them. I think if they can win some major team fights just with the overwhelming threat of Dynamo, that's their way back into the game. Sinclair maybe could be the same with audience participation. But I like the pound for pound comp Melee Creeps have run here. I think it's just straightforward. It's good, and they know how to execute it as they showed in the last game.
Also, the switch up here is kind of interesting in the fact that you think about who's playing what. It is probably Hydration that's going to come in and play the Dynamo. And it's not that Hydration is a bad Dynamo, but all day long it's been Hydration on Abrams. So I do wonder if there's a little bit of a shock to the system where you've been playing a ton of Abrams and you thought you've gotten, you'd play Abrams in most of these games. And now for the final match where you're trying to become champion once again, Abrams has been taken away from you and now you have to come in last second on the Dynamo. So, I mean, there is a world where Hydration comes in a little bit cold on the hero too.
It also does look like Ido Abrams. So this is that test, right? Hydra Nation got a little bit of a weird draft because they invested super heavily in the hate draft against Ido, and time to see if that pays off, right? Ido had a great game last game on Yamato, but now he's on the Abrams. Arguably, that was what you wanted as Hydra Nation. Get him off like Pocket and Yamato. You went really heavy to make that happen. But Abrams is the hero of the patch, if there is one. And so I guess there's a lot of pressure on Ido to not just have a decent game, but a pretty strong game with the way Hydration in particular has kind of paved the way on the hero.
We're on the NA Deadlock pissing train at the moment, folks, and that's not a metaphor. That is, we're just waiting for a couple of players to still jump into the game for us here. I'm curious, like Viscous, the way Viscous fits into this whole situation, I think is going to be pretty important. This Hydra Nation team are not like outwardly super durable. I wouldn't say that they put up a really powerful front line. Obviously, they do. It's a very high damage comp by the looks of things, right? Sinclair definitely wants to shut down like this bulkier front line with like mass hexes. I think that is going to be pretty crucial here. But again, if Melee Creeps can get Ido out to the kind of early lead we saw, and if Sire is continuing to be this Veil Walker, ever-present threat, now like adding the Kelvin to the mix here, like that is, it's a terrifying combo. A lot of roam potential on this team.
I think the team fight looks super sick for Melee Creeps. Like Lasso pulls people in. I mean, I guess there's once again a lot of pressure on Saya to hit a lot of lassos. That's really your key initiation skill. But now you have Abrams and Viscous to maybe supplement that in certain fights. But if you lasso somebody in and they're like getting Warden traps and Viscous is rolling on them and Abrams is pinning them and 7 is stunning, there's so many follow-up stuns and control options for Melee Creeps off the back of a lasso initiation. It's scary. It's like if Saya's hitting lassos and just having a great game, I feel like this is just over. Melee Creeps will win if that's the case. Assuming you pass that hurdle and you're able to, for the most part, not get lassoed too much on Hydra Nation, still, I think it'll be tough in the major team fights.
Well, I think the problem here is one of disruption in how the fights begin, right? Where if you get to the mid to end game, and most of the fights are beginning with a lasso, well, as you try to go in and catch up to the person that's getting lassoed in the certain death, well, what's going to happen? You're going to have Frozen Shelter come out. You're going to get Viscous Disruption come out. You're going to get a ball come out. And then you're going to see Pashi pop in the air with a Storm Cloud.
It's Abrams' final form.
Oh, God. Oh, God. It's shifted. It's absolutely shifted. I'm ready. And it's kind of red Abrams too, you know, red suit, blue Abrams.
Put him in. Put Abrams in.
We've got quite the collection of Abrams here. And someone in the chat was like, it's funny, we made the Super Saiyan Abrams, and someone in the chat was like, make him green. I was like, yeah, we did. We did that. We want the green and Super Saiyan Abrams. Like, holy.
That's the final.
That's it. I mean, I know this is the, yeah, thank you. This is the final form. I'm super locked in for this one. I'm really hype. Obviously, our players are giving us way. Literally, it's the same meme. It is this team, by the way. The Hydra Nation in the past have been accused of piss chain scandals, but it's actually Melee Creeps holding us up today. So,
but also, you know, you stop and think about the namesake of the team, which is hydration. This is a well-hydrated team, and the water's got to go somewhere, Mitch, and that somewhere is in the toilet because there's
into the diaper. Into the diaper. All right,
No,
you're a pro gamer.
Listen, real gamers rock a bedpan. I don't know about you guys, but you know, I stay locked in the long gaming sessions.
Exactly. You know, or you get like a pee funnel. They call them shiwi, and they're actually brilliant.
Okay.
So you can just funnel your pee from like into a receptacle.
That's the sponsor we need. We gotta put some feelers out. We gotta put some feelers out.
Get us some shiwis.
Look, this is bringing me flashbacks to like the stories of like when Raucus was trying to get like server first in classic WoW when it came back out, and not only was he, you know, doing dubious things to his teammates in order to get over there, but and also telling me like, guys, this is normal. I'm shaking. Like I've just been up for like 72 hours, and my body's involuntarily shaking. Also, I think it was like peeing in a bucket or something. It's just like about as goblin mode gaming as you get is where the nostalgia is gone. But thank God,
that's fair. You know, at this point, I'm actually, after hearing that story, like let hit Melee Creeps Hydra Nation go to the restroom. You know, pee, chill. Like it's all good. Like, do not pee in a bucket for us, please. Like, it's not that serious.
That's not for us, really, is it? Like, I don't need to know. If you're gonna pee in a bucket, just keep it to yourself. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't need to hear about it.
Whatever floats your boat, honestly. I don't yuck your yum. I'm not gonna yuck anybody's yum.
Yep. I mean, if that's your yum peeing in a bucket, then I've got other questions. But yeah, avoid it.
Well, you know what? We have to question no more, as once more, we are getting what has been a pretty devastating middle lane here from Melee Creeps, Jake, and that they're once again, they're going with the Warden Holiday, and it's been way more effective than I would have expected for a Warden lane.
Yeah, response is going to be Hydration on the Dynamo. We've seen him make this character look incredibly powerful before. Usually not building too heavily around the ultimate, usually playing a little bit more for those pulse abilities. Also low main on the Viscous, I think, can be a strong early game nuker. But you can see Rokane is giving a lot of range and distance. Of course, Viscous has some serious range issues. Big pin in though, hold on, opportunity. Abrams starting something on, and you do have the nuke available for Viscous. Oh, he just barely misses it. That's gonna be painful for the early trades.
A lot of bob and weaving for low main here early on. Now, and over to the right-hand side. Take a look at Rokane right now. Carbine, good to let loose. Looking, lands a little bit of damage onto Viscous and quickly gets away. Mission successful, however, Quake down. Popper's finding his mark.
Have to see if Rokane continue to find a little bit more out of this lane. But for now, both teams just settling in, last hitting. I don't expect this game to be a blowout, frankly. I think regardless of which way it goes, I think these teams are, all these players are just too strong to let the game get super out of control.
What I'm kind of interested in here is what's going on middle. Middle is already pushed up really, really far for this part of the game. You already see some decent damage hang on to middle Guardian. So you take a look at, I mean, Saya and John kind of picking up where they left off from the previous two games, where even the game that Melee Creeps lost, Jake, it was kind of a masterclass in farming, although difference is this time they leave Saya in lane and they go, John, you go in the box run.
Yeah, I guess they do have some pretty powerful nuking skills, right? If they're able to barrel bomb somebody, follow up with a flask from Warden, can be a scary nuking threat. Hydration does have that heal aura though, could be a stabilizing force. Meanwhile, the other side lane, push coming in a little bit more aggressively for Hydra Nation, and this is a scary lane. Sinclair Geist, that's actually disturbing. So much nuking threat, a lot of control. Like, you really have got to play this one cautiously. And 7 Kelvin, I'm not really feeling it. This is kind of like, okay, we got to put these guys somewhere. This is fine. Like, we'll stabilize. Maybe once the Kelvin gets his heal buff, he can like keep 7 in the lane forever and allow him to tank through a lot of damage. But
Jake, I'll sum it up as this: it's the Gulag lane. Objective survive is where Seven and the Seven and Kelvin are at for now. But I do think they have tools that at least stay in lane, keep it reasonably close together. Meanwhile, take a look at mid lane, and mid lane is again just ultra hard shoved by melee creeps right now.
Yeah, and that tower is starting to take a bit of damage there in the mid lane as well. Low main keeping the pressure on, but in the end, both teams just trading farm, right? There's not really much of a break open point here. Everyone, I think, doesn't want to make a mistake, doesn't want to allow the series to open up on their account. But every wave, I mean, this is a big wave crashing on mid. Like, yeah, this is massive damage, actually. That's significant pressure.
It's really tough because, I mean, I think there's only so much the Dynamo pocket lane can kind of do against the poking power that they're getting here, largely from the Holiday, but also, I mean, clearly from the Warren at the same time. And the next wave to go to the tower may actually get the Guardian down early. So what tends to happen here, Jake, is that Hydra Nation might overextend a little bit, especially if it happens pre-ultimate and give up picks and then give up Guardian. So this is really perilous at the moment for this middle lane. And right now, John inside trying to seize the opportunity.
Big nukes, though. Full buff now on pocket. He can turn the tables a little bit onto John. But hydration got really low in that moment. He did get his ultimate online, though, so it could be a little bit scary. I think at this moment, melee creeps really cannot push the tower. I think the threat of the ultimates are way too high, especially with Vegas almost bridging that gap as well to his own ult. So this might staunch the bleeding for Hydra Nation. It might be a little scary for melee creeps to try to force anything to happen. On the same note for Saya, though, if that finds that, all bets are off.
I mean, realistically, John can kind of pre-channel Last Stand, have faith in Saya. Saya goes up and goes for the lasso, and it would be a dead character, whoever got pulled in. So this, I mean, mid lane has all the ingredients for an explosion at the moment. But also, speaking of things doing well, we talked about the objective survive lane. They're about to get kicked out of the Gulag because that Guardian is nearly dead. And I mean, look, you called it, Geist Sinclair. It's a lot of power in the lane that I don't think the 7 Kelvin lane is particularly great at defending.
In the end, though, I feel this is kind of fine in a way. Like, just leave 7 and then Kelvin can just go start roaming. Like, maybe Kelvin will stay in lane and just get his ulti online, and then he can just go start roaming and helping elsewhere. And just, yeah, you lost a Guardian, but if 7 just farms up, the only downside is really just not having the shot, but not the end of the world with the ability to just, head back to base or, potentially just farm up and use what you got so far. I wouldn't mind seeing Kelvin left alone. Ido, though, going down on Abrams. Pretty painful. Was trying to dive in a little bit deep there, but Leffa still has a bit of HP to work with.
Overall, pretty nice start for Hydra Nation, at least on the side lanes. They've gotten bullied a bit in the middle lane, down a kill, and certainly been down in Guardian pressure, but the side lanes, Hydra Nation has held their own and then some here so far. Low main, the pressure, and drop the cube, and now, okay, they decide to make something happen here. Investing the goo ball, here comes Ido, deep in on the chase. Deeper in is Ido at the moment, but just getting burned to pieces by the Guardian. Oh dear Lord, Lomain, you're way too low for that.
Yeah, just doing a little bit too much there. Hard diving with the ball. They just didn't have the follow-up for that. And Ido, looking to be dead again, potentially. Just slips out for the moment, but this side lane's going really rough. I mean, this is worst case scenario, I think, for melee creeps. Worse than I would have expected. Just overplaying the hand, diving the enemy tower when I think arguably they were losing the lane a little bit there. Saya, though, wants to turn fortunes around. 1 second, Lasso could do exactly that. Big nuke coming in as well.
Oh, no, he waited. Good patience there. Thought he lassoed early instead. Holds it for the tornado. Goes in. Lands at the right time. A quick 2-piece with Saya. Just leaving the middle lane, going to the side lane. About as perfectly timed as a gank as you're going to get there, Jake.
Yeah, that's huge from Saya to recover a lane that was really in jeopardy. It's a major tempo shift and just gives Ido and Lomain really just a new lease on life, another shot to stabilize that.
Now back over into middle, Last Stand. Good to go here for John. Going to be without the lasso assistance if he goes for it anytime soon. But you look at the mid Guardian HP. I mean, melee creeps, you got to think they want to get the mid Guardian to stabilize here, and they don't have much more to go, but they still have to be very respectful whenever a Dynamo's in lane. It's still a singularity on deck.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although Lomain, yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place there, not lasting long in that cube, just waiting for the end. Ido trying to trade. Dodges the parry for now, looking to finish off Leffa. Did he have rebuttal? Oh my god, he parried so fast after the last parry. We need to check We need to check the
check him out. Check him items.
We need to check Leffa's items. We need to check Leffa's items. This is crucial.
Well, this was also, like, this was the lane that Viscous was in from the beginning, was he not? And now he's like rotating over left to get a little bit of return farm. So
if there was ever a lane to build rebuttal, I will give you it. It is the Viscous Abrams lane. It is the Viscous Abrams lane.
All right, so right now we're taking a look at Leffa and no rebuttal.
Okay, he just, I don't know. He's faster pairing than the rest of us. He's built different.
So things evening up here for melee creeps, which honestly not the worst for them given how the side lane started. They were able to get one side lane down. They're still really close to getting middle, and Saya just so active on roaming here already, Jake. You know, getting out of middle, going up and over, looking now a little bit to the right hand side. And I wonder if he sees Sinclair that's here, and yep, sees Sinclair, goes on in Sinclair. Gonna try and get away from this, using the assistant for a little bit of jukes. Can go back and all the while, and this is where Silas is hanging back, expecting the swap, perhaps, here in the moment. So, Sinclair, very slippery, Jake, in situations like that.
I think with how low Quig is, you're probably just gonna take the reset, stabilize for the moment. Dodging the punch, knocks up Geist, but with swap, it's kind of scary to chase in deeper. Threat of a catch here coming in, and they both swap and get one more, taking that one, but John's back, and they've used a lot of the key ultimates. He's able to really just run rampant here, unstoppable in the lane with the help of Quig, getting 2 quick kills.
Yeah, I mean, John take down Sinclair, saying accept no imitations. The real authentic last stand. Still in the fight, under pressure right now. Affliction coming on in from Vegas, hits pay dirt on the John. Forced out a bit on the fight. Both teams throwing out hydration down, so is Quig. Vegas looking to dive a little bit deeper. The Affliction was dropped on the John, results in him dying with Rocane getting the killing blow. Trade outs back and forth.
Just so many numbers being brought to that mid lane very early. Everyone emerging bruised and bloody. I don't even know who got the better of that trade. I guess it's me. I think Creeps, they looked at being a little bit of a soul lead. Goo Ball used in mid, looks like pretty defensive one, just allowing Lomain to get out. Posh Pop dueling Leffa, but Leffa's a heavy HP here, getting stacks up. Seven's in big trouble right now.
Yeah, not looking good for Posh. He's just getting plunked by Leffa. Kind of fav anyone when Mirage gets a little bit of an HP lead and is a decent soul position. But taking a look here, Earn is available. Is going to be in rotation now from Hydra Nation. Rocane to carry it up towards the base. Ido, though, just chunking Fishcake out the side of the map. So Earn controlled by Hydra Nation, lose Fishcake in the process. And Saya, Jake, the lasso's good to go. Who's he going to get this time?
We'll have to see. Saya's definitely hunting, definitely thinking about that option. They would love to knock down that left side Guardian or mid. They would love to just get that second one. Get some of these flex slots open. Saya, though, all alone versus 2. Yeah, there's not much hope for a solo kill with the lasso. So for now, just farming up maybe the threat of a potential rotation in. And Rocane's holding the Earn on this right side of the map. So maybe Hydra Nation want to bring numbers and really get this turn in. But so far, the lane is pushed against them. The Guardian's down here. Not the easiest spot to get the turn in. I wonder if they're really going to be able to do this or if they're just trying to pull resources.
They're going on left right now. Messiah was immediately threatening, looking for the lasso. John did the rotation back up to the zip line through the jungle. And Leffa sniffs it out entirely and actually is able to fully rotate away. Seeing the rotation on the main map is super cool, but now Saya, quick momentum, hopping over here to the middle. Lasso good to go. Drops it. Did it connect? I don't think it did.
Yeah, and mid now being defended by Hydra Nation. Geist here just pumping damage in all who would dare contest that tower. Lomain has a role, but doesn't want to get forced into it too defensively. And Hydra Nation have massive numbers in mid. The only one not here is Leffa, who can, of course, TP in. So they're looking to get that full team fight. Kinetic Carbine misses, but now Viscous in trouble. Gonna pop the roll. Could be turning into a tough kill. John as well is here with the ulti. 7 as well over the top. It's getting very awkward for Hydra Nation, but they're kiting these ultis well.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are out of range of the Storm Cloud here. They're gonna lose Quig. So Quig out of it. Still Poppers has the copy ready to go. Ido just stuck. Usually Abrams likes being in the corner like that, but not so much in this instance. Hydra Nation rotate away from the Storm Cloud, get the proper punish, and they're gonna get the 7 at the very end. A clean 4-piece for Hydra Nation. And now we're about 13 minutes in. Good time to check in the one and only Mr. Mitch, Mr. Uber. What do you got?
I actually stepped away to pee for the last 5 minutes, CP, so no,
well,
buddy, back to you.
You are an NA, so, you know, it makes perfect sense.
This fight was like should have been so good for Melee Creeps. They had a pretty significant soul lead. Hydration didn't have Black Hole. It was the opportunity. They brought everyone. They tried to force the 6-on-6, and they just got crushed. Hydra Nation kited the 7 ult. John wasn't able to connect. Lomane wasn't able to get the catches with the roll. I mean, that was just a beautiful read of the map, but it's a nice kill on Leffa. No global TP this time. And John, see if he wants to get back in, coming with the ulti. A catch on Paradox, both ulting each other, but I think Paradox is going to come out the worst for wear.
Melee Creeps, decent snapback after what was a pretty brutal team fight. Saya under the gun, able to just take the ice path, get healed back up. A little bit of nice support there from Quig in all sorts of ways, as Melee Creeps just stack mill. And also, you know, you look at objective difference here between the teams. Both teams get their flex slot, but Melee Creeps up a Guardian. Here's so far Ido, though, going a little bit deeper.
He's got ulti.
Hydration on the mine, just goes in and just punches down. Not even punches, shoots Hydration in the closet.
Warden, though, can tank that ulti and just life stealing right back up. A little bit deep, though. Hold on. Now there's more support coming in. John, yeah, oversteps. That dash in was just a little bit too much. Lomane couldn't hold the aggro forever, getting low HP on the ball. Across the map, a lot of pressure being applied from Melee Creeps, but they're not able to get objectives out of that, and they're going to need to take this reset. I think they're lucky to get out with that of that aggressive posture with only the one death, but still, John going down, definitely painful. On the swap onto Saya, potentially setting up for more.
Problem is, Holiday can just bounce pad, get away in an area that's just, it's difficult to pin her down without extra support. And also, Jake, I think we're right about at the point in the game where Saya's about to grab Veilwalker. So the threat of Hydra Nation moving freely amongst the map, it's going to be really difficult pretty soon here. So the power spike Saya's about to get, you got to watch closely because it really does change freedom of movement on the map.
It's also interesting because Saya has Trophy Collector, so assists and kills are going to give you that stacking buff of bonus health, sprint speed, ability range, souls per minute. Just like, if you can get up to the max stacks, I think that item should just be crazy broken, no, right? Like with all those stats for the late game, but it does rely on you successfully getting kills and assists, successfully making those ganks actually pay off. And so I think Saya definitely wants to optimize for that. It really does fit the style. But of course, we've seen game 1 and game 2 are night and day in terms of the actual outcome of those plays.
Game 3, though, looking to be the closest so far. Both teams learning and adapting from each other. You know, the real threat perhaps waiting in the wings here, though, Jake, where, by the way, in terms of like big power spikes, Spirit Burn being rushed by Vegas. And that can have a pretty big impact on the game. One of the new, power items that you can get in the Spirit Tree, and does a lot in terms of healing for the other team, and also just it's decent extra damage on top of it. So, Vegas probably keen to fight at the moment.
I don't think you can do this right? Like, there's 6 players here for Hydra Nation. The only one, I mean, Leffa, of course, assuming he will come with a global TP. Pocket in deep. Oh, God, catch. In a little bit deep, has the cloak, has the TP out, but can't get there in time. Big connection, though, from Hydration onto 3. Is it enough? Is it overwhelming? No! Melee Creeps have everyone. They brought the entire gang, absolutely keeping everyone alive. Quig with the heal stabilizing, and it's a 6-for-0, the Dream Team fight.
Yo, is that Ido? Did you get the number of that Ido train that just came over and in? That was ridiculous, where we're just talking about, okay, Vegas, huge power spike, except when you get caught by the big Abrams charge, you get pummeled, taken down the ground, and you're not able to land a massive affliction as a result. Ido, right place, right time, sets up Melee Creeps for the Erd, gives them the mid-boss, and now a definitive lead on the rest of the game. Hydra Nation, who is looking to make this week their week that they retake the crown, now in a whole heap of trouble, Jake.
Oh my God, and that's so many stacks of Trophy Collector for Saya. This is the dream scenario. I will say Lomane getting caught right now should be a pretty quick kill, but he's dancing on him, he's styling on him, trying to play his way out of this, trying to get help from the boys. Oh my God, I can't believe these games, there's no way. Oh my God, he's out. How does he get away with that? That is some fast moves from Lomane on the Viscous.
Jake, the boys showed up. This is what happened. Quake's like, I got you.
Catch. Look at that shotgun damage from Ido.
Yo, Ido's jacked right now, 2,600 HP on doing a little bit of Gamba. That's how little he cares about chasing down that kill in the moment. Second, what matters, and what matters is not having the -3 while the entire chat is watching. That's
He's big gun damage, man. Serious gun threat from this Abrams. Going to scale into the late game, and the Rejuve is just like shoving these waves in. The Rejuve creeps are crazy strong. Like Hydration like almost can't hold this. Like even putting a hero in the lane, the creeps are still going to be pushing into you. So it's going to be Leffa just playing to farm that one up. More players caught on the map. Geist, you're swapping, but yeah, Viscus is going to heal through that, and that's a very long cooldown ult that's not going to be available. I think Melee Creeps, there's got their ults coming online in the next 20, 30 seconds. There's going to be a big opportunity here to take some walkers.
Melee Creeps is in a really, really good spot right now. And while it's not out of reach for Hydra Nation, it is quickly approaching that point. They still don't have Singularity back online. Melee Creeps taking good advantage. Sai right now in the back. About to have Lasso up in 10 seconds. Actually kind of dangerous to hang around. Hydration people gonna get caught by John off on the other side. So Hydration down. Another walker soon to fall. And if anyone even peeks here for a second, Jake, it could be another Lasso kill courtesy of Saya.
John holding that aggro off angle. Crazy, diving in, and then, you know, Saya's just holding it down. You can't even come to contest. Vegas, lassoed, bursted, killed. This game is looking to be over, man. Melee Creeps won another championship, and look at that long-range punch. Oh my god, the heavy melee just hunting you down. One diving in, trying to get crazy, trying to make some trades, and the trades are being punished across the map. This game is going to be over sooner rather than later if it keeps going this direction. Hydra Nation team wiped again, the lead continuing to expand. Another walker falls.
Might want to call Hydra Nation a cookie, because right now all you're seeing, Jake, is the crumble. This is brutal across the board. Just one staggered death after another. And it went from what was a manageable 20K deficit, now 33,000 separating the teams, let alone getting the soul economy, where you take a look at Ido, you take a look at John, they are fed. And Saya, so farmed at the moment relative to the most Hydra Nation, he could finish half of his own lasso ganks. Is just gone all completely wrong for Hydra Nation in the last few minutes. Now we have a bit of a reprieve. This time around, we'll call on Mitch, and I think he's got some stuff to dish.
Trophy Collector is at least at 10 stacks for Saya right now, which, by the way, is giving you like an extra 10% ability range, as well as 200 souls per minute just passively gaining. It gives you such a random array of little stats: bonus health, sprint speed, ability range, souls per minute. So, I mean, it's quite insane because it already gives you a flat 2 meters a second sprint speed. So this all synergizes so well with Saya's game plan of making use of that Veil Walker, which of course gives you that increased move speed anyway. It can pop up anywhere on the map at a second's notice and have this increased range, up to like an extra 14 meters of increased range, which in this game is disgusting on that lasso. Very powerful. For me, an absolute front runner for MVP over this series. The guy is looking incredible.
Yeah, really on fire this series. John as well, and the Warden has had only good games from my perspective. Really clean. He's been also getting a lot of prio, getting the comfort pick on the Warden. There's good reason for that because the execution has been really nice. I mean, look at the mobility. The move speed is so obscene right now from this holiday. I mean, you could rotate across the map. It's like this is like the speed of Ava in like the cat from Calico's cat form, right? Like this is actually comparable. This is like a crazy level of stacks to have this early in the game.
That's a Lightning Scroll Warden that just showed up, by the way. Lightning Scroll Warden coming on in.
And you can stack that, right? Like Lightning Scroll on Warden, Lightning Scroll on 7. Oh my god, like it's gonna be so crazy to fight into these ultis. So many options to stun Hydration out of the ult. And here's the big commitment, high ground.
He's on in.
Fight this for Hydra Nation. It's too scary. And they're losing players. Like there's 3 players doing the urn turn in and they're getting team wiped in the base. This game is done, man. Melee Creeps. Just at the, it's a formality here. Just have to clean up the base.
Ridiculous. I mean, not with a bang, but with a whimper right now is Hydra Nation. And you know, there's part of me that wanted to bring up the point of, well, what about the great big singularity play? I think Hydration could get a 3 to 4 man singularity.
You get a 6 man.
Melee Creeps would probably win the fight still. That is the level of difference now between the teams in terms of economy. I do not see the path back for Hydra Nation at the moment, but if they found it, it would be the greatest comeback, I think, in Deadlock history. But we'll see, because right now, Melee Creeps, here they have this one wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, they're low HP. They're going to back off, take the heals, clear the whole map of camps, like expand the lead. I mean, the one hope for Hydra Nation is the new comeback mechanic. So I will say it's hard to compare comebacks now since they have fundamentally changed that opportunity. But taking a lot of camps, there's not really much to speak of on the side of the map for Hydra Nation. And Melee Creep's going to take the opportunity to reset. I think realistically, they don't need to push the base. They just play the map, and it's just a matter of time. You're waiting for mid-boss to spawn. But, I mean, Ido is at full strength. And this build on Abrams really does remind me of the Yamato build from last game. Just massive gun threat and still a lot of utility, some powerful skills on this Abrams build.
Well, you know what it is? Ido's just gone full caveman mode. Like, no weapons, simply fist. Like, show me who to hit with fist is where Ido's game mentality has gone to nowadays. Just okay,
he's one hitting those like this. He's got a lot of gun damage right now. Like, this is pretty serious. Like, and there's a lot of late game threat on this team, right? It's only really low main and Quig where. Even low main has some pretty serious nuking threat, could be building into more of that as the game continues. Although I feel like for this team, like they could just having Quig and low main both with tons of utility is all you need. Sly has Arctic Blast, even more control, more stuns. That Arctic Blast is actually a devastating skill. It's almost like a mini ultimate in terms of having like a reliable AoE control.
And extra damage amp too when you're already getting pummeled while in the middle of the lasso. So
moving at warp speed.
And by the way,
Frozen.
This is the anti-Gamma, please.
Lasso he's taking him all the way home. Oh. And the huge bag. Ulting.
Stopping someone named Vegas from gambling might be a crime. Just
oh my god.
The Popper just got run over.
He got run over by the magic carpet viscous. This game is done, ZP.
It is brutal. It is not only nothing but yellow in the kill feed, Jake, but it is yellow in the kill feed in a dramatic way, a comedic way. And it just continues to get worse for Hydra Nation, who looked so good back in map 1, still very competitive in map 2, but in map 3, the wheels have fallen off the wagon.
Just way too much of an overcommitment from Hydra Nation in this draft in like thinking that you can shut down Ido by taking away 2 of his best heroes. And now he comes out on the Abrams, which he has shown a desire to play in the past, has looked great on. And this is a formality. This is stability and consistency. I'm sure the comms are coming in from Quig, making sure the team stays focused, stays locked in. Lomain's like taking the base, by the way, right now. Just vibing.
Why not?
I mean, surely, why not? Keep the waves push in. Maybe you could go for an earn turn in. I feel like that would be like excessively safe here for melee creeps, but they have all the tools they need. They've got the ultimates online. They're looking at a 50k soul lead. This is just put the finishing touches on it.
Yo, Mitch, if this situation right now, what's your best take on it? What do you got?
I mean, I just think it's like a little bit excessive, honestly. It feels like walking into someone's house, right? Kicking them out and then wearing their ill-fitting golf outfit that really gives you like a fly's eyes in the crotch area. Like it doesn't fit you, but you're wearing it anyway. And then you break your foot off in their rear end.
That sounds about right. It also sounds very Australian at the same time, which also makes perfect sense as far as where we're at. But melee creeps, they got the Rejuvenator. They're playing in and around the urn. Hydra Nation looking to make magic happen. If magic does happen from Hydration, drops Singularity, picks on 2. Their health isn't moving, Jake. But nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. They just got a supportive hug, a therapeutic hug from Hydration before everyone got ruthlessly murdered and sent back into spawn as low main. Carpet, roll.
This combo is so obscene. Just rolling. Low main, be careful, bro. He doesn't have cube, but I mean, it's just a formality. You are talking about almost double the souls here. Every single player on melee is just completely out of control. And Hydra Nation, they come back with a revamped roster. They look stronger, but melee creeps, despite having Ido on the sub, Ido had a great series overall. Even game 1 on the Lash, I think Ido played pretty well. I feel like we got to put a lot of respect on Ido for this series, coming in under pressure. The rest of melee creeps looking amazing. John on the Warden, looking to really solidify that as one of the best player hero combos in NA. I feel like the teams are going to have to start respect banning this and just denying him from the pool. This one's over, baby. Cut the
patron goes on down, and melee creeps will not be ripped off the throne. Your North American champions once more for Deadlock Fight Night 25. Of course, as always, presented by Intel. But man, oh man, Mitch, it was close until it wasn't.
I wonder if like Ido is like the seagull of Deadlock. You know what I mean? Like this like content creators really loved and comes in and then just absolutely unzips and goes wild on them in game. Really impressed by him. And look, this is someone who got like you cannot target him more if you tried. Like everything that Hydra Nation could do was aimed at trying to sort of take Idorian off a comfortable hero as opposed to sort of win the game to their detriment, I think. And like Jake was right. He said at the start of this game, he said, watch them just put Ido on the Abrams and win the game. Do you know what I mean? And the guy was still able to do it, right? There's some real standouts over the course of this series. I remember like this John guy is kind of correct. I've never seen Lightning. To be fair, it's only been a few games this patch, but Lightning Scroll Warden is going to live rent-free in my head. The fact that not only you stun people, that's all well and good, but you reduce people's movement speed when you hit them with spirit damage. That is exactly what the ultimate does. That is terrifying. The guy ended the game with 30k player damage. The next closest in the whole server was like Vegas on that pocket, who was able to have a pretty good game in the end. So I don't know. These guys are cracked, man. And we were genuinely dogging on Sire in game 1, genuinely. And then he had
a bad game. I mean, he had a bad game, but what's impressive for me, exactly, as a player that you can honestly, any player would say like, look, it was a bad game. He knows he had a bad game on game 1, but the fact that you can take that beating in game 1 and come back and be like, no, just give me the hero again. Like I'm fine. Like I will do well. That's the key, right? Is that's the player you want on your team, is a guy who's not phased by taking a tough game, is going to come back in the series and be a huge carry in the next 2, straight up, same hero, same spot, same condition, just like, no, this time I'm going to do better. Like that's the confidence you need. That's like the right way to think, but not all players can do that, especially under pressure in the money match.
Dude, 10, 0, and 25 was Sire's scoreline for this game. Bro, and the build is sick. Like Trophy Collector is so interesting because it obviously, like, you get stacks on assists as well as kills. So when you're an initiator, that's obviously kind of your thing. That's kind of exactly what you're doing. It becomes an unbelievably soul efficient item when you can have it stacked, and you do in games like this. There's a lot to be excited about on the side. Sorry, Quig. I mean, you're playing Kelvin, mate. Nothing personal, bro. But there's a lot to be excited about on this melee creep side, especially like the 7 build. Still made a lot of sense. Still looked pretty good. This game was less impactful, ZP, less oppressive, but we now understand the idea.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've gotten a lot of illumination as to how some of the items work and what's the idea behind some builds. And certainly, some didn't look great back in map 1, but I think you look back, you could just chalk it up to execution where, if you just whiff a whole bunch of frozen shelters and lassos, well, the rest of your team is not going to look good. But you know who is going to look good? At the very least, has always given us an entertaining interview. That's right, it's Ido, and I'm going to, supersede, production I got. I was going to drag him up, but Ido, welcome over here to Deadlock Fight Night. We've interviewed you before. We're gonna interview you again because this was a roller coaster of the series. And first off, how did it come about you subbing in for melee creeps today?
Bro, ABG just hit me up and I was like, shit, I need some content, bro. It's dry right now. It's dry. It is dry. Like, and that's why I appreciate DFN so much, because you guys is just like, showing it up, and I'm just like, I'm here for it, bro. I'm like, fuck yeah, I get playing DFN again. Let's go. Woo!
Bro, you're bringing the content. What am I saying, bro? Like, we just provide the vessel for it, man. Look, you got target banned like crazy over that series. How did it feel to know that basically they were turning themselves inside out to try and take you off a power pick? And how did you overcome that? Because you looked like you just moved on to Abrams and still shit on him. So,
dude, I feel bad. Like, I kind of feel bad because, like, I didn't even expect to play this DFN, and like, I don't know if you guys know how like my ex-teammates are on the Hydra Nation now, right? And I felt kind of bad. I was like, fuck, I really just have to come in here and stomp them. Like, dude. Oh man, this really, is not. Though?
How bad do you actually feel though? Like if I really had to.
Actually, I feel a little bad, just a little bit though. I mean, I'm hype. I mean, let's go, another win, another ring for the boy. But it's, yeah. I'm like, I just feel a little bad because, I did say I want to step down from and do content, but I guess I'm just fucking putting.
This is content, baby.
Right? This is content. True.
This series was content, brother. You smoked him.
He still got it.
I haven't scrimmed in like weeks, and I'm just like fucking a solo queue demon, I guess, working out. So I'm happy about it. Shout out Melee Creeps too. Thanks for letting me sub in. Appreciate it.
I just want to ask just sort of like a more broad question for the game in general. Like, how are you feeling about this new patch now that it's live in the game? What are your impressions? What are your thoughts about like this new era in Deadlock with the new patch?
Dude, I feel like they just released the chains on my arms. Like that's what they've done with this patch. It's fucking amazing. Oh, whoa. It's freaking amazing, dude.
Yeah. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Keep going.
Whoa. All right, it's freaking amazing. So, yeah, like I get to play my styles. Dude, I'm playing like nobody's playing melee Yamato, you know what I'm saying? And I'm able to pull it out against the best players in the video game and respectfully beat them down with it. You know what I'm saying? I was looking like Mike Tyson. You know, I was going crazy, bro. I'm telling you, it was good. It's good. It's nice being able to do what I want to do in the game and still perform at a high level. And I really, it's really, I give it all to like Yoshi and the team because like the items allow me to do that, and it's just a great change. I love this new patch. It's cinema.
Okay,
Absolute
so Ido,
cinema.
I got a question here, and it's not the final question. Mitch and Jake, you can come in after this, should you want, but the people want to know, well, you just won and you want to make content. We here at the Deadlock Fight Night channel, we could host you after if you want to go for an ultra long stream and just, you know, really give the people what they want. You gonna stay on stream for a few more hours after this or what? What's going on?
I mean, yeah, for a little bit, but like another 7-8 hours, you know, some light, just a little grind session.
Light work.
Yeah,
We'll get early bedtime, 6 a.m. You know, like just...
yeah. Thank you guys all for watching. By the way, everyone in chat, hell yeah, let's go. Thanks to hell, yeah.
All right, well, that sounds good.
Don't read me yet,
Here at DFN, Ido, congratulations again. A well-fought victory, and, you know, anyone's watching here, we'll send your Ido's way after the stream wraps up, but we still got some business to finish up here, and that first course of business as Ido leaves is going to be, we got to talk about player of the match, and we've getting a lot of glazing the Ido here. I mean,
he looks like a garden gnome with all this glazing.
Yeah. No, it'd be fit to be sold at a Krispy Kreme, but
it's like a terracotta soldier.
I know. We got someone else to talk about here, and that is our player of the match presented by Intel. It's got to be John. Consistency all night long in the middle lane with Saya on the Warden. Didn't have the missed lassos to his name either. Just made Warden in this new era of Deadlock look good.
I've been impressed by John since he came in and started playing. He was playing the Spirit Warden even like before this patch. And so now that the patch looks like it's enabled him a little bit, the combo looks so sick and he's able to get it all 3 games, have 3 big games back to back to back, had a few key kills, even in game 1 where they kind of got owned. Still, John was having impact and able to get some key kills in the mid game and you know, keep it in contention. And then the second 2 games, or rather the back 2 games, we get to see, okay, the true potential that he's able to deliver looks insane. So I've just been really impressed by John. I thought he had a great series. This was a very tough POTM, I gotta say. Like, there were a lot of very serious candidates for melee creeps.
Giving no cares about the fact this is Sinclair on their side, by the way. Like, just didn't really seem to be a factor in this game. But Spirit builds right now are kind of insane, right? Between Mercurial Magnum, you know, between the Lightning Scroll, for God's sake, and even like Arcane Surge, just little tweaks like that make you so good. You can see like the builds, honestly, they vary a little bit, right? I can see Tank Buster getting worked in there. There's like slowing bullets. There's a Fortitude in that second game build. My personal favorite, the Fury Trance getting picked up. So we're still seeing experimentation, but Warden really seems to have benefited so much from so many of these items here. So I'm curious to see how players like Warden and others are going to go out and innovate this build. We've been impressed with John ever since he stepped foot on DFN, right? Yeah. So much so that like Jason was trying to discredit John's ridiculous stats because he'd only played 4 games. But I think at this point, like, the guy has sort of solidified himself as a mainstay here, and I'm blown away. This Melee Creeps team, I know for a fact they had less opportunity to practice this, to sort of, you know, to get experience on this patch, and they've done an amazing job.
Also, I think John, I think the thing you have to give him credit for is that John's a grinder. I mean, John has been in the Deadlock pretty much for about a year now, so far as I know, but it was kind of funny. So when Deadlock first hit its original alpha, a lot of pro players from other games, you know, players from Overwatch, et cetera, were in, and there was a point where people were like, oh man, I got John on my team again. Like, I feel like this guy's throwing my games. Like, you know, some of the players that had like really high-end FPS experience were not a fan. But here's the thing. John didn't stop playing the game and just put hour after hour after hour into the game. And even if some of those, you know, pros that have long since stopped playing the game, you know, may have been a little bit like, I don't like this John guy. Guess what? Now one of the very top players in the game and put on a masterclass in the money match here at DFN. That's progression, and that's the power of just being a player that grinds the game and gets better and better week in, week out.
That's always how it goes, man, in games like Deadlock. I think there's so much opportunity for disruption, for new players to make their mark on the scene. I mean, even now, it feels like, okay, the top players are so good at Deadlock, but like, believe me, this is nothing. In 2 years, you know, people are going to be at like an ungodly level in this game, and there's always going to be room for there to be that like up-and-coming player who just is motivated enough to get there, especially a game like Deadlock that is so intensely individually skilled. Like, there's so much opportunity to skill gap in this
really
game.
Hard.
Yeah, the game is seriously hard, and so I think that what that means is that it's just exciting to see all these new players who, like you said, ZP, they want it bad, they're motivated, they're grinding, and they're able to put on huge performances in DFN and show up for the fans as well. So definitely hats off to John. It's been an impressive run for him, and I just want to see how far he can go.
All right, well, that is brought us to the end of the show here tonight. It was a wild one here at Deadlock Fight Night, a great way to end our 25th show. And of course, a lot still more to come. This is the recap, of course, everything here tonight. If you missed it, VP still champions of EU, Melee Creeps champions once more, and NA, even if they had to fight for it, and even if they had to do it with a sub. But just remember, if you're just tuning in now or you want more Deadlock content, the fun doesn't end here. Check out our YouTube. We're posting content all the time. More content is going to be coming on in, talking about the builds of the week here for the various teams, and of course, meta reports and so much more, or just the VODs if you found good moments and you want to go back and revisit. But regardless, this has been Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, and we'll see you all next time.